Chapter 16. The Exiles of Siberia, the Decembrists and Their Experience. Social position of exiles, different classes of exiles and their sentences, criminals and politicals, degrees of punishment, perpetual colonists, how exiles travel, lodging houses and prisons, convoys, thrilling story of an escape from Siberia, secret roads, how peasants treat the exiles, prisoners in chains. There are many errors in the popular mind of England and America concerning the system of exile to Siberia, said Mr. Hegeman, as he settled into a chair to begin his discourse on this interesting subject. One error is that exiles are treated with such cruelty that they do not live long, that they are starved, beaten, tortured, and otherwise forced into an early death. No doubt there have been many cases of cruelty, just as there have been in prisons and other places of involuntary residence all over the globe and among all nations. Exiles are prisoners, and the lot of a prisoner depends greatly upon the character of his keeper, without regard to the country or nation where he is imprisoned. Siberia is no exception to the rule. With humane officials in power, the life of the exiles is no worse, generally speaking, than is that of the inmates of a prison in other lands, and with brutal men in authority, the lot of the exile is doubtless severe. In the time of the Emperor Nicholas, there was probably more cruelty in the treatment of exiles than since his death, but that he invented systems of torture, or allowed those under him to do so, as has been alleged, is an absurdity. Let me cite a fact in support of my assertion. After the revolution of 1825, just as Nicholas ascended the throne, 200 of the conspirators were exiled to hard labor for life. They were nearly all young men, of good families, and not one of them had ever devoted a day to manual occupation. Reared in luxury, they were totally unfitted for the toil to which they were sentenced, and if treated with the cruelty that is said to be a part of exile, they could not have lived many months. The most of them were sent to the mines of Nerchinsk, where they were kept at labor for 2 years. Afterwards, they were employed in a polishing mill at Cheta and on the public roads for 4 or 5 years, and at the end of that time were allowed to settle in the villages and towns, making their living in any way that was practicable. Some of them were joined by their wives, who had property in their own right. The estates of the exiles were confiscated at the time of their banishment, and those thus favored by matrimonial fortune were able to set up fine establishments. Some of the Decembrists, as these particular exiles were called, from the revolution having occurred in December, died within a few years, but the most of them lived to an advanced age. When Alexander Roman II ascended the throne in 1856, all the Decembrists were pardoned. Some of them returned to European Russia after 31 years of exile, but they found things so changed, and so many of their youthful companions dead, that they wrote back and advised those who were still in Siberia to stay there. My first visit to Siberia was in 1866, 41 years after the December Revolution. At that time, there were 10 or 12 of the Decembrists still living, all of them venerable old men. One was a prosperous wine merchant at Irkutsk. Another had made a fortune as a timber merchant. Others were comfortable, though not wealthy, and 2 or 3 were in humble, though not destitute circumstances. Now, if they had been treated with the cruelty that is alleged to be the lot of all Siberian exiles, do you think any of them would have reached such an advanced age? Silence gave assent to the query. After a short pause, Frank asked what was the social standing of these exiles, the Decembrists. It was nearly, though not quite, what it was in European Russia before their exile, was the reply. They were received in the best Siberian families, whether official or civilian, and were on terms of friendship with the officials in a private way. They were not invited to strictly official ceremonies, and this was about the only difference between their treatment and that of those who were not exiles. Of course, I refer to the time when they were settled in the towns, after their term of forced labor was ended. Before that, they were just like any other prisoners, condemned to the same kind of servitude. There were 2 of the Decembrists, Prince Trubetskoy and Prince Volbinskoy, whose wives were wealthy and followed their husbands into exile. When relieved from labor and allowed their personal liberty, these princes came to Irkutsk and built fine houses. They entertained handsomely, were visited by the officials, went very much into society, and in every way were as free as anyone else, except that they were forbidden to leave Siberia. Nicholas was not of a forgiving disposition, and not till he died were the Decembrists free to return to St. Petersburg. A bit of social gossip adds to the interest of the Siberian life of Prince Volbinskoy. There was some incompatibility of temper between the prince and his wife, and for a long time they were not particularly friendly. She and the children and servants occupied the large and elegantly furnished house, while the prince lived in a small building in the courtyard. He had a farm near the town, and sold to his wife such of the produce as she needed for household use. Fred wished to know how many kinds of people are sent to Siberia. There are 3 classes of exiles, was the reply: political, religious, and criminal offenders. The political ones include nihilists and other revolutionists, and of course there is a great majority of Poles among this class. The religious exiles are certain sects of fanatics that the government wishes to suppress, and the criminal ones are those who offend against society in all sorts of ways. None of them are ever called prisoners or criminals while in Siberia, and it is not often you hear them termed exiles. In ordinary conversation, they are called unfortunates, and in official documents they are classed as involuntary emigrants. There are about 10,000 involuntary emigrants going every year from European Russia to Siberia. These include criminals of all kinds, a few religious offenders of the fanatical sort, and some nihilists and other revolutionists. At every revolution in Poland, the number of exiles for the next few years is greatly increased. After the revolution of 1,863, 24,000 Poles were sent to Siberia, and other revolutions have contributed a proportionate number. Do they all have the same kind of sentence, without regard to their offenses? One of the youths asked. Not at all, was the reply. The lowest sentence is to 3 years banishment, and the highest is to hard labor for life. Sentences vary all the way between these 2 categories for 5, 10, 15, or 20 years banishment, without labor, or for the same number of years with labor. A man may be sentenced to a given number of years banishment, of which a certain designated portion shall be to hard labor, or he may be sentenced for life, with no hard labor at all. The punishment is varied greatly, and, from all I hear, the sentence is rarely carried out to its fullest degree. The time of exile is not lessened until a general pardon liberates entire classes, but the severity of the labor imposed is almost always lightened. Then, too, the exiles are distributed throughout the country and not allowed to gather in large numbers. The object of the exile system is to give a population to Siberia and not to cause the death of the banished individual. Every effort is made to induce the exile to forget the causes that brought him to Siberia and to make him a good citizen in his new home. His wife and children may follow or accompany him into exile at government expense, but they cannot return to European Russia until he is personally free to do so. This permission is denied in the cases of the worst criminals who are sentenced to hard labor and must leave their families behind. Figures I was glancing at this morning show that in 1 year 1,889 persons were sent to Siberia, accompanied by 1,080 women and children over 15 years old, and by 1,269 under that age. Of the whole number of exiles mentioned, 1,700 were sentenced to hard labor, and 1,624 were drunkards and tramps. The status of the rest is not given, but they were probably sentenced to various terms of deportation without labor. I should say further, in regard to this family matter, that an exile is regarded as a dead man in the place from which he is sent, and his wife, if she remains in Europe, is legally a widow and may marry again if she chooses. The wifeless man in Siberia is urged to marry and become the head of a family, and whenever he marries, the government gives him a grant of land and aids him in establishing a home. As long as an exile conducts himself properly and does not try to escape, he does not find existence in Siberia particularly dreadful, provided, of course, he has not been sent to hard labor, and the officers in charge of him are not of a cruel disposition. Frank asked what work was done by those sentenced to hard labor, and how the men lived who were simply exiles and had not a labor sentence attached. Those sentenced to katorga, or hard labor, are employed in mines or on roads, and in mills and factories of various kinds. Several years ago, an order was issued that exiles should no longer be kept at work in mines, but I am told on pretty good authority that this humane decree has been revoked since the rise of nihilism. In the mines of Nerchinsk, In the latter part of the last century and the early part of the present one, the labor was fearful. The prisoners were in pairs, chained together. They were often kept working in mud and water for 14 or 16 hours daily. Their lodgings were of the poorest character, and their food was nothing but black bread and occasionally a little cabbage soup. The great mortality in the mines attracted the attention of the government, and the evils were remedied. Down to the end of the last century, criminals condemned to the mines were marked by having their nostrils slit open, but this barbarity has not been practiced for a long time. Those sentenced to lighter labor are engaged in trades, such as making shoes, clothing, or other articles. Those who are simply exiled without labor can work at their trades, if they have any, precisely as they would do at home. If they are educated men, they may practice their professions, give instruction to young people, or find employment with merchants as bookkeepers or other assistants in business. Some years ago, the permission for exiles to engage in teaching anything else than music, drawing, and painting was revoked, when it was discovered that some of them had been using their opportunities to spread revolutionary doctrines. Whether this order is yet in force, I do not know. The next thing to hard labor in Siberia is the sentence to become a perpetual colonist. This means that the exile is to make his living by tilling the soil, hunting, fishing, or in any other way that may be permitted by the authorities. He must be under the eye of the police, to whom he reports at regular intervals, and he must not go beyond certain limits that are prescribed to him. The perpetual colonist has a grant of land, and is supplied with tools and materials for building a house. He receives flour and other provisions for 3 years, and at the end of that time, he is supposed to be able to take care of himself. Where he is sent to a fertile part of the country, his life is not particularly dreadful, though at best it is a severe punishment for a man who has been unaccustomed to toil, and has lived in luxury up to the time of being sent to Siberia. Many of these colonists are sent to the regions in or near the Arctic Circle, where it is almost continuous winter, and the opportunities for agriculture are very small. Only a few things can be made to grow at all, and the exile doomed to such a residence must depend mainly upon hunting and fishing. If game is scarce, or the fishing fails, there is liable to be great suffering among these unhappy men. The friends of an exile may send him money, but not more than 25 rubles, about $20 a month. As before stated, the wife of an exile may have an income separate from that of her husband, and if she chooses to spend it, they may live in any style they can afford. Many criminal and political exiles are drafted into the army in much the same way that prisons in other countries are occasionally emptied when recruits are wanted. They receive the same pay and treatment as other soldiers, and are generally sent to distant points to diminish the chances of desertion. Most of these recruits are sent to the regiments in the Caucasus and Central Asia, and a good many are found in the Siberian regiments. All money sent to exiles must pass through the hands of the officials. It is a common complaint, and probably well-founded, that a goodly part of this money sticks to the hands that touch it before it reaches its rightful owner. The same allegation is made concerning the allowances of money and flour, just enough to support life, that are given to exiles who are restricted to villages and debarred from remunerative occupation. "Did you personally meet many exiles while you were in Siberia?" Frank inquired. "I saw a great many while I was traveling through the country," Mr. Hegeman answered, "and in some instances had conversations with them. At the hotel where I stopped in Irkutsk, the clerk was an exile, and so was the tailor that made an overcoat for me. Clerks in stores and shops, and frequently the proprietors, were exiles. The 2 doctors that had the largest practice were unfortunates from Poland, and so was the director of the Museum of the Geographical Society of Eastern Siberia. Some of the izvoshchiks were exiles. On one occasion, an izvoshchik repeated the conversation which I had with a friend in French, without any suspicion that he understood what we were saying. Hardly a day passed that I did not meet an unfortunate, and I was told that much of the refinement of society in the Siberian capital was due to the exiles. In talking with them, I was careful not to allude in any way to their condition, and if they spoke of it, which was rarely the case, I always managed to turn the conversation to some other subject. When on the road, I met great numbers of exiles on their way eastward. 5/6 of them were in sleighs or wagons, as it has been found cheaper to have them ride to their destinations than to walk. Those on foot were accompanied by their guards, also on foot. There was a wagon or sleigh in the rear for those who were ill or footsore, and there were 2 or more men on horseback to prevent desertions. Formerly, all prisoners were obliged to walk to their destinations. The journey from St. Petersburg to Nerchinsk required 2 years, as it covered a distance of nearly 5,000 miles. "Do they sleep in the open air when on the road, or are they lodged in houses?" inquired Fred. "There are houses every 10 or 15 miles, usually just outside the villages," was the reply. "In these houses the prisoners are lodged. The places are anything but inviting, as the space is not large. No attempt is made to keep it clean, and the ventilation is atrocious. In winter it is a shelter from the cold, but in summer the prisoners greatly prefer to sleep out of doors. Sometimes the guards will not grant permission for them to do so, owing to the danger of desertion, but the scruples of the guards may be overcome by a promise obtained from all that no attempt will be made to escape, and that everybody shall watch everybody else. From 50 to 200 exiles form a batch or convoy. They are sent off once or twice a week, according to the number that may be on hand. All the convoys of exiles go to Omsk, in western Siberia, and from there they are distributed throughout the country, some in one direction and some in another. Those that travel on foot rest every 3rd day, and the ordinary march of a day is about 15 miles. Those in carriages are hurried forward, only resting on Sundays, and not always then. Do the guards of a convoy go all the way through with the prisoners? No, they do not. They go from one large town to another. In the large towns there are prisons which serve as depots where exiles are accumulated, and the distribution of prisoners is generally made from these points. The officers and soldiers in charge of a convoy take their prisoners to one of these depots and deliver up their charges. Receipts are given for the number of men delivered, just as for so many boxes or bales of goods. The guard can then return to its starting point, and the prisoners are locked up until the convoy is ready for the road again. The guards are responsible for their prisoners, both from escape and injury. If a man dies on the road, his body is carried to the next station for burial, so that the station master and others may certify to the death. And if a man is killed while attempting to escape, the same disposition must be made of his body. Some years ago, a Polish lady who was going into exile fell from a boat while descending a river. She had a narrow escape from drowning, and the officer in charge of her was very much alarmed. When she was rescued from the water, he said to her, "I shall be severely punished if you escape or any accident happens to you. I have tried to treat you kindly, and beg of you, for my sake, not to drown yourself or fall into the river again." But don't a good many escape from Siberia, and either go back to their homes or get to foreign countries? "The number of escapes is not large," Mr. Hegeman answered, "as the difficulties of getting out of the country are very great. In the first place, there is the immense distance from the middle of Siberia to Moscow or St. Petersburg, or, worse still, to Poland. Nobody can hire horses at a station without showing his paterojnia, and this is only issued by the police master, who knows the name and probably the face of every exile in his district. Even if a man gets a paterojnia by fraud, his absence would soon be discovered, and his flight can be stopped by the use of the telegraph. If an exile should try to get out of the country by going northward, he would be stopped by the shores of the Arctic Ocean. If he goes to the south, he enters China or the inhospitable regions of Central Asia, where it is difficult, if not impossible, for a European to travel alone. Occasionally, someone escapes by way of the Amur River or the ports of the Okhotsk Sea, but there are not many ships entering and leaving those ports, and the police keep a sharp watch over them to make sure that they do not carry away more men than they bring. I once met in Paris a Pole who had escaped from Siberia by this route. By some means that he would not reveal to me, he managed to get out of the Amur River and cross to the island of Sakhalin. The southern half of the island was then in possession of the Japanese, and he lived among them for several months. Then he got on board an American whaling ship and worked his passage to San Francisco, where he found some countrymen who helped him on his way to Paris. I know another man, a Russian nobleman, who escaped from Siberia and went back over the route by which he had come. For convenience, I will call him Ivanov, though that was not his name. He accomplished it in this way. He had concealed quite a sum of money about his person, which the guards failed to find after searching him repeatedly. His offense was political, and he was sentenced to 20 years' exile. While his convoy was on the road between Krasnoyarsk and Irkutsk, he arranged to change names with Petrovich, a criminal who had been sentenced to 3 years' banishment and was to remain near Irkutsk. Ivanov was to go beyond Lake Baikal, whence escape is much more difficult. For 100 rubles the criminal consented to the change, and to take his chances for the result. The substitution was made at the depot in Irkutsk, where the names were called off and the new convoys made out. The convoy for the Transbaikal was first made up, and when Ivanov's name was read, the burglar stepped forward and answered the question as to his sentence. The officers who had accompanied them from Krasnoyarsk were not present, and so there was no great danger of the fraud being discovered. The convoy was made up, the new officers moved off, and that was the last my friend saw of his hired substitute. Ivanov, under his new name of Petrovich, was sent to live in a village about 20 miles from Irkutsk and required to report twice a week to the police. He found employment with a peasant farmer and managed to communicate with a friend in Irkutsk, though not without much difficulty. The peasant used to send him to market with the produce of the farm, as he found that Ivanov could obtain better prices than himself. The fact was he generally sold to his friend, who purposely overpaid him, and if he did not find his friend, he added a little to the amount out of his own pocket. Ivanov and his friend haggled a great deal over their transactions, and thus conversed without arousing suspicion. Things went on in this way for some months, and the good conduct of the apparently reformed criminal won him the favor of the police master, to whom he was required to report. His time of reporting was extended to once a week, and later to once a month. This gave him the chance of escaping. By a judicious use of his money, he secured the silence of his employer and obtained a paterojnia of the second class. The day after reporting to the police, he went to fish in the Angara, the river that flows past Irkutsk and has a very swift current. As soon as he was missed, his employer led the search in the direction of the river. The coat, basket, and fishing rod of the unfortunate man lay on the bank. It was easy to see that he had been standing on a stone at the edge of the water, and the stone having given way, the river had swallowed Ivanov and carried his body away towards the Arctic Ocean. Some money was in the pocket of the coat and was appropriated by the officers. But instead of being drowned, Ivanov was safely concealed in a cave under a large rock in the forest. He had found it on one of his hunting excursions, and had previously conveyed to it a quantity of provisions, together with some clothing supplied by his friend in Irkutsk. There he remained for a fortnight. Then he went to Irkutsk and started on his journey. People leaving Irkutsk frequently drive to the first station in their own vehicles, and there hire the carriages of the posting service. So one evening Ivanov rode out to the station in a carriage hired in front of the hotel. He did not tell me, but I suspect that his friend supplied the carriage and possibly handled the reins himself. At the station, he boldly exhibited his paterojnia and demanded horses, and in a few minutes he was on the road. Safe? Well, he could never tell whether he was safe or not, as the telegraph might at any moment flash an order for his detention. On and on he went. He pretended to be, and really was, in a great hurry. He was liberal to the drivers, but not over-liberal, lest he might be suspected. Suspicion would lead to inquiry, and inquiry would be followed by arrest. But he obtained the best speed that could be had for a careful use of money, and was compelled to be satisfied. Several times he thought he had been discovered, and his feelings were those of intense agony. At one of the large stations, the Smatredel came to him with an open telegram which said a prisoner was missing, and orders had been sent along the line to watch for him. Ivanov took the telegram and read it. Then he noted down the description of the fugitive, happily not himself, and told the Smatredel to take no further trouble till he heard from him, but to keep a sharp watch for all new arrivals. "Unless I telegraph you from the next town," said he, "you may be sure that he has not passed any of the intervening stations." He went on and heard no more of the matter. At another point he fell in with a Russian captain going the same way as himself. The captain proposed they should travel together for the double purpose of companionship and economy. Much as he disliked the proposal, he was forced to accede, as a refusal might rouse suspicion. Luckily for him, his new friend was garrulous and did most of the talking, but like most garrulous people, he was inquisitive, and some of his queries were decidedly unpleasant. Ivanov had foreseen just such a circumstance and made up a plausible story. He had just come to Siberia, and only 3 days after his arrival was summoned back by the announcement of his father's death. His presence was needed in St. Petersburg to arrange the financial affairs of the family. By this story, he could account for knowing nobody in Siberia. And as he was well acquainted with St. Petersburg, he could talk as freely as one might wish about the affairs of the capital. He was thrown into a cold perspiration at one of the stations, where his garrulous companion proposed, as a matter of whiling away the time after breakfast, that they should examine the register for the record of their journeys eastward. Ivanov managed to put the idea out of his head, and ever after made their stay at the stations as short as possible. Imagine Ivanov's feelings when one day the other said, "Exiles sometimes escape by getting forged passports and traveling on them. Wouldn't it be funny if you were one? Ha, ha, ha." Of course Ivanov laughed too, and quite as heartily. Then he retorted, "Now that you mentioned it, I've half a mind to take you to the next police station and deliver you up as a fugitive. Ha, 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 suppose we do it and have some fun with the police." Thereupon the serious side of the affair developed in the mind of Mr. Garrulity. He declined the fun of the thing, and soon the subject was dropped. It was occasionally referred to afterwards, and each thought how funny it would be if the other were really a fugitive. They continued in company until they reached Kazan. There they separated, Ivanov going to Nizhny Novgorod and Moscow, and from the latter proceeding by railway to Smolensk and Warsaw. From Warsaw, he went to Vienna. As soon as he set foot on the soil of Austria, he removed his hat, and for the first time in many months, inhaled a full breath of air without the feeling that the next moment might see him in the hands of the dreaded police. He was now a free man. And what became of his companion? When they separated at Kazan, the latter announced his intention of descending the Volga to Astrakhan. It was fully a year afterwards that my friend was passing a café in Paris, and heard his assumed name called by someone seated under the awning in front of the establishment. Turning in the direction of the voice, he saw his old acquaintance of the Siberian road. They embraced and were soon sipping coffee together. Ivanov talked freely, now that he was out of danger of discovery, and astonished his old acquaintance by his volubility. At length the latter said, "What a flow of language you have here in Paris, to be sure. You never talked so much in a whole day when we were together as in the hour we've sat here." "Good reason for it," answered Ivanov. "I had a bridle on my tongue then, and it's gone now. I was escaping from a sentence of 20 years in Siberia for political reasons." "And that's what made you so taciturn," said the other. "I was escaping from the same thing, and that's what made me so garrulous. When we met at that station, I feared you might be on the lookout for me, and much as I hated doing so, I proposed that we should travel together." They had a good laugh over the circumstances of their journey, where each was in mortal terror of the other. The one was talkative, and the other silent for exactly the same reason to disarm suspicion. I could tell you other stories of escaping from exile, but this one is a fair sample of them all. Of those who attempt to leave the country, not one in 20 ever succeeds, owing to the difficulties I have mentioned and the watchfulness of the police. The peasants of Siberia will generally help an escaping exile, but they do not dare to do it openly. Many of them put loaves of bread outside their windows at night, so that the runaways can come and obtain food without being seen. They plant little patches of turnips near the villages for the same reason, and call them gifts to the unfortunates. Whenever the soldiers find any of these turnip patches, they destroy them, in order to hinder the progress of fugitives. There is said to be a secret road or path through Siberia known only to the exiles. It is about 2,000 miles long, avoids all the regular lines of travel, and keeps away from the towns and villages. It winds over plains and among the mountains, through forests and near the rivers, and is marked by little mounds of earth, and by notches cut in the trees. Those who travel this road must undergo great hardship, and it is said that not more than half who undertake it are ever heard of again. They perish of starvation or cold, or may venture too near the villages in search of food, and fall into the hands of the police. The path must be traveled on foot, as it is not sufficiently broad for horses, and when any part of it is discovered by the soldiers, the route must be changed. The exiles have means of communicating with each other, and no matter how closely the authorities may watch them, an occurrence in one Siberian prison will soon be known at all others in the country. Frank asked Mr. Hegeman if he had ever seen any prisoners in Siberia wearing chains. Many of them, was the reply, especially in the prisons in the towns and at the places where they are kept at hard labor. The simple exiles are not required to wear chains. It is only those condemned to hard labor for a long term of years that are thus oppressed. By an old law of Russia, the chains must not weigh more than 5 pounds. There is a belt around the waist, and from this belt a chain extends to an iron band around each ankle. The clanking of the chains, either on the road or in the prisons, has a most horrible sound. The continued use of this relic of barbarism is strenuously opposed by a great many Russians, with the exception of the ball and chain, which is a form of military punishment everywhere. No other Christian nation now requires its prisoners to wear chains continually. If the Emperor of Russia would issue a decree that henceforth no prisoner shall be put in chains except for specially unruly conduct or other good cause, and abolish altogether the present regulations about chains, he would take a long advance step for his nation. Dr. Bronson and the youths agreed with him. Fred was about to ask a question when one of the stewards made the announcement, "Obd gotovi, gospoda." Dinner is ready, gentlemen. Siberia and its exiles were forgotten for the time, as the party adjourned to the dining saloon of the steamer. Chapter 17. Character of the Siberian population, absence of serfdom, and its effect. A Russian fete, amusements of the peasantry, courtship and marriage. Curious customs, whipping a wife overland through Siberia again, Cheta and the Buryats. In a Buryat village, Verkhny Udinsk, Siberian robbers, tea trains and tea trade. Wieliczka, lodged by the police trade between Russia and China. When the conversation about Siberia was resumed, Frank suggested that there must be a great many people in that country who were descended from exiles, since it had been for a long time a place of banishment, and the exiles were accompanied in many cases by their families. "Your supposition is correct," said Mr. Hegeman. "The descendants of exiles are probably more numerous today than are the exiles themselves. Eastern Siberia is mainly peopled by them, and Western Siberia very largely so. All serfs exiled to Siberia under the system prevailing before the emancipation became free peasants and could not be restored to their former condition of servitude. Many descendants of exiles have become wealthy through commerce or gold mining and occupy positions which they never could have obtained in European Russia. When I visited Irkutsk, I made the acquaintance of a merchant whose fortune ran somewhere in the millions. He had a large house with a whole retinue of servants and lived very expensively. He was the son of an exiled serf and made his fortune in the tea trade. Many prominent merchants and gold miners were mentioned as examples of the prosperity of the second and third generations from exiles. Of those who had made their own fortunes in the country, the instances were by no means few. One, an old man, who was said to have a large fortune and a charming family of well-educated children, was pointed out as an illustration of the benefits of exile. 40 years before that time, he was sent to Siberia by his master out of the merest caprice. In Siberia, he obtained fortune and social position. Had he remained in Europe, he would probably have continued a simple peasant and reared his children in ignorance. The advantages of Siberia are further shown by the fact that a great many exiles decline to return to European Russia after their terms of service are ended. Especially is this the case with those who are doing well financially or have families with them, either from their old homes or by marriage in Siberia. I talked with several intelligent Poles who said they did not intend returning to Poland. "We were drawn unwillingly into the acts that caused our banishment," they said, "and may suffer again in the same way if we go home. In Siberia there are no disturbing influences around us, and we prefer to stay here." On the other hand, the love of home is very strong with many exiles, and they take the first opportunity of leaving the country of their banishment. Fred asked if they had the same system of serfdom in Siberia before the emancipation as in European Russia. "At the time of the emancipation," said Mr. Hegeman, "there was only one proprietor of serfs in all Siberia. He was the grandson of a gentleman who received a grant of land, with serfs, from Catherine Roman II. None of the family, with a single exception, ever attempted to exercise more than nominal authority, and that one was murdered in consequence of enforcing his full proprietary rights. Siberia was a land of freedom, so far as serfs were concerned. The system of serfdom never had any foothold there. The Siberians say that the superior prosperity enjoyed by the peasants of their part of Russia had a great deal to do with the emancipation measures of Alexander Roman II. The Siberian peasants were noticeably better fed, clothed, and educated than the corresponding class in European Russia, and the absence of masters gave them an air of independence. Distinctions were much less marked among the people, and in many instances, the officials associated familiarly with men they would have hesitated to recognize on the other side of the Ural Mountains. "It sounds odd enough to talk about Siberia as a land of freedom," said Fred, "when we've always been accustomed to associate the name of the country with imprisonment." Just then the steamer stopped at one of its regular landings, and as she was to be there for an hour or more, the party took a stroll on shore. There were only 2 or 3 houses at the landing place, the town which it supplied lying a little back from the river, upon ground higher than the bank. It happened to be a holiday, and there was quite a group at the landing place. The peasants were in their best clothes, and several games were in progress. Frank and Fred hardly knew which way to turn, as there were several things they wished to see all at once. Some girls were in a circle, with their hands joined. They were singing songs which had a good deal of melody, and the whole performance reminded the youths of the round-a-ring-a-rosy game of their native land. Close by this group were 2 girls playing a game which was called skakiet in Russian. They had a board balanced on its center, and a girl stood on each end of the board. The maidens jumped alternately into the air, and the descent of one caused her companion to go higher each time. Mr. Hegeman said it was a favorite amusement in the Russian villages. It required a little practice, as the successful performer must maintain a perfectly upright position. 2 girls who are skilled at the game will sometimes keep up this motion for 15 or 20 minutes without apparent fatigue. Among the men, there were wrestling matches, which were conducted with a good deal of vigor. Frank observed that some of the wrestlers received very ugly falls, but did not seem to mind them in the least. The Russian peasantry are capable of rough handling. They are accustomed to it all their lives and not at all disturbed by anything of an ordinary character. They resemble the lower classes of the English populace more than any other people. The women are more refined than the men in their amusements. Singing and dancing are very popular among them, and they have quite a variety of dances. A favorite dance is in couples, where they spin round and round until one of the pair drops or sits down from sheer fatigue. As our friends strolled near the riverbank, they came upon a group of women engaged in one of these dances. 3 or 4 of the bystanders were singing, and thus supplied the music. 2 women stood facing each other in the center of the group, each with her hands resting on her hips. One of the singers raised her hands, and at this signal the whirling began. When this couple was tired out, another came forward, and so the dance was kept up. Fred thought the dress of the dancers was not particularly graceful, as each woman wore stout boots instead of shoes. They had already observed that the old-fashioned boot is not, by any means, confined to the sterner sex among the Russian peasantry. Some of the women wore flowers in their hair, but the majority of the heads were covered with handkerchiefs. Dr. Bronson explained to the youths that a woman may wear her hair loosely while she is unmarried, but when she becomes a wife, she wraps it in a kerchief or encloses it in a net. Naturally, this explanation by the doctor led to a question about marriage customs in Russia. "Courtship in Russia is not like the same business in America," remarked the doctor in reply to the query. "A good deal of it has to be done by proxy." "How is that?" "When a young fellow wishes to take a wife, he looks around among the young women of his village and selects the one that best pleases him. Then he sends a messenger, his mother, or some other woman of middle age, to the parents of the girl, with authority to begin negotiations. If they can agree upon the terms of the proposed marriage, the amount of dowry the bride is to receive, and other matters bearing on the subject, the swain receives a favorable report. Sometimes the parents of the girl are opposed to the match and will not listen to any proposals. In such case the affair ends at once, the girl herself having nothing to say in the matter. Quite likely, she may never know anything about it. The whole business is arranged between the elders who have it in charge. The custom seems to be largely Oriental in its character, though partaking somewhat of the marriage ways of France and other European countries. Supposing the negotiations to have resulted favorably, the young man is notified when he can begin his visits to the house of his beloved. He dresses in his best clothes, very much as an American youth would do under similar circumstances, and calls at the appointed time. He carries a present of some kind, and the long-established custom requires that he must never make a call during his courtship without bringing a present. One of the gifts must be a shawl. In that case, said Fred, the young men are probably favorable to short courtships, while the girls would be in no hurry. If every visit must bring a present, a long courtship would heap up a fine lot of gifts. That is quite true, Dr. Bronson replied, and instances have been known where the match was broken off after the patience and pocket of the suitor were exhausted. But he has a right to demand a return of his presents in such an event. And, as has happened in similar cases in America, Frank retorted, he does not always get them. Quite true, said the doctor, with a smile, but the family playing such a trick would not find other suitors very speedily. Human nature is the same in all countries, and even the young man in love is shy of being defrauded. But we will suppose everything has gone favorably, the doctor continued, and the suitor has been accepted. As a matter of fact, Russian courtships are short, only a month or two, and possibly for the reason you suggested. A day is fixed for the betrothal, and the ceremony takes place in the presence of the families of both the parties to the engagement. The betrothal is virtually a marriage ceremony, as it binds the two so firmly together that only the most serious reasons can separate them. The betrothal ceremony is at the house of the bride's parents, and is followed in due course by the wedding, which takes place in church. Custom requires that the bride shall supply a certain quantity of linen and other household property, while the husband provides the dwelling and certain specified articles of furniture. Between them, they should be able to set up housekeeping immediately, but there are probably many cases where they cannot do so. Among well-to-do people, the bride provides a dozen shirts, a dressing gown, and a pair of slippers for her husband. She is supposed to spin the flax, weave it into cloth, and make the shirts. But as a matter of fact, she buys the material, and very often gets the garments ready-made. For a day or two before the wedding, all the dowry of the bride is exhibited in a room set apart for the purpose. A priest blesses it with holy water, and friends call to gaze upon the matrimonial trophies. Among the middle and upper classes, the bridegroom gives a dinner to his bachelor friends, as in some other countries, the evening before the wedding. The bride on the same evening assembles her companions, who join in singing farewell to her. The bridegroom sends them a liberal supply of candy, cakes, bonbons, and the like, and they indulge in quite a festivity. Among the peasants, the companions of the bride accompany her to the bath on the evening before the wedding, and both going and returning she is expected to weep bitterly and loudly. An English lady tells how she heard a Russian girl, who was about to be married, giving vent to the wildest grief, while her companions were trying to cheer her by singing. The lady felt very sorry for the poor maiden, and rejoiced when she passed out of hearing. A little later in the evening, the lady went with a friend to call at the bride's cottage, and entered quite unannounced. The bride was supping heartily, her face full of expressions of joy. The Englishwoman was startled, and still more surprised when the girl asked, "Didn't I do it well?" It then came out that the weeping was all a farce, though there may be cases where it is not so. On the day of the wedding, the bride and groom do not see each other until they meet in church. After the ceremony, the whole party goes to the house of the bride's parents, where a reception is held in honor of the event. When it is over, the young couple go to their own home, if they have one. The next morning, all the parents and relatives go and take coffee with the newly married. Then there are dinner parties at the houses of both pairs of parents, other parties and dinners follow, and sometimes the feasting is kept up for a week or more. It is a trying ordeal for all concerned, and there is general rejoicing when the festivities are over. Among the peasantry, it is the custom, at least in some parts of Russia, for the bride to present a whip to her husband the day after the wedding. This whip is hung at the head of the bed, and, if report is true, it is not unfrequently used. I remember seeing a whip hanging at the head of the bed in some of the houses we have visited, said Fred, and wondered what it was there for. The curious thing about the matter is, the doctor continued, that a good many wives expect the whip to be used. The same lady I just referred to says that one of her nursemaids left her to be married. A short time after the marriage, she went to the nachalnik, or justice of the peace, of her village, and complained that her husband did not love her. The nachalnik asked how she knew it, and the young wife replied, "Because he has not whipped me once since we were married." Among the peasantry, the married couple goes to the house of the owner of the estate to receive his blessing. He comes to the door and welcomes them as they bow in front of him till their foreheads nearly touch the ground. The steamer's whistle recalled the party, and in a little while they were again on their voyage. Mr. Hegeman resumed the story of his ride through Siberia as soon as all were seated in their accustomed places. "I think we were at Nerchinsk," said he, "when we turned aside to the mines where the exiles were formerly employed." "Yes," replied Fred. "You had just arrived at the house of the friend of your companion and accepted an invitation to remain for dinner." "That was it exactly," responded the traveler. "We had an excellent dinner, and soon after it was over we continued on our journey. We sent back the tarantass which we had hired from the station master and obtained a larger and better one from our host. 2 nights and the intervening day brought us, without any incident worth remembering, to Cheta, the capital of the province of the Transbaikal. It is a town of 4,000 or 5,000 inhabitants and stands on the Ingata River, a tributary of the Shilka. Below this point, the river is navigable for boats and rafts, and it was here that General Muravief organized the expedition for the conquest of the Amur. A considerable garrison is kept here, and the town has an important place in the history of Siberian exile. Many of the houses are large and well built. The officers of the garrison have a club, and ordinarily the society includes a good many ladies from European Russia. I stopped 2 or 3 days at Cheta, and my courier friend continued his journey. Finding a young officer who was going to Kyichta, on the frontier of Mongolia, I arranged to accompany him, and one evening we started. I think I have before told you that a Siberian journey nearly always begins in the evening and is continued day and night till it's close. The day is passed in making calls and usually winds up with a dinner at somebody's house. After dinner, and generally pretty late in the evening, the last call is made, the last farewells are spoken, and you bundle into your vehicle and are off. From Cheta, the road steadily climbed the hills, and my companion said we would soon be over the ridge of the Yablonoi Mountains and in the basin of the Arctic Ocean. From the eastern slope of the mountains, the rivers flow through the Amur to the Pacific Ocean. From the western slope, they run into Lake Baikal, and thence through the outlet of that lake to the great frozen sea that surrounds the pole. The cold rapidly increased, and when we crossed the ridge, it seemed that the thermometer went 10 degrees lower in almost as many minutes. The country through which we passed was flat or slightly undulating, with occasional stretches of hills of no great height. There are few Russian villages, the principal inhabitants being Buryats, a people of Mongol origin, who are said to have been conquered by the hordes of Genghis Khan 500 years ago. They made considerable resistance to the Russians when the latter came to occupy the country, but ever since their subjugation, they have been entirely peaceful. Some of the Buryats live in houses like those of the Russians, but the most of them cling to the yurt or kibitka, which is the peculiar habitation of the nomad tribes of Central Asia. Even when settled in villages, they prefer the yurt to the house, though the latter is far more comfortable than the former. We changed horses in a Buryat village, where a single Russian lived and filled the office of station master, justice of the peace, governor, secretary, and garrison. I took the opportunity of visiting a yurt, which proved to be a circular tent about 18 feet in diameter and rounded at the top like a dome. There was a frame of light trellis work covered with thick felt made from horsehair. At the highest point of the dome, the yurt has an open space which allows the smoke to pass out, at least in theory. A small fire is kept burning in the middle of the floor during the day and covered up at night. The door is made of a piece of felt of double or treble thickness and hanging like a curtain over the entrance. I had not been 2 minutes inside the yurt before my eyes began to smart severely, and I wanted to get into the open air. The pain was caused by the smoke, which was everywhere through the interior of the tent, but did not seem to inconvenience the Buryats in the least. I noticed, however, that nearly all their eyes were red and apparently inflamed, and doubtless this condition was caused by the smoke. A family of several persons finds plenty of space in one of these tents, as they can be very closely packed. The furniture is principally mats and skins, which are seats by day and beds by night. They have pots and kettles for cooking, a few jars and bottles for holding liquids, sacks for grain, half a dozen pieces of crockery, and little else. A wooden box contains the valuable clothing of the family, and this box, with 2 or 3 bags and bundles, forms the entire wardrobe accommodation. My attention was drawn to a small altar on which were tiny cups containing oil, grain, and other offerings to the deities. The Buryats are Buddhists and have their lamas to give them the needed spiritual advice. The lamas are numerous and frequently engage in the same callings as their followers. By the rules of their religion, they are not permitted to kill anything, however small or insignificant. Whenever a lama has a sheep to slaughter, he gets everything ready and then passes the knife to his secular neighbor. The Buryats are not inclined to agriculture, but devote most of their energy to sheep raising. They have large flocks and sell considerable wool to the Russians. Their dress is a mixture of Russian and Chinese, the conveniences of each being adopted and the inconveniences rejected. They decorate their waist belts with steel or brass, shave the head, and wear the hair in a queue, but are not careful to keep it closely trimmed. With their trousers of Chinese cut and sheepskin coats of Russian model, they presented an odd appearance. The women are not generally good-looking, but there is now and then a girl whose face is really beautiful. We were called from the yurt with the announcement, "Lashati Gotovi," horses are ready, and were soon dashing away from the village. Our driver was a Buryat. He handled the reins with skill and the whip with vigor, and in every way was the equal of his Russian competitor. For 200 or 300 miles, most of our drivers were Buryats, and certainly they deserve praise for their equestrian abilities. At many of our stopping places, the station masters were the only Russians, all the employees being Buryats. Frank asked whether the Buryats had adopted any of the Russian manners and customs, or if they still adhered to their Mongol ways. "They stick to their customs very tenaciously," was the reply, "and as for their religion, the Russian priests have made no progress in converting them to the faith of the empire." 2 English missionaries lived for many years at Selenginsk, which is in the center of the Buryat country, and though they labored earnestly, they never gained a single convert. Buddhism is of comparatively recent origin among these people. 200 years ago, they were shamans, or worshippers of good and evil spirits, principally the latter, and in this respect differed little from the wild tribes of the Amur and of northern Siberia. About the end of the 17th century, the Buryats sent a mission to Lhasa, the religious capital of Tibet and a stronghold of Buddhism. The members of this mission were appointed lamas and brought back the paraphernalia and ritual of the new faith. They announced it to the people, and in an astonishingly short time, the whole tribe was converted and has remained firm ever since. We spent a day at Verkhny Udinsk, which has a church nearly 200 years old and built with immensely thick walls to resist the earthquakes, which are not uncommon there. In fact, there was an earthquake shock while we were on the road, but the motion of the carriage prevented our feeling it. We only knew what had happened when we reached the station and found the master and his employees in a state of alarm. The Gostina Dvor contained a curious mixture of Russians and Buryats in about equal numbers, but there was nothing remarkable in the goods offered for sale. An interesting building was the jail, which seemed unnecessarily large for the population of the place. A gentleman who knew my companion told us that the jail was rapidly filling up for winter. "We have," said he, "a great number of what you call tramps in America. In summer they wander through the country and live by begging and stealing, but in winter they come to the jails to be lodged and fed until warm weather comes again. After spending the cold season here, they leave in the spring as the trees do." He further told us there was then in the jail and awaiting trial a man who confessed to the murder of no less than 17 people. He had been a robber, and when in danger of discovery, had not hesitated to kill those whom he plundered. On one occasion, he had killed 4 persons in a single family, leaving only a child too young to testify against him. Fred wished to know if robberies were common in Siberia. "Less so than you might suppose," was the reply, "when there is such a proportion of criminals among the population. They are mostly committed in summer, as that is the season when the tramps are in motion. The principal victims are merchants, who often carry money in large amounts. Officers are rarely attacked, as they usually have only the money needed for their traveling expenses, and are more likely than the merchants to be provided with firearms and skilled in their use. My companion and myself each had a revolver, and kept it where it could be conveniently seized in case of trouble. We never had any occasion to use our weapons, and I will say here that not once in all my journey through Siberia was I molested by highwaymen. When we left Verkhny Udinsk, we crossed the Selenga, a river which rises in Chinese Tartary and after a long and tortuous course falls into Lake Baikal, whence its waters reach the Arctic Ocean. There was no bridge, and we traversed the stream on a ferry. The river was full of floating ice, and the huge cakes ground very unpleasantly against the sides of the craft which bore ourselves and our tarantass. The river was on the point of freezing. There was just a possibility that it would close while we were crossing, and keep us imprisoned until such time as the ice was thick enough to bear us safely. As this would involve a detention of several hours where the accommodations were wretched, the outlook was not at all pleasant. All's well that ends well. We landed on a sandbank on the other side, and after a little delay the boatman succeeded in getting our carriage on shore without accident. About 6 miles from the river the road divided, one branch going to Irkutsk and the other to Wieliczka, our destination. Away we sped up the valley of the Selenga. The road was not the best in the world, and we were shaken a good deal as the drivers urged their teams furiously. On this road we met long trains of carts laden with tea. Each cart has a load of from 6 to 10 chests, according to the condition of the roads, and is drawn by a single horse. There is a driver to every 4 or 5 carts, and he has a bed on the top of one of his loads. The drivers were nearly always asleep, and their horses showed a good deal of intelligence in turning out whenever they heard the sound of our bells. If they did not turn out, they received a reminder from the whip of our driver, who always had an extra stroke for the slumbering teamster. Frank asked where these carts were going. They were going to Irkutsk, said Mr. Hegeman, and from that city the most of the tea they carried was destined for European Russia. Oh, now I remember, said Frank. Dr. Bronson told us about the tea importation from China and how it all came overland down to 1860, with the exception of one cargo annually. Many persons still prefer the tea brought by land, as the herb is thought to be injured by passing over salt water, although packed in airtight chests. At the time I speak of, not less than 1 million chests of tea were taken annually from Wieliczka to European Russia, a distance of 4,000 miles. To Wieliczka, it came on the backs of camels from the tea districts of China, so that camels and horses in great number were employed in the transport of tea. Each chest is covered with rawhide, which protects it from rain and snow, and from the rough handling and shaking it receives. Across Siberia, it is carried in carts in summer and on sledges in winter. The horse caravans travel 16 hours out of every 24, and the teams rarely go faster than a walk. The teams are the property of peasants who make contracts for the work at a certain price per chest. For the latter part of the way, the road was hilly and sandy, and our progress was slow. About 9 in the evening, we reached Wieliczka, and as there is no hotel there, we went to the police master to obtain lodgings. Not at the police station, I hope, said Fred. Not at all, Mr. Hegeman responded, with a slight laugh. In many towns of Siberia, there is not sufficient travel to make hotel keeping profitable, and consequently there are no hotels. By custom and law, the inhabitants are required to receive travelers who may require accommodation, and all such lodging places are registered with the police. For this reason, we went to the police master and received the name of the citizen who was to be honored with our company. It was about 10 o'clock when we reached the house, accompanied by 2 soldiers who brought the mandate of the office and showed us the way. Everybody was in bed, and it required a good deal of knocking to rouse the servants and afterwards the master, who came to the door in his nightshirt. He stood shivering while our explanations were made, and did not seem to realize his ludicrous appearance until we were admitted to the mansion and our baggage was landed. Frank inquired if it was often necessary in Siberian towns to obtain lodgings in this way, and whether they were paid for. It was only the lateness of the hour and the fact that neither of us had ever been in Wieliczka that compelled us to apply to the police master. Travelers are unfrequent in Siberia, and the few strangers that go through the country are cordially welcomed. Officers are entertained by their fellow officers, and merchants by their fellow merchants. Lodgings obtained as we obtained ours are paid for exactly as they would be at a hotel. We were invited to move the next day, but were so well lodged that we chose to stay where we were. The morning after our arrival, we delivered our letters of introduction and made numerous calls, the latter including a visit to the Sarguche, or Chinese governor of Maimai-Chin. Which of you has read enough about the relations between China and Russia to tell me about these two places, Wieliczka and Maimai-Chin? Frank was the first to speak, which he did as follows. Wieliczka and Maimai-Chin were built in 1727 for the purposes of commerce, Maimai-Chin meaning in Chinese place of trade. The towns are about 100 yards apart, one thoroughly Russian and the other as thoroughly Chinese. From 1727 to 1860, nearly all the trade between the two empires was conducted at this point, and the merchants who managed the business made great fortunes. Women were forbidden to live in Maimai-Chin, and down to the present day the Chinese merchants keep their families at Urga, 200 or 300 miles to the south. The same restriction was at first made upon the Russian merchants at Wieliczka, but after a time the rule was relaxed and has never since been enforced. Until quite recently, strangers were forbidden to stay overnight in Wieliczka, but were lodged at Troitskasavsk, about 2 miles away. I should say right here, remarked Mr. Hegeman, that my friend and myself were really lodged in Troitskasavsk and not in Wieliczka. The latter place had about 1,000 inhabitants, and the former 4,000 or 5,000. At a distance, only Wieliczka is mentioned, just as a man may say he lives in London or New York when his home is really in a suburb of one of those cities. I have read somewhere, said Fred, that the Russian and Chinese governments stipulated in their treaty that the products and manufactures of each country should be exchanged for those of the other, and no money was to be used in their commercial transactions. That was the stipulation, said Dr. Bronson, but the merchants soon found a way to evade it. How was that? The balance of trade was greatly in favor of China, as the Russians wanted great quantities of tea, while they did not produce or manufacture many things that the Chinese could use. Furs were the principal articles of Russian production that the Chinese would take, but their demand for them was not enough to meet the Russian demand for tea. The treaty forbade the use of gold or silver coin under severe penalties, but somebody discovered that it did not prohibit articles of Russian manufacture being made of those metals. So they used to melt gold and silver coin and cast them into Chinese idols which were sold by weight. The government prohibited the melting of its coin, and then the merchants bought their crude gold and silver directly from the miners. With this source of supply always at hand, they were able to supply articles of Russian manufacture without difficulty. As late as 1860, every visitor to Wieliczka was searched to make sure that he had no gold coin in his possession. Chapter 18. General aspects of Maimai-Chin, dinner with a Chinese governor. A theatrical performance Lake Baikal, its remarkable features. A wonderful Irkutsk's population, size and peculiarities, social gaieties, preparations for a long sleigh ride. List of garments, varieties of sleighs, farewell to Irkutsk, sleighing incidents, food on the road, Siberian mails, advantages of winter traveling, sleighing on bare ground, a snowless region, Krasnoyarsk. You have been in China, I believe, said Mr. Hegeman, during the pause that followed the story of how the Russian and Chinese merchants circumvented the stipulations of the treaty. Oh yes, Frank responded. We were at Peking, which is, I think, only 800 miles from Wieliczka. We went from Peking to the Great Wall of China so that we were less than 700 miles from the point where you called on the Sarguche. You can learn about our journey in The Boy Travelers in Japan and China. I shall read the book with great pleasure, was the reply, now that I have met the youths whose travels are described in it. As you have seen the Chinese at home and know their manners and customs, I won't take your time by telling you what I saw in Maimai-Chin, which is just like any other Chinese city in nearly every respect. I may add that it is said to be the cleanest town in all China. It is only half a mile square, carefully laid out, and its streets are swept daily. Only the merchants and their employees, with a small garrison of soldiers, are allowed to live there, and consequently there is no poor population such as you always find in the other cities of the empire. That must be a great relief, Fred remarked. Wherever we went in China, we saw so much degradation and suffering that it destroyed a great deal of the pleasure of the journey. I didn't see a beggar in my Maichin, continued Mr. Hegeman, nor anybody who looked like one. There were plenty of laborers employed in handling the tea and other merchandise, but they all appeared to be well cared for. Outside the town, there was quite a camp of Mongolians with their camel trains, which are employed in the transportation of goods across the great desert of Gobi. The Sarguche invited me to dinner, and I went there with the governor of Wieliczka and some of his officers. The Sarguche was polite, and we tried to talk, but had a good deal of difficulty in doing so on account of the numerous translations. What I thought in my own language I said in French to one of my Russian friends. He spoke in Russian to his Russian-Mongol interpreter, who spoke in Mongol to the Mongol-Chinese interpreter of the Sarguche. Remarks and responses thus had to pass through 4 tongues to reach their destination. The dinner was probably like what you had at Peking or Canton, and so I will not take the time to describe it. After dinner, we went to the theater, where we sat under a canopy and witnessed a performance which included, among other things, a procession of fictitious wild beasts. That they were very fictitious was shown by the accident of the tiger's mask falling off and revealing the head of an astonished man. The thermometer was below the freezing point, and as the theater was in the open air, I was very glad that the performance was short. From Wieliczka, I returned to Verkhny Udinsk, and then proceeded to Irkutsk by way of Lake Baikal. This lake is said to be the largest body of fresh water in Asia. It is 400 miles long by about 50 broad, and is 1,400 feet above the level of the sea. The quantity of water flowing into it is said to be 10 times as much as passes from it by its outlet, the Angara River. What becomes of the other 9/10 is a mystery that has puzzled many scientific men. None of them have been able to establish a theory which the others have not completely upset. I crossed the lake in a steamboat, and during the voyage listened eagerly to the description of the winter passage, which is made on the ice. I will give it as nearly as I can remember in the words of my informant, a gentleman who filled the position of superintendent of public instruction in eastern Siberia. Lake does not freeze over until quite late in the autumn, and when it does, the whole surface is congealed in a single night. In a few days, the ice is from 3 to 6 feet thick and perfectly transparent. The first time I crossed it was from the western to the eastern shore. The former is mountainous, while the latter is low and flat. As we began our ride, the land on the other side was quite invisible, and it seemed to me very much like setting out in a sleigh for a voyage from Queenstown to New York. When I leaned over and looked downward, it was like gazing into the depths of the ocean. It was not until I alighted and stood on the firm ice that I could dispel the illusion that we were gliding over the unfrozen surface of the lake, as the natives believe its guardian spirit walks upon the waters without sinking beneath them. At night, every star was reflected as in a mirror, and I saw the heavens above me, beneath me, and all around. As the rising moon lighted up the faint horizon of ice and sky, I could half believe I had left the world behind me and was moving away through the myriads of stars towards the center of another solar system distinct from our own. The natives have many superstitions concerning the Baikal, Mr. Hegeman continued. In their language, it is the Holy Sea, and they consider it sacrilege to call it a lake. It is very deep, soundings of 2,000 feet having been made without finding bottom. It is more like a sea than a lake in some of its peculiarities. Gulls and other ocean birds fly over it, and it is the only body of fresh water on the globe where the seal abounds. There are banks of coral in some parts of it, in spite of the high northern latitude and the constant coldness of the water. The natives say that nobody is ever lost in the lake. Anyone drowned in its waters is thrown up on the shores. It must be a long drive from one side of the lake to the other, one of the youths remarked. It is, indeed, was the reply. Formerly, they had a station on the ice in the middle of the lake, which was removed at the approach of spring. One season the ice broke up unexpectedly, and the entire station, with all its men and horses, was swallowed up. Since that time, no station has been kept there in winter, and the entire journey across, about 55 miles, is made without a change. The horses are carefully selected, and as the road is magnificent, they go at great speed, stopping only 2 or 3 times for a rest of a few minutes. The western shore is mountainous, and in places very picturesque. There are steep cliffs that come down to the water, and in some of these cliffs you find caverns and arches which recall the pictured shores of Lake Superior. Earthquakes are not infrequent, and many persons believe that the lake occupies the crater of an extinct volcano whose internal fires are determined to keep themselves in remembrance. A village on the shore of the lake was destroyed by one of the shocks. Half of it was carried below the level of the water, and the other half thrown up to a considerable height above its former position. So much for this remarkable lake. From the western shore to Irkutsk, about 40 miles, the road follows near the bank of the Angara, which is very swift. The river does not freeze until after the lake has been covered with ice, and for 2 or 3 miles below the point where it emerges from the lake, it never freezes even in the severest winters. There is a great rock in the stream at this point, which is regarded with superstition by the Aboriginal inhabitants. They perform religious ceremonies when passing it, and formerly it was a place of sacrifice. Hundreds, if not thousands, of men, women, and children have been tossed from this rock to be drowned in the swift current flowing below it. It had been my original plan to reach Irkutsk on wheels and remain there till the winter roads were formed, so that I could continue from that city in a sleigh. A snowstorm began an hour before I reached the city and indicated that I had made a very good calculation. It cleared up soon after we passed the gateway, and for several days thereafter the weather was delightful. My reception was most cordial. Americans were rare visitors in the capital of eastern Siberia, and I was the first that many of the people had ever seen. One of the youths remarked that he believed Irkutsk was a city of considerable size and importance. "It is the largest city in Siberia," said Mr. Hegeman, "and has a population of about 35,000. The Governor-General of Eastern Siberia lives there. He has many officers attached to his staff. There are many wealthy citizens. The houses are large, well-built, and furnished, and the style of living is liberal. The winter opens with a long list of balls, parties, dinners, concerts, and other festivities, which are kept up until the coming of the Lenten season. Every family keeps open house through the winter, and it is customary to drop in whenever one chooses and take tea at 8 o'clock. There is no formality about the matter. One of the ladies of the house presides at the samovar, and the others of the party are scattered around the parlors wherever it is most convenient or agreeable to be. My recollections of Irkutsk are of the most pleasant sort, and I greatly regret the place is so far away that one cannot easily revisit it. Since I was there, Irkutsk has suffered by a fire that destroyed more than half the buildings and caused a vast amount of distress. For a time it was thought the city would not be rebuilt, but I hear that it is being restored very rapidly, and in a few years will be more attractive than it was before the conflagration. The fire occurred on July 6th and 7th, 1879. About 3,600 buildings were destroyed, of which 100 and more were of stone or brick, and the rest of wood. 6 Russian churches were burned, and also 2 synagogues, 1 Catholic and 1 Lutheran church. 5 bazaars, the meat market, museum, clubhouse, custom house, and other public edifices were consumed. The loss was about $15 million, and many persons formerly in good circumstances were rendered penniless. The wealthy inhabitants who escaped loss or ruin gave liberally to relieve the general distress, and the government made substantial provision for the unemployed. When the winter roads were reported in a condition for traveling, I began my preparations for leaving Irkutsk on a sleigh ride of 3,600 miles. The thermometer went to 20 degrees below zero soon after the first fall of snow, and my Russian friends told me to prepare for 40 below. Under their advice, I employed a tailor who knew his business, and when his work was completed, my room resembled a clothing store of modest proportions. Here is what I bought: a sheepskin coat with the wool inside. The garment fell below my knees, was without a collar, and buttoned tight around the neck. It was intended for wearing outside my ordinary suit of clothing. Outside of this was what the Russians call a dihar. It was made of deerskin, with the hair outward, and as I walked it swept the floor like a lady's ball dress. The sleeves were 6 inches longer than my arms, and very inconvenient when I wished to pick up any small article. The collar was a foot wide, and when turned up and brought around in front completely concealed my head. Then I had a fur cap, circular in shape and with lappets for covering the ears. A lady made, from a piece of sable skin, a mitten for my nose. For my footgear I discarded my leather boots. Outside of my ordinary socks, I had a pair of squirrel skin socks with the fur inside, sheepskin stockings with the wool inside and reaching to the knee, and outside of these were deerskin boots, with the hair outside, and reaching up nearly to the junction of my lower limbs. Added to these garments for excluding cold was a robe of sheepskins with the wool on, and backed with heavy cloth. It was 7 feet square, and something like a dozen skins were required for making it. At one end it was shaped into a sort of bag for receiving the feet. Fred suggested that such a costume must be very inconvenient for walking, and it must be no easy matter to enter and leave a sleigh when thus wrapped for a cold night. "You are quite right," said Mr. Hegeman. "It is the work of a minute or more to turn over at night and change one's position, excepting, of course, when the sleigh turns over first." "Did that happen often?" "Fortunately not," was the reply, but the few experiences of this kind that I had were quite sufficient. One night we were upset while going at full speed down a hill. I was asleep at the time, and without the least warning found myself in a mass of baggage, hay, furs, and snow. My first thought was that an earthquake had hit us, and it was several seconds before I realized what had happened. One of the horses broke loose and ran away. The driver mounted the other and went after the fugitive, and for half an hour my companion and myself were left alone with the sleigh and its contents. We kept ourselves busy trying to get things to rights, and as we had only the light of the stars to work by, we did not get along rapidly. We found one of the shafts and also a fender broken. Otherwise, the vehicle had suffered no material damage. But I'm getting ahead of the story. I arranged to leave Irkutsk with some Russian friends who were going to Krasnoyarsk, the next provincial capital. After getting my furs, the next thing was to buy a sleigh, and again I took advice. There is a sleigh called a vashak, which is much like a small omnibus. It has doors at the side and is very capacious, but it has the disadvantage that you are completely enclosed in it and can see nothing of the country you are passing through. A better vehicle is the kibitka, a sort of tarantass on runners and suggestive of the American chaise in the arrangement of its front. There is a hood which can be lowered and fastened to an apron rising from the wooden box, in which your feet are pushed when you enter the vehicle. By day you can see the country and enjoy the fresh air, and at night, or in storms, you close the hood and are very well protected from the weather. Ladies and invalids prefer the vashak, while healthy men have a decided liking for the kibitka. At the rear of the kibitka, there is usually a frame of poles, covered with a net of half-inch rope. It is a convenient receptacle for extra baggage, and also serves to break the force of horses running against the sleigh from behind. The driver of the vashak sits on a seat much like that of an ordinary carriage, while on the kibitka he is seated on the boxed front, with his feet hanging over the side. The position is one that requires constant vigilance to prevent falling off. The driver of a vashak might possibly sleep a little without danger, but not so the driver of a kibitka. My kibitka was made in European Russia and was said to have traveled 6,000 miles before I owned it. In my possession, it went 3,600 miles and was certainly good for several thousand more. In the whole ride, it cost me about $5 for repairs, principally to the shafts and fenders. I gave 80 rubles for the sleigh in Irkutsk and sold it at Nizhny Novgorod for 10. The day of my departure was spent in making farewell calls and getting the baggage in readiness. A Russian gentleman was to accompany me in my sleigh, 2 ladies, mother and daughter, were to be in another, and 2 servants of the ladies, a man and a maid, were to be in a third. The ladies lived in Irkutsk, and we were to dine at their house and start from it. At the appointed time, we went there. There was a gay party at the dinner, and when it was over the starting signal was given. All present seated themselves around the parlor, and a few moments were given to silent prayer, the travelers asking and the others wishing for them a safe journey. On rising, all who professed the religion of the Eastern Church made the sign of the cross before the icon or holy picture and bowed towards it. Every true Russian scrupulously observes this ceremony before starting on a journey, whether by land or water. The Angara sweeps gracefully around 2 sides of Irkutsk, and many of the houses are on the bank. There is a swinging ferry to connect the opposite shores, The boat is at the end of a strong cable, anchored nearly a mile up the stream, and it is swung across through the force of the current against its sides. Starting for Moscow, it is necessary to cross the river, and I was told there would be some friends at the ferry to see me off. We had a good deal of seeing off, as nearly a dozen sleighs, filled with friends of my companions, were to accompany us to the first station. When we reached the bank, it was the close of the day. In fact, dusk was about coming on. The ferry boat was coming from the other shore. I looked and saw it was dressed in flags and Chinese lanterns. I looked again, and there were American flags, 4 American flags, and 1 Russian. It was the first time my national standard had ever been hoisted at Irkutsk. There was a lump in my throat and a film over my eyes as I raised my cap and tried to give 3 cheers. My voice proved to be husky, and the effort was not crowned with distinguished success. It was a surprise planned by several of my Russian friends. When it was all over, I remembered how one of the ladies had asked me several days before how the American flag was made, and obtained from me a drawing showing the arrangement of stripes and stars. There wasn't an American flag in Irkutsk, and they had caused these to be made for the occasion. "What a hospitable people they must be at Irkutsk," said Frank. Fred echoed the sentiment, and so did Dr. Bronson. The latter said it was only those who had been a long time from home who could appreciate the feeling that comes over a man when he sees his country's flag thus displayed. After many expressions of goodwill and good wishes for everybody, and handshakings without number, our sleighs were driven on the ferry boat, and we swung across the Angara. At the first station, we made a merry party till a late hour. Then the friends who came to see us off returned to Irkutsk, while we travelers took to our sleighs and went comfortably to sleep, while our horses dashed gaily over the smooth road. For the first 50 miles after leaving Irkutsk, the road follows the bank of the Angara. At times we were close to the dark waters, and never far away from them. A dense fog, or frost cloud, lay on the river. The night was cold, and the moisture congealed on everything where it could find a resting place. In the morning, every part of my sleigh save the running portion was white with hoarfrost. Each little fiber projecting from the canvas and matting that formed the cover had been turned to a stalactite or a stalagmite, and the head of every nail and bolt resembled oxidized silver. Horses were white without regard to their natural color, and even the garments of the drivers had come in for their share of the congelation. Many times afterwards, I had occasion to remark the beauties of the work of the Frost King. Houses and fences were cased in ice, its thickness varying with the condition of the weather. Trees and bushes were covered with crystals, and in the morning sunlight they sparkled as though coated with diamonds. Sometimes the trees resembled fountains caught and frozen when in full action. The pictured delineations of the frost had all the varieties of the kaleidoscope, but without its colors. During the night, I slept well, in spite of several severe thumps received from sleighs going in the other direction. Russian sleighs are so built that 2 of them can run together with considerable force without serious consequences. Look at the picture of a Vashak, and you will understand it. The runners are about 30 inches apart and generally shod with iron. On each side there is a fender, which consists of a stout pole fastened to the forward end of the runner and extending downward and outward to the rear, where it is about 2 feet from the runner and held by strong braces. On a level surface, it is just clear of the snow, but when the vehicle tips ever so little, the fender sustains the weight and prevents an overturn. When 2 sleighs moving in opposite directions come together, the fenders slip against each other like a pair of fencing foils. Occasionally, the shock of meeting is so severe that the fenders are broken. An accident of this kind happened one day to my kibitka, the fender on one side being completely torn off. At the next station, I summoned a carpenter and had the missing fender restored and made stronger than it was before. Frank asked how the traveler's baggage was carried in a Siberian sleigh. "Baggage is spread over the bottom of the sleigh," said Mr. Hegeman, in reply to the question. "Wooden and other solid trunks must be discarded, and in their place the Russians have what they call chemidans. The chemidan is made of soft leather, very broad and flat, and must not be filled with fragile articles. For ladies' bonnets and other crushable things, there are chemidans which more resemble the packing case of a framed picture than anything else. They fit easily into the bottom of a sleigh or tarantass, and are strong enough to bear the weight of the traveler. Baggage is spread over the bottom of the vehicle, and the chinks and crevices are filled with straw or hay to make as level a surface as possible. Over this is spread a rug of sheepskins. There is no seat as in an ordinary vehicle, but you sit there very much as you would on the carpet in the corner of a room. Each traveler has a corner of the sleigh and wedges himself into a comfortable position by means of pillows. He may lie down, recline, or sit bolt upright as he chooses. Did you carry your provisions for the road, or could you rely upon the stations to furnish them? Fred inquired. We could rely upon the stations for the samovar with hot water and for bread and eggs, was the reply. The same as in the Tarantass journey I have already described, but everything else that we wanted had to be carried along. We had our own tea and sugar, likewise our roast beef, cabbage soup, and pilmania. What is pilmania? The best thing imaginable for this kind of traveling. It consists of a piece of cooked meat beef or mutton about the size of a grape, seasoned and wrapped in a thin covering of dough, and then rolled in flour. We had it starting nearly a bushel of these dough-covered meatballs frozen solid and carried in a bag. When we reached a station where we wished to dine, sup, or breakfast, we ordered the samovar and said we had pilmania before getting out of the sleigh. A pot of water was immediately put on the fire and heated to the boiling point. Then a double handful of our pilmania was dropped into the pot, the water was brought to the boil again and kept simmering for a few minutes. The result was a rich meat soup, which Delmonico could not surpass. The bag containing the frozen pilmania seemed to be filled with walnuts. Our cabbage soup was in cakes like small bricks, and our roast beef resembled red granite. We carved the beef with a hatchet and then thawed out the slices while waiting for the samovar. We had partridges cooked and frozen. With all the articles I have named for dinner, what more could we wish, especially when we had appetites sharpened by traveling in the keen, pure air of Siberia? Wasn't there danger, while you were in the stations eating your meals, that things would be stolen from the sleigh? Was the next interrogatory by one of the youths. I had fears of that before starting, was the reply. But my friends assured me that thefts from vehicles on the post roads were very rare. There were always several employees of the station moving about, or engaged in harnessing or unharnessing the teams, so that outsiders had little chance to pilfer without being discovered. The native Siberians have a good reputation for honesty, and the majority of those exiled for minor offenses lead correct lives. According to my experience, the Siberians are more honest than the inhabitants of European Russia. After passing the Ural Mountains, we always employed somebody to watch the sleigh while we were at meals in the station, which we did not do while in Siberia. The gentleman who rode with me was an officer in the Russian service. He, like myself, carried a second-class paterojnia, but the ladies had only a third-class one. On the second day of our journey, just as we had finished dinner and our teams were ready to start, it was announced that the post with 5 vehicles was approaching. We donned our furs very quickly, while our servants gathered up our part of the dinner equipment. Leaving enough money on the table to pay for what we had received from the station, we bundled into our vehicles and hastened away. There was no danger of our losing the 2 teams which had been secured on the second-class paterojnias, but we were not at all certain about the other. If there had not been sufficient horses at the station for the post, our third team would have been taken from us, and we might have waited for hours before obtaining horses. The best way of solving the problem was to be out of the way when it came up for solution. As the man said of a railway accident, presence of mind is good, but absence of body is better. We obtained excellent speed from the horses where the roads were good, as we gave a fee to the drivers at the end of their routes, proportioning it according to the character of their service. My sleigh generally took the lead, and we always promised a liberal gratuity for extra rate of progress. The regulations require that vehicles not on government service shall go at a pace of 10 versts, 6 2/3 miles, an hour, provided the roads are in good condition. If a driver just came up to the regulations and no more, we gave him 8 or 10 kopecks. If he was accommodating and energetic, we increased his gratuity accordingly. 15 kopecks was a liberal reward, 20 munificent, 25 princely, and 30 imperial. We went at breakneck pace where the roads permitted, and often where they did not. Occasionally, we stimulated the drivers to a race, and then our progress was exciting as well as dangerous. The post was carried twice a week each way, and we frequently encountered it. The bags contained merchandise in addition to letters and newspapers, as the government does a sort of express business through the post office, to the great convenience of the public. This accounted for the large number of vehicles employed. Travelers may purchase tickets and have their carriages accompany the post, but in so doing, they are liable to a good many extortions. Each convoy is accompanied by a postilion or guard, who is responsible for its security. He is usually a soldier and must be armed to repel robbers. Sometimes these postilions were so stuck around with pistols that they resembled traveling arsenals and must have been very dangerous to themselves. Frank asked how many horses were required for the service of the post at each station. The rules require each station master to keep 10 troikas or 30 horses ready for use. Many stations had 40 or 50 horses each, and the villages could generally supply any reasonable demand after those in the station were exhausted. 14 yemshiks, drivers, are kept at every station. They are boarded by the smatrattel and receive about $4 each a month, in addition to whatever gratuities they can pick up. When the post was expected, they generally whispered that fact to our manservant so that we could get away as soon as possible. They preferred our service to that of the post, as we could be relied upon for gratuities, while none were obtainable from the inanimate bags of the government mail. Our good road lasted for 2 days and into the early hours of the third. Then the snow became very thin, and at times we were dragged over bare ground for considerable distances. From very cold, the weather turned to warm and threatened to spoil our provisions as well as the roads. Winter is by far the best time for traveling in Siberia, though at first thought one would suppose the summer preferable. In summer the weather is hot, there are clouds of dust when no rain falls, and long stretches of mud when it does. There are swarms and swarms of mosquitoes, flies, and all sorts of winged things that trouble traveler and horses to a terrible degree. There is one kind of fly that drives the horses into a frenzy, so that they sometimes break away from the carriages or become unmanageable. A Russian gravely told me that this Siberian horsefly could bite through an iron stovepipe without hurting his teeth, but I'm inclined to doubt it. Then, too, there are many streams to be crossed by fording or ferrying, and often there are long delays at the ferries. Fresh provisions can only be carried for a day or two at most, and a traveler must load his vehicle with a liberal stock of canned goods or run the risk of a very hard time. The frost seals up the rivers, causes the mosquitoes, flies, dust, mud, and kindred annoyances to disappear, and preserves your provisions for an indefinite period, except when a thaw comes on. If you ever make a journey through Siberia, by all means make it in winter. The last 100 miles of our ride, from Irkutsk to Krasnoyarsk, was made over more bare ground than snow. In some places we had 5 or 6 horses to each carriage, and even then our progress was slow. Fortunately it became cold again, but the sky was cloudless. We longed for snow to cover the ground and improve the condition of the roads. The last morning we took breakfast at a station 50 versts from Krasnoyarsk, and learned that for the last 30 versts before reaching the city there was absolutely no snow. Very curiously, the snow extended up to the door of the station and disappeared not more than a yard beyond it. Looking one way there was bare ground, looking the other the road was good for sleighing. Illustration: view of Krasnoyarsk from the opposite bank of the Yenisei. Over cakes and tea we arranged our program, which resulted in the ladies leaving their vashak until their return to Irkutsk and riding into town on a teliga. My sleigh and the other were unloaded, the baggage was piled into teligas, the sleighs were mounted on wagons which we hired from the peasants, and with very little trouble the whole difficulty was adjusted. Altogether, we were not at the station more than an hour, and at least half that time was taken for lunch. Fred asked how it happened that there was good sleighing in one direction and hardly any snow in the other. It is a climatic peculiarity, Mr. Hegeman explained, and is not confined to that locality. You remember I mentioned Cheta, the first provincial capital as you go west from the Amur River. At Cheta, very little snow falls in the winter, and sometimes for the entire year wheels must be used. Krasnoyarsk is in the valley of the Yenisei River, and they told me that very little snow falls within 20 miles of the town, and in some winters none at all. I must leave the scientific men to explain it. I heard a story at Krasnoyarsk of an Englishman who was traveling alone through Siberia a few winters before the time of my visit. Finding no snow there on his arrival, he decided to wait until it fell, and the roads would be good enough for him to proceed. He waited days and days, but no snow. The days grew into weeks, and the weeks into months, but still no snow. He remained sullenly at the hotel or wandered about the streets. The hotel keeper did not enlighten him, as he was a good customer, and the stranger did not seek counsel of anyone else. He might have been there to this day had he not met in the hotel a fellow countryman who was traveling eastward. The latter explained the climatic conditions of the place to his long-detained compatriot, and then the latter made arrangements for proceeding on his journey. "Before I forget it," continued Mr. Hegeman, "let me say that the Russians have several songs in which the delights of sleighing are described. Here is one of them, which may possibly need the explanation that the duga is the yoke over the shaft horse's neck, and Valdai is the place where the most famous bells of Russia are cast. You already know that a troika is a team of 3 horses harnessed abreast. Away, away along the road, the fiery troika bounds while, neath the duga, sadly sweet, the Valdai bell resounds. Away, away, we leave the town, its roofs and spires, behind. The crystal snowflakes dance around as o'er the steppe we wind. Away, away, the glittering stars shine greeting from above. Our hearts beat fast as on we glide, swift as the flying dove. I will tell you of a sleigh ride, in which there is less poetry than in the song I have quoted. An English gentleman was stopping with some Siberian friends, and one day it was proposed to take a ride in a sledge. The Englishman had taken his seat, and the driver was about mounting to his place, when the horses made a sudden start and dragged the reins from the driver's hands. All that the Englishman could do was to hold on, and this he did to the best of his ability. The horses made straight for a ravine 200 or 300 feet deep. The unfortunate passenger and his friends thought he was going to certain death, but as they reached the edge of the ravine, the horses whirled about and ran in the opposite direction. The sledge in turning was swung over the abyss and hung for an instant in the air. The team ran 2 or 3 miles before it was stopped by one of the horses stumbling among some logs. Severely bruised and with his hand half crushed, the Englishman got out of the sledge and concluded he had had all the riding he desired for that day at least. Chapter 19. Position and Character of Krasnoyarsk Lesson in Russian Pronunciation. Markets in Siberian trees the Alkaba, a new sensation. Road fever and its cause an exciting adventure with wolves. How wolves are hunted from Krasnoyarsk to Tomsk. Steam navigation in Siberia, Barnaul. Mines of the Altai tigers and tiger stories. The Burin, across the Baraba steppe. Tumen and Ekaterinburg. From Europe to Asia Perm, Kazan, and Nizhny Novgorod. End of the sleigh ride. Frank asked what was meant by the word Krasnoyarsk. Was it derived from a river, a mountain, or did it belong to an individual? Krasno, said Mr. Hegeman, means red, and Krasnoyarsk gets its name from the red cliffs of the Yenisei on which it stands. All around the town the soil is of a reddish hue, and so are the hills that form the horizon in every direction. The Yenisei is a fine river, one of the largest in Siberia, and where it passes Krasnoyarsk it is fully half a mile wide. In summer, there are 2 or 3 steamboats running to the Arctic Ocean from a point a little below Krasnoyarsk. Rapids and shoals prevent their coming up to the town. The tributaries of the river are rich in gold deposits, and many of the residents have grown wealthy by gold mining. Krasnoyarsk has a population of about 12,000, and in a general way is a sort of pocket edition of Irkutsk. It is the capital of the province of Yeniseisk and the center of trade for a wide extent of country. Markets, churches, and buildings in general are like those of Irkutsk, and there is an appearance of prosperity throughout the place. Fred asked how it happened that the names of nearly all the towns in Siberia ended in sk. They had been hearing about Irkutsk, Yeniseisk, Selenginsk, and he didn't know how many others. Dr. Bronson came to the young man's relief as follows. I think you learned in St. Petersburg that the termination, sk, is equivalent to of in English. Certainly, replied Fred. I learned that Vich means son of. Paul Ivanovich, for example, being Paul, son of Ivan. I understand also that Alexandrovsky was named after Alexander, Petrovsky after Peter, Nikolaevsk after Nicholas, and so on through the list of Russian saints and emperors. But I've not heard of any distinguished personages with the names I've just quoted belonging to towns or cities. These Siberian names really assist the memory in a geographical way, the doctor answered, as they tell us where the town is located. Selenjinsk is on the Selenga River. Irkutsk is on the Irkut, where it empties into the Angara. Yeniseisk province is in the valley of the Yenisei, and the town of that name is on the river's bank. In the same way, Omsk is on the Om, Tomsk on the Tom, Tobolsk on the Tobol, Irbitsk on the Irbit, and Kansk on the Kan. The list could be extended to great length. I must make a note of that, said Fred, as it will be of use to students of geography in the schools at home. But what hard words they are to pronounce. They are not as difficult as they seem at first sight, said the doctor. The chief difficulty comes from our knowing they are Russian and expecting they will twist our tongues. 3 consonants together are terrible in Russian. In English, they are easy enough. I quite agree with you, said Mr. Hegeman. After I went to America, on my return from Siberia, many of my friends complained of the jaw-breaking names of the places I had visited and declared they never could speak them. A lady of my acquaintance tried in vain to pronounce Irkutsk. Its 3 consonants, T, S, and K, were too much for her, but she had not the slightest difficulty in asking me about the fasts and feasts of the church. The S, T, and S of fasts and feasts are consonants, and just as difficult of pronunciation as the others, but the one set is Russian and the other English, you know. Let me suggest an easy way of wrestling with the Russian terminals tusk, NSK, MSK, and the like. If you're struggling with Irkutsk, take the word Kut, which is perfectly familiar to you, put an S to it and make Kuts, and then a K to that and make Kutsk or Kutsk. With the prefix you have the capital of eastern Siberia before you. In the same way, dispose of Kansk by building up the word Kan till you have reached the end. The other terminals, which seem so difficult, may be rendered perfectly innocuous to the organs of speech if kindly and intelligently treated. To return to Krasnoyarsk and its Snolist district. A description of the place, its buildings, markets, and other features would be nearly a repetition of that of Irkutsk, but on a smaller scale. In the market, I was particularly interested in the character and abundance of the fish offered for sale. Among them were pike, sturgeon, perch, and others with which I was familiar, and there was one fish which closely resembled the smelt. Another that I had never before seen had a bill resembling that of a duck and a long and thin body. All these fishes came from the Yenisei or its tributaries. Some of them dwell permanently in the river, and others ascend in the summer from the Arctic Ocean. There is a fish called amelie by the Russians and evidently a member of the trout family. It lives in the smaller streams of Siberia and furnishes a caviar that is greatly prized. The amelie's caviar is of a golden color and quite in contrast with the black caviar made from the roe of the sturgeon. The Yenisei at Krasnoyarsk has a swift current and resembles the Mississippi at St. Louis, according to the descriptions they gave me. Of course, I could not verify the statement, as the river was frozen over at the time of my visit. The width and volume of the Yenisei gave interest to a story which was told by one of the residents. One of the good citizens of Krasnoyarsk had been attending a wedding on the other side of the river and started for home rather late at night with the intention of reaching the ferry about daylight. He was in a telega drawn by 2 horses. On the way from the wedding, he fell asleep, and the horses took their own course. When they reached the river, they were doubtless hungry and impatient to return to their stable. The ferry boat was on the other side, and the animals did not choose to wait. They plunged in and started across. The telega, being wholly of wood, had sufficient buoyancy to keep it afloat, but the occupant was awakened by the cold bath. Though frightened half to death, he had the good sense to lie perfectly still and make the best of the situation. The hardy beasts took him safely over, but he never cared to repeat the adventure. The few individuals that saw him coming in the early daylight could hardly believe their eyes, and one, at least, thought it was Neptune in his chariot ascending the waters of the Yenisei. Another illustration of the excellence of the horses of Siberia, said Fred. I long to travel in that country and have the experience of riding behind them. Frank asked Mr. Hegeman if there were any high mountains in the neighborhood of Krasnoyarsk. There are not, was the reply, only some low hills and rounded peaks that do not rise to the height and dignity of mountains. I believe most geographers are agreed on applying the term mountain only to elevations of 1,500 feet and more, everything below that figure being called a hill. Under this restriction, there are no mountains on the road through Siberia between Lake Baikal and the Ural Range. most of the country is flat and uninteresting. Sometimes it is a perfectly level plain, and in other places it is undulating like a rolling prairie in Kansas or Nebraska. Along the rivers, it is broken by ranges of hills, but as soon as you go back from the rivers, you come to the plain again. Hour after hour, and day after day, we rode over this monotonous country, the landscape, or rather snowscape, presenting very little to attract the eye. This feature of the country makes the Siberian journey a dreary one, not unlike the journey from the Missouri River to the Rocky Mountains before the days of the Transcontinental Railway. Fred asked if this level part of Siberia was treeless, like many portions of our western country. "There is a vast amount of treeless land," said Mr. Hegeman in response to the inquiry, "but it is not all of that sort. There are many forests of birch, pine, spruce, and larch. In some localities, birch is the only wood for building purposes, in others larch, and in others pine or spruce. Other Siberian trees are willow, fir, poplar, elm, and maple. Central and southern Siberia are well wooded, but the farther we go towards the north, the fewer trees do we find. The plains bordering the Arctic Ocean are treeless. The poplar disappears at 60 degrees north latitude, the birch at 63 degrees, and the pine and larch at 64 degrees. I thought I had read about a species of cedar that grows over the plains to the far north," said the doctor, "and that it serves to make that region habitable by furnishing fuel for the natives." "I was about to mention the trailing cedar," said Mr. Hegeman. "The Russians call it kedrovnik, and some of the native tribes regard it as a special gift of Providence. It spreads on the ground like a vine and has needles and cones similar to those of the cedar. The trunks are gnarled and twisted, very difficult to cut or split, but vastly preferable to no wood at all. Thousands of miles of country are covered with the trailing cedar, and in winter it is found by digging in the snow." "On leaving Krasnoyarsk," continued Mr. Hegeman, "I traveled with a gentleman who had been northward to the shores of the Arctic Ocean during the previous summer, he accompanying me in my sleigh, while his own was occupied by a servant and a goodly amount of baggage. For 30 miles there was no snow, and so we mounted our sleighs on wagons and sent them to the beginning of the snow road, while we followed in a telega a few hours after their departure. We overtook them just at the beginning of the snow road and were glad enough to change from the telega. The vehicle had no springs, and we were shaken in it worse than if tossed in a blanket. The frozen ground was rough and reminded me of a nutmeg grater on a Brobdingnagian scale. We had started with the intention of overtaking the sleighs before sunset, but our slow progress over the rough roads had so delayed us that the evening was well advanced before our destination was reached. The transfer of baggage was made in the moonlight. 1 or 2 small articles disappeared in the operation, but whether stolen or accidentally lost, we never knew. In Irkutsk, I had been told that a new sensation awaited me in the Siberian Alkaba, and I found it on the first nights traveling after leaving Krasnoyarsk. What do you suppose it was? Both the youths shook their heads and said they didn't know, while Dr. Bronson preserved a discreet silence. "The Alkaba of the Siberian Road," Mr. Hegeman explained, "is the equivalent of the hog wallow of the American one. The former is formed in the snow, and the latter in the bare ground. It is caused by the snow lying in drifts or ridges when it is blown by the wind, and also by the roads being worn with much travel. The road is a succession of ridges and hollows. The drivers go at full speed, without the slightest regard to the pitching and tossing of the sleigh, and the result is a severe trial of one's nerves. The motion causes a rush of blood to one's head, and develops what the Russians call the road fever. I did not escape the road fever, and to this day I shudder when thinking of this part of my experience, the most disagreeable feature of the journey. My body was sore and stiff. At every jolt it seemed as though the top of my head would fly off. Sleep was next to impossible, and when I did manage to slumber, my dreams were something frightful. My temper was spoiled, and a quarrel might have been created with anything and anybody without the least effort. The fever runs its course in 2 or 3 days, but may last longer. As long as the roads are bad, the inexperienced traveler is liable to it. Sometimes the sleigh made a clear jump of 5 or 6 feet, and the wonder was that the vehicle did not go to pieces and leave us hopelessly wrecked. Fred asked if any wolves were seen in this part of the journey, or elsewhere in Siberia. "Occasionally we saw wolves," was the reply, "but not often. There are plenty of wolves in Siberia, but they have enough to live upon in the game that abounds everywhere, so that they are not likely to attack travelers. Siberian and American wolves are much alike, but the former are said to be larger and fiercer than their American cousins. I can tell you some wolf stories, but they do not belong to Siberia. It is only in Western Russia and in Poland that travelers are attacked by wolves, and then only in the severest winters, when game is very scarce and hunger has made the animals desperate. "Please tell us one of those stories," said Frank. "I have read accounts of men being chased by wolves, but have just now forgotten what they were." The request was echoed by Fred, and Mr. Hegeman kindly gratified their wish. "To begin with," said he, "the horses are the object of attack and not the men in the vehicle. But of course when the horses are overpowered, the wolves make no distinction and devour everything edible. When desperate, they will venture to the farmyards to kill sheep and cattle. Their favorite article of food, other than wild game, is a pig, and the squealing of a pig is an appeal that no hungry wolf can resist. Advantage of this propensity is taken by those who go out to hunt the wolf for amusement. On a moonlight night, 2 hunters go out with an open sledge drawn by 2 horses. They carry their guns, with plenty of ammunition, a pig tied by the feet, and a bag of hay, together with furs and robes to keep them warm. When they reach the middle of the forest where the wolves abound, the horses' heads are turned towards home. The bag of hay, fastened to a rope from 20 to 40 feet long, is thrown out, and the pig's ear is pinched until the poor creature squeals in his loudest tones. If a wolf is within hearing, he comes at once, and if there are other wolves, they follow him and his example. The pig's ear is continually twisted, the squealing resounds through the forest, and when the wolves come in sight, they mistake the bag of hay for the animal they seek. They rush for it, and as they come within range are shot down. The sleigh does not stop to pick up the game, but continues its course at a walk or slow trot, provided the driver can restrain the terror-stricken horses. The next day, the dead wolves, if any, are gathered for the sake of their skins. Sometimes a dozen or more wolves will be killed in this way in a single night, but more frequently, the hunters return empty-handed. Sometimes the wolves come in great numbers, and with so much fierceness that the hunters are obliged to flee for their lives, not always successfully. And now comes the wolf story I promised. It was told to me by a Russian officer some years ago, and I will endeavor to give it as nearly as possible in his own words. Imagine that he is talking to you as he talked to me. I was stopping for a part of the winter at the house of a fellow officer near Vilna, where he had a large estate. His name was Selmanoff, and he was noted for his excellent horsemanship and his love for all kinds of hunting sport. The winter was one of the worst that had been known for a long while, and 2 or 3 times we heard of travelers through the forest having been pursued by wolves. Of course, this led to a wolf hunt, which Selmanoff proposed and I heartily accepted. We made our preparations, selecting a broad sledge open all around and formed of wickerwork so that it was light as well as strong. We carried 2 short, smoothbore guns of large caliber rifles are not desirable on these hunts, as it is impossible to take accurate aim from the moving sledge in the moonlight. The guns were breech loaders, and the charge was a heavy one of buckshot and ball. We had 2 horses, young and powerful beasts, and the driver was one of the best on the estate. After dining heartily, we started about sunset and drove some 20 miles or so into the middle of the forest, over a good road which had been trodden by the peasants carrying their produce to the market at the nearest town. Our decoy pig lay quietly among the furs, and gave no sign of his presence save an occasional grunt of dissatisfaction at his uncomfortable position. At the spot where the hunt was to begin, we turned about and threw out our bag of hay. Then we twisted the pig's ear, and he protested with a loud squeal. An answering howl came from the forest, and seemingly not a dozen yards away. Another howl and another followed quickly, and then the air was full of them. In a minute or so, a dark form was revealed on the snow behind us and making straight for the hay bag. Selmanoff gave me the first fire, and I took it. The wolf fell at my shot just as he was within a few yards of the bag. But another came, and then another, and in a few minutes there were a dozen or more in sight. We shot them as fast as they came within range, but the numbers did not diminish. The shooting and the howling of the wolves frightened the horses, and the driver had a difficult task to restrain them. As the wolves increased in number, we saw we were in danger. The extent of the pack was far beyond our expectation, and the long-continued hunger of the brutes had made them very fierce. The shooting of one after another did not seem to restrain their ardor in the least. Those that were untouched by our shot dashed madly ahead and showed a determination to appease their hunger at all hazards. Selmanoff told the driver to increase the speed of the horses. He gave the order not a moment too soon. Just as the horses were put to a gallop, several wolves sprang from the forest at our side, and if we had been going slowly, they would have easily reached the sleigh. As it was, we passed within a few feet of them, and their howls of angry disappointment rang in our ears. We cut the rope that held the hay bag. It detained our pursuers only a few moments, as they quickly discovered it was not what they wanted. On they came again. We loaded and fired as fast as we could. There was no occasion to take accurate aim, as the road behind us was fairly filled with wolves, and it was quite sufficient to point our guns at the dark mass revealed against the snow. We had made 6 or 8 miles on our return when an additional danger that threatened us was suggested by my friend. There was a sharp angle in the road a mile or so ahead of us, and, at the pace we were proceeding, the sledge would certainly be upset in going around the angle. As we approached the point of peril, we ceased firing, laid our guns among the furs, ordered the speed of the horses to be slacken no easy thing to accomplish, and then both of us hung out as far as possible on the inner side of the sledge, to keep it from going over. As we made the turn, the sledge was poised for some distance on one of its runners, and if we had not taken all the precautions I have named, it would have gone over. From this point was a clear and comparatively straight run homeward of 10 or 12 miles, and the horses were put to their best work. They had no need of urging, as they knew the danger that threatened as well as we did. One horse stumbled and fell. He was up in an instant, but not before the wolves had actually reached the sledge. One of them jumped directly at it, but as he did so, I pressed the muzzle of my gun to his head and fired. Another sprang upon the fallen horse as he was rising to his feet, but was shaken off before he obtained a good hold with his fangs. The servants of the chateau heard us coming at full speed and our rapid firing. They knew something was the matter, and as we neared the house, they began shouting and waving lanterns. The wolves slackened their speed and gave up the chase, but not until we were within 100 yards of safety. We dashed into the courtyard, the gates were closed, and then Selmanoff and I, both fainting from exhaustion after our terrible ride, were assisted from the sledge and into the house. You may be sure that since then I have never wished to undertake a wolf hunt of this sort. An excellent story, said Frank. It is certainly better than those wherein people are obliged to draw lots to see who shall be sacrificed to the wolves in order that the others may escape. I agree with you, said Fred. There's quite enough of the sensational in having everybody get away safely after an exciting run, instead of being eaten up by their pursuers. If only the wolves are killed, it is all right, as they are enemies of the human race, and do no good to anyone except to furnish skins for sleigh robes, rugs, and other useful or ornamental things. It was agreed unanimously that the best known use for a wolf was to convert his skin into something of the kind described. When this decision had been reached, the conversation reverted to the sleigh ride through Siberia. We left the road in pursuit of wolves while traveling westward from Krasnoyarsk, said Mr. Hegeman. Jumping alcabas, suggested one of the youths. Yes, that was it exactly. Well, we jumped alcabas, rode over bare ground, were caught in a snowstorm, and had a tough time generally till we reached Tomsk, the next provincial capital. It takes its name from the river Tom on which it stands, and is a prosperous place with about 20,000 inhabitants. As at Irkutsk, there are many wealthy merchants in the city, and also a fair number of citizens who have made fortunes by mining for gold. The houses are spacious and well built, and there is a large gymnasium, or high school, for boys and an institute, or high school, for girls. Many private teachers find employment in rich families who prefer educating their children at home. Tomsk may be regarded as the most important place in Siberia next to Irkutsk. There is a line of water communication between Tomsk and Tyumen, 1,000 miles to the westward, but of course it is only available in summer. 15 or 20 steamboats are engaged in the traffic. They descend the Tom to the Ob, and the Ob to the Irtish, which they ascend to the Tabal. Then they follow the Tabal to the Tura, and the Tura to Tyumen. With barges in tow, the journey occupies 12 days. Without them, it is made in a week. Travelers are so few that it does not pay to run boats for passengers alone, and all the boats in use when I was there were mainly for freight purposes and had limited space for passengers. If you look at the map of Siberia, you will see that it possesses an excellent system of water communication. The only navigation of the Tom that I saw was by a native who had fallen through a hole in the ice and just crawled out. He stood dripping on the edge for a moment, as though uncertain what to do. Then, evidently realizing his danger, he sprang on his sledge and rode away to reach home before he was frozen solid. At the suggestion of my companion, we decided to go to Barnaul, which lies about 300 miles south of the main road and is the center of the Russian mining region of the Altai Mountains. We remained a day at Tomsk in order to see the governor and obtain his permission to leave our route, which was readily granted. We started in the evening, and 44 hours later drove into Barnaul and alighted at the hotel. An officer who left Tomsk a few hours in advance of us kindly notified the station masters of our approach, and thus caused them to have horses in readiness. If he had not done so, we should have been seriously delayed, as the regulations require only 3 troikas to be kept at the stations on the side road, while 10 are maintained along the Great Route. For the last part of the way, the drivers took us to houses of their friends instead of going to the post stations. The peasants through Siberia have a good many horses and are glad to earn money in this way by transporting travelers. Barnaul is a prosperous town, depending partly upon the gold mining interest and partly upon trade with the Kyrgyz and other people of Central Asia. It has a club, a geographical society, a large and interesting museum, together with smelting works, factories, and machine shops connected with the mining interests. Social conversation has a good deal to do with gold and silver and other precious things, and in summer many of the officials are absent at the mining establishments in the mountains. The society is similar to that of Irkutsk and fully as accomplished and hospitable. They told me I was the first American that had ever been in Barnaul, and I was most heartily welcomed and made to feel at home. One day, a gentleman invited me to call at his house and said his daughters were under the impression that Americans were black. "I will not undeceive them," said he, "and if they appear astonished when they see you, you will understand it." When I called at the house and was presented to the family, I was immediately surrounded by 3 or 4 little girls, and they looked with great curiosity at my face. Finally, one of them sidled up to her mother and said something, of which I caught the words, "Ni chorny, not black." After Frank and Fred had laughed over this little anecdote, their informant explained that the impression that Americans were black was not confined to the family of this gentleman at the foot of the Altai Mountains. He said he had been told of it on several occasions, not only in Siberia but in European Russia, but it was almost always confined to the lower class of people or to children who had received their information from servants. "I had an odd experience of this impression about our national color a few years ago," said Dr. Bronson. "It was in a small city of Austria where strangers do not often penetrate, and our countrymen are not as well known as in Vienna and Paris. I was making a purchase in a shop, and while chatting with the saleswoman she asked my nationality. I told her I was an American. She shook her head doubtingly and said she thought I must be an Englishman, as I didn't look like an American. "Why don't I look like an American?" I asked. "There was an American gentleman here a few months ago," said she, "and he was just as black as your hat." I didn't follow the topic further, said Dr. Bronson, but concluded to let her have her own opinion about my national complexion. "One of the most interesting things I saw at Barnaul," said Mr. Hegeman, resuming the subject of conversation, "was the government museum. I spent the greater part of a day there and only had time to glance over the admirable collection. There is a mining department which contains models of all the machinery used in gold mining, and in many instances the machines themselves. Some of the machines are nearly 100 years old and almost identical with those in use today. There is a letter from the Empress Elizabeth, bearing her autograph, giving directions about the working of the mines in her time. It is kept in an ivory box on the table around which the mining board holds its sessions. The first discoveries of precious metals in the Altai region were made by one of the Demidovs, who was sent there by Peter the Great. A monument in the public square of Barnaul records his services and keeps his memory green. There are models of mines similar to those in the mining school at St. Petersburg, so that the student can see what kind of work is before him. They showed me a steam engine which is said to have been made at Barnaul in 1764, for the purpose of blowing the furnaces. The director of the museum claimed that it was on the principle adopted by James Watt in 1765, and therefore, he argued, the credit of the improvement upon the old engine of Newcomen should be given to Siberia rather than to Scotland. Very interesting was the collection of natural history, which included the skins of 2 enormous tigers killed a few years before in one of the southern districts of western Siberia. Both these tigers had histories and were supposed to be murderers. One of them fell after a long fight in which he killed one of his assailants and wounded 2 others. The other tiger had sprung upon a man who was riding one horse and leading another. The man escaped by leaving the led horse for the tiger to devour. He rode to the nearest village where he could obtain weapons and assistance, and then returned to the locality of the attack. Carefully creeping through the tall grass, he found the tiger busy over his meal. Every few moments he raised his head and paused to listen for the sound of approaching footsteps, but so cautiously did the hunter proceed that he was not heard. He managed to get within 10 yards of the ferocious beast, and then by a well-directed shot stretched him on the ground. The fame he obtained for his prowess, and the money from the sale of the skin to the museum compensated him for the loss of the horse, but it must be remembered that he ran a great risk in searching for the tiger as he did. There were in the museum some fine specimens, stuffed of the berkut, an enormous eagle of the Altai Mountains. It is considerably larger than the American eagle and strong enough to kill easily a deer or a wolf. The Kyrgyz tame these eagles and employ them for hunting purposes, just as hawks were employed in England centuries ago. A berkut will swoop down upon a full-grown deer and kill him in a few minutes. A deer running at full speed can be overtaken by a berkut in a course of little more than a mile, when he has the advantage of fully a mile at the start. Sometimes when a pack of wolves has run down a deer and killed it, a pair of berkuts will appear and take possession of the game. 2 berkuts are a match for a dozen wolves, and the latter acknowledge their inferiority by getting out of the way immediately. Some experiments on the power of the berkut to resist poison were made at Barnaul shortly before my visit. Half a grain of curara, deadly poison from Brazil, had no effect beyond increasing the bird's appetite. 4 grains of strychnine caused his feathers to tremble 15 minutes after swallowing the stuff, and 5 hours later threw him into convulsions from which he recovered next day. A week later, 7 grains of curara had no effect upon him for 2 days. Then he went into convulsions, which lasted several hours and ended with his death. But we are staying too long at Barnaul and must go to the road again. From Barnaul, we went northward and westward to Tumen over the Great Baraba Steppe. It is but a step from one place to the other, but the distance is 1,000 miles, and we were a week in making it. We were caught in a burin, or storm, analogous to the Texas norther or the Bora of Trieste. The wind blew violently, the snow whirled in blinding masses, the road was so buried that several times we lost our way, and finally concluded it safest to wait at a station till the storm was over. Happily, we were not long delayed. In summer, these burins or uragans, a word which is probably of the same origin as hurricane, are sometimes so severe that they sweep dry the bed of a small river in a few minutes and create large clouds of dust as they pass over the land. The one we encountered was from the south, and therefore warm. A northern burin in winter is something terrific, as the thermometer goes very low and the intense cold added to the wind is destructive to animal life. Men and horses have been lost in these burins, and I was cautioned not to venture to face them if I could avoid doing so. Many Tartars live on the Baraba steppe, but we saw few of them, as we changed horses at the houses of the Russian peasants. There was formerly a very small population of Russians on the steppe between Tumen and Tomsk. The Governor-General of Siberia persuaded Catherine the Great to give him all the conscripts of a levy instead of sending them to the army. He settled them with their families in villages along the route across the steppe, and the present population consists of the descendants of these people, together with exiles and voluntary emigrants of the present century. Grain is produced in abundance on the steppe. Wheat, rye, and oats are often as low as 10 or 20 cents a bushel, as there is no market for produce beyond what can be sold to travelers. A railway is one of the hopes of the future, and when it comes, the steppe will be prosperous. A great deal of hemp and flax is raised there. I bought about 60 feet of half-inch rope for 30 cents at one station, and afterwards learned that I paid too much. Our harness was constantly breaking, and every few days it was necessary to buy a quantity of rope for purposes of repair. A Russian mujik will perform wonders of harness mending if you give him plenty of rope. I will not weary you with describing in detail the rest of the long sleigh ride. Through Tumen we went without delay, and from that place to Ekaterinburg we had no incident of consequence. At Ekaterinburg we stopped a day and passed several hours among the shops devoted to the sale of semi-precious stones, which are cut into all sorts of fantastic shapes. The town is as famous for these things as is Cologne for the perfumed spirit that bears its name, Naples for coral, or Benares for brassware. More than 1,000 workmen are engaged by private employers or by the government in this industry. The Granilnoy fabric, or government lapidary establishment, was closed at the time of my visit, which happened during Christmas week. I understand it has since been sold and is now in private hands. Itinerant dealers in the streets offer the cut crystals to strangers, and the waiters at the hotels have stocks of them for sale. The collections at the dealers are a bewildering array of amethyst, beryl topaz, tourmaline, chalcedony, jasper, aquamarine, malachite, quartz, and other stones. There are seals, paperweights, beads, vases, statuettes, brooches, buttons, charms, and an endless variety of ornamental things. There were imitations of leaves, flowers, and grapes tastefully arranged together and formed of differently colored stones. There were miniature caves and grottos in which the stones were artistically grouped. And there were busts of the Emperor of Russia and other high personages in the empire, together with busts of the reigning sovereigns of Europe. Learning that I was an American, the proprietor of one establishment showed me a half-finished bust of President Lincoln cut in topaz and about 6 inches high. We left Ekaterinburg one evening and about midnight passed the ridge of the Ural Mountains and entered European Russia. The Urals at this point are a succession of low hills covered with fir trees, and as you look at the range from Ekaterinburg, you would not suspect you were in the neighborhood of mountains. North and south of this point, the mountains become more steep, but they nowhere attain to great heights. All this part of the Urals is rich in minerals. There are extensive mines of iron, copper, and gold, those of iron being of the greatest, and the gold mines of the least importance. A very large part of all the iron used in Russia comes from the Urals, and the same is the case with the copper. The copper money of the empire is coined at the Moneta fabric, or mint, at Ekaterinburg, and from an immense foundry a few miles away comes the Russian sheet iron, which is so popular in America for the manufacture of parlor stoves and stovepipe. The Urals contain the only mines where malachite is found in quantities of any consequence, and when you look at a piece of this beautiful oxide of copper, you can be almost absolutely certain that it came from the neighborhood of Ekaterinburg. A mass of malachite weighing more than 400 tons was found there about the middle of the present century, the largest single piece ever discovered. At the boundary between European and Asiatic Russia, there is a stone monument with the word Europe on one side and Asia on the other. It is only 1,700 feet above the level of the sea, and was erected to commemorate the visit of the Emperor Alexander I to his Siberian dominions. I stepped from the sleigh and stood for a few moments with a foot in either continent. But though I made careful observation, I could not discover any difference between the soil, climate, productions, manners, customs, or social conditions of the Occident and Orient of the Old World. Down the western slope of the Urals, we drove as fast as our horses could carry us, making brief halts to change horses at the stations, jumping alcabas that threatened to shake us and our vehicles to pieces, repelling the advances of beggars that solicited us at every stopping place, riding sometimes for many miles at a time between double rows of birch trees, which the government has planted to mark the roads and prevent the snow from drifting, and now and then coming temporarily to grief through the breaking of our harness. We found the stations more numerous and more commodious than in Asiatic Russia, the country more densely peopled, and as the days of fasting had given way to days of feasting, we found an abundance of provisions wherever we stopped. We carried now only our tea and sugar, as everything else was easy to procure. We passed through Perm at night and in a snowstorm, and my recollections of the place are consequently few. From Kazan, my road lay along the frozen surface of the Volga to Nizhny Novgorod, where the sleigh ride was to terminate. Sometimes the sleigh was left on the ice of the river while the drivers went to the station on the bank to change horses, and sometimes it was driven up the sloping road and then down again. Going up was all right, but descending was occasionally perilous. The sleigh manifested a tendency to go faster than the horses. There was usually no protecting wall or rail at the outer edge of the slope, and more than once we narrowly escaped being pitched down a steep cliff of frozen earth to the solid ice 50 or 100 feet below. At such times, the way of safety lay in forcing the horses ahead, in the hope that they would overcome the sidling motion of the sleigh. As there was a chance that they might stumble and throw horses, sleigh, passengers, baggage, and driver all in a heap, the alternative was nearly as bad as the preliminary danger. On the 6th of January, we passed several places where baptizings through the ice were in progress. This is one of the days that the Church consecrates to baptismal ceremonies, and throughout the empire, many thousands of devout worshippers are plunged into the icy water. We did not stop to witness the ceremony, but caught a glimpse of a priest reading from a book, while another was holding by the hands a man whose head just rose above the surface of the water. As fast as the baptized ones emerged from the hole through the ice, they ran rapidly to the village, a short distance away. There at last are the domes of Nizhny Novgorod, and there I say farewell to my sleigh. I have passed 209 stations, with as many changes of horses and drivers. More than 700 horses have been attached to my sleigh and drawn me over a road of all degrees of goodness and badness. In 40 days from Irkutsk, I have spent 16 in the towns and villages on the way. I have slept 26 nights in my sleigh, with the thermometer varying all the way from 35 degrees above zero to 44 degrees below, and have passed through 4 severe storms and perhaps a dozen small ones. Including the detour to Barnaul, my sleigh ride was 3,600 miles long. From Stratensk around by Wieliczka to Irkutsk, I traveled about 1,400 miles in wheeled vehicles, so that altogether my land journey from the steamboat at Stratensk to the railway at Nizhny covers a distance of 5,000 miles. And now, said Mr. Hegeman in conclusion, if you want to cross Siberia, you can do it more easily than when I made the journey. From Perm, which you can reach by steamboat in summer, there is a railway to Ekaterinburg, and it will shortly be finished to Tumen, if it is not already. From Tumen, take a steamboat to Tomsk, if you don't mind roughing it a little, and from Tomsk your land journey need not be terrifying. You can easily make out the rest of the route by taking my own in reverse. Whether you descend the Amur or cross the desert of Gobi to Peking, you will have enough of novelty to compensate you for the fatigue. Since the above was written, the author has received a letter from M. Nikolai Ostrowski, director of the Ural Railway, which says, since October 1, 1878, Perm and Ekaterinburg have been united by the Ural Railway. Since January 1, 1886, trains have been running regularly between Ekaterinburg and Tumen. A line is under construction from Samara to Ufa, which will probably be extended to Ekaterinburg or Chelyabinsk, to form a direct line in the direction of Omsk, the capital of Occidental Siberia. The youths thanked Mr. Hegeman most heartily for the entertaining account he had given them of his journey through Siberia. Dr. Bronson added his acknowledgment to that of the youths, and the thoughts of the party were again turned to what was occurring around them. Chapter 20. Down the Volga again Russian reception, ceremony Simbirsk, Samara, and Saratov German settlers on the Volga, Don Cossacks, Astrakhan, curious population voyage on the Caspian Sea, the Caspian Petroleum region tank steamers interesting facts and figures of the new Petrolia, present product of the Baku oil fields, excursion to Balakhani, and visit to the oil wells, temples of the fire worshippers' antiquity of the Caspian Petroleum region Marco Polo, and other authorities. While our friends were listening to Mr. Hegeman's account of the journey through Siberia, the boat was continuing steadily on her course down the Volga. One of her passengers was a Russian count on the way to his estate, from which he had been absent for nearly 2 years. He had notified his people of his coming, and when the steamer stopped at the village where he was to land, there was quite an assemblage ready to meet him. Dr. Bronson ascertained that they would remain at the landing an hour or more, as there was a considerable amount of freight to be put on shore. The party prepared to spend the time on land, and quite unexpectedly Frank and Fred were treated to a curious and interesting spectacle. It was the welcome of the Count by his people, in accordance with Russian custom. As he ascended the bank to the village, he was met by a procession of men, women, and children. It was headed by 4 venerable men with long flowing beards and dressed in the sheepskin coats with which we have been made familiar. One of the men in front carried a dish on which was a loaf of bread, and his comrade had another dish filled with salt. One man of the second couple carried a jug or pitcher of water. The doctor explained to the youths that the presentation of bread, salt, and water was a ceremonial of Russian hospitality of very ancient date. The men bowed low as they approached the Count. On his part, he urged them to stand upright and regard him as their friend. They halted directly in front of him, and then the bearer of the bread spoke in dignified tones as follows. "We come, most noble master, to give the welcome of our village, and present you such food as we can offer, according to the ancient custom of our country." In a few kindly words, the Count thanked them for their hospitality, and wished that their lives would be prosperous and happy. Then he cut a slice out of the loaf of bread and ate it, after dipping it in the salt. Next, he drank a glass of the water, pouring it from the pitcher with his own hands. When he had finished, he again thanked the men for their hospitality and asked them to give his good wishes to all the people. This ended the ceremony, and the Count was then at liberty to enter the carriage that stood waiting and ride to his house, some distance back from the river. Dr. Bronson explained that bread and salt have a prominent place in Russian ceremonials, not only of welcome, but at weddings and on other occasions. The bread is invariably the rye or black bread of the country, and the guest to whom it is offered would show great rudeness if he declined to partake of it. A knife lies on the top of the loaf. The guest himself cuts the loaf, and must be careful to dip the slice in the salt before placing it in his mouth. In their descent of the Volga, our friends passed a succession of villages on either bank, and occasionally a town or city of importance. The day after leaving Kazan, they stopped at Simbirsk, the capital of the province of the same name and the center of a considerable trade. It is on the right bank of the river and has a population of 25 or 30,000. About 100 miles farther down the Volga is Samara, which generally resembles Simbirsk, but is larger and possesses a more extensive commerce. A railway extends from Samara to Orenburg, on the frontier of Siberia. On the other side of the Volga, Samara is connected with the railway system, which has its center at Moscow. With railway and river to develop its commerce, it is not surprising that the place is prosperous and has grown rapidly since the middle of the century. Mr. Hegeman told the youths that many Swiss and Germans were settled along this part of the Volga, and he pointed out some of their villages as the boat steamed on her course. The government allows them perfect freedom in religious matters, and they have an excellent system of schools, which they manage at their own expense and in their own way. In other respects, they are under the laws of the empire, and their industry and enterprise have had a beneficial effect upon their Muscovite neighbors. The first of these settlers came here more than 100 years ago. Their descendants speak both German and Russian and form quite an important part of the population. Larger than Simbirsk and Samara rolled into one is Saratov, about 100 miles below the city we have just described. It contains nearly 100,000 inhabitants. Its houses are well built and spacious, and its streets are unusually broad, even for Russia. Our friends took a carriage ride through the city, visited several of its 16 or 18 churches, and passed an hour or more in one of the factories devoted to the manufacture of leather goods. Frank and Fred thought the churches were fully equal to those of any other Russian city they had seen, with the exception of a few of the most celebrated, and they greatly regretted their inability to make a fuller inspection of the place. But they consoled themselves with the reflection that they had seen the principal cities of the empire, and the smaller ones could not offer many new and distinctive features. In the province of Saratov, they were on the border of the region of the Don Cossacks, and at some of the landings they had glimpses of this primitive people. Their country did not seem to be well cultivated, and Dr. Bronson told the youths that the Don Cossacks were more noted for skill in horsemanship than for patient industry. They prefer the raising of cattle, sheep, and horses to the labor of the field, and though many of them have accumulated considerable wealth, they have little inclination for luxurious living. An amusing scene at one of the landings was the Cossack method of shoeing an ox. Frank thus describes it. The poor beast was flung upon his side and firmly held down by half a dozen men, while his legs were tied together in a bunch. Then he was turned upon his back, so that his feet were uppermost, giving the blacksmith an excellent opportunity to perform his work. The blacksmith's helper sat upon the animal's head to keep him from rising or struggling. The unhappy ox indicated his discomfort and alarm by a steady moaning, to which the operators gave not the least attention. At a shop in one of the villages, we bought some souvenirs. Among them was a whip with a short handle and a braided lash, with a flat piece of leather at the end. The leather flap makes a great noise when brought down upon a horse's sides, but does not seem to hurt him much. Crackers, like those on American and English whips, seem to be unknown here. At any rate, we did not see any. The handle of the whip is sometimes utilized as the sheath of a knife. The one we bought contained a knife with a long blade and reminded us of the sword canes of more civilized countries. "We stopped at Tsaritsyn," said Fred in his journal, "and had a short run on shore. At this point the Volga is only 40 miles from the river Don, which empties into the Sea of Azov and is navigable in time of high water about 800 miles from its mouth. There is a railway connecting the rivers and also a canal. The latter is much longer than the railway and was made by utilizing the channels of some little streams tributary to the rivers and connecting them by a short cut. The Don is connected with the Dnieper as well as with the Volga. The three rivers form an important part of the great network of water communication with which Russia is supplied. The Dnieper enters the Black Sea at Kherson, near Odessa. Next to the Volga, it is the largest river of European Russia and flows through a fertile country. It is about 1,200 miles long, and its navigation was formerly much obstructed by rapids and other natural obstacles. Many of these hindrances have been removed by the government, but the river has lost some of its commercial importance since the railways were established. From Tsaritsyn to Astrakhan, there is not much of interest, as the country is generally low and flat, and the towns and villages are few in number. Much of the country bordering the river is a marsh, which is overflowed at the periods of the annual floods, and therefore is of little value except for the pasturage of cattle. As we approached the mouth of the Volga, we found the river divided into many channels. In this respect it resembles the Nile, the Ganges, the Mississippi, and other great watercourses of the globe. On one of these channels, the city of Astrakhan is built. It is not on the mainland, but on an island. Another channel passes not far from the one by which we came and maintains a parallel course for a considerable distance. Astrakhan is the most cosmopolitan city we have seen in Russia, even more so than Kazan. The character of its 70 or 80,000 inhabitants may be understood when I tell you that it has 37 Greek churches, 2 Roman Catholic, 2 Armenian, and 1 Protestant, and is the seat of a Greek archbishop and an Armenian bishop. Then it has an Indian temple, 15 mosques, and a Chinese pagoda. It has a botanical garden, an ecclesiastical school, schools of all the grades peculiar to the large towns of Russia, a naval academy, and I don't know how many other institutions. Books are printed here in Russian, Tartar, and other languages, and as you walk through the bazaars, your ears are greeted by nearly all the tongues of Europe and Asia. To get at the cosmopolitan peculiarities of the city, we were obliged to go through narrow and dirty streets, which somewhat marred the pleasure of our visit. In this respect, Astrakhan is more Oriental than Russian. Its history dates beyond the time of the Russian occupation of the lower Volga, and therefore we must expect it to have Oriental features in preponderance. In commercial matters, Astrakhan is important, as it stands between Europe and Central Asia and exchanges their goods. Great quantities of raw and embroidered silks, drugs, rhubarb, hides, sheepskins, tallow, and other Asiatic products come here, and in return for them, the Russians dispose of cotton and other manufactures suited to the wants of their Kyrgyz and Turkoman subjects or neighbors. We are told that there are more than 100 manufacturing establishments in Astrakhan. Vast quantities of salt are made here or in the immediate vicinity, and the fisheries of the Volga and the Caspian Sea, which is only 20 miles away, are among the most important in the world. Unfortunately, the harbor is so much obstructed by sand that only vessels of light draft can reach it from the Caspian. Since the opening of the railway connecting the Caspian with the Black Sea, much of the commerce which formerly came to Astrakhan is diverted to the new route. We landed from the steamer and were taken to a hotel which promised very poorly and fully sustained its promise. But any lodging was better than none at all, and as we were to remain only long enough to get away, it didn't much matter. We breakfasted on the steamer just before leaving it and had no use for the hotel for several hours. In our sightseeing, we went to a Tartar khan, or inn, a large building 2 stories high and built around a courtyard, in accordance with the Tartar custom. The courtyard receives wagons and horses, while the rooms that front upon it are rented to merchants and others who desire them. The master of the place will supply food to those who expressly ask for it and pay accordingly, but he is not expected to do so. Travelers pick up their food at the restaurants in the neighborhood and either bring it to their quarters or devour it at the place of purchase. A corridor runs around each story of the khan, and the rooms open upon this corridor. Under one of the stairways, there is a room for the Tartar postilions who care for the horses of travelers. With their round caps, loose garments, and long pipes, they formed a picturesque group around a fire, where one of their number was watching the boiling of a pot, which probably contained their dinner. In the last few years, Astrakhan has developed quite an important trade in petroleum, in consequence of the working of the wells at Baku, on the western shore of the Caspian. Steamers and sailing vessels bring it here in immense quantities, and from Astrakhan, it is shipped by the Volga to all parts of Russia, and also to Germany and other countries. There are several machine shops for the repair of steamships, steamboats, and barges engaged in the oil trade. The oil business of the Caspian region is growing very rapidly, and promises to make a serious inroad upon the petroleum industry of the United States. There is a line of steamers on the Caspian Sea for the transport of petroleum. They are constructed with tanks in which the oil is carried in bulk, and their engines are run by petroleum instead of coal. Their accommodations for passengers are limited, but as the voyage is made in a couple of days, we were not particular and took places on the first vessel that offered. Owing to the shallowness of the lower Volga, the oil steamers, excepting some of the smaller ones, do not come to Astrakhan, but transfer their cargoes at Diavit Foot, 9 feet, which is so called from its depth of water. Diavit Foot is 80 miles from Astrakhan, and on a shoal which spreads out like a fan beyond the mouth of the Volga. A small steamer having several barges in tow took us to the shoal, where we were transferred to the Karawan, a handsome steamer 252 feet long and 28 feet broad. There was a large fleet of river boats, barges, and sea steamers at Diavit Foot, and we watched with much interest the process of transferring kerosene from the tank steamers, which had brought it from Baku to the barges for conveyance up the river. An English gentleman, who was connected with the petroleum works at Baku, kindly gave the youths the following information. There are nearly 100 steamers on the Caspian engaged in the oil traffic. They are of iron or steel, average about 250 feet in length by 27 or 28 in breadth, and carry from 700 to 800 tons, 200,000 to 250,000 gallons of petroleum in their tanks. Their engines are of 120 horsepower and make a speed of 10 knots an hour. They use petroleum for fuel, and it is estimated that their running expenses are less than half what they would be if coal were burned instead of oil. The steamers were built in Sweden or England and brought through from St. Petersburg by means of the canals connecting the Volga with the Neva. Some of the largest steamers were cut in two for the passage of the canals, the sections being united at Astrakhan or Baku. The oil steamers for river work are from 60 to 150 feet long. They are fitted with tanks, like the sea steamers, and are powerful enough for towing tank barges in addition to the transport of their own loads. They run from Diavit Foot to Tsaritsyn, 400 miles up the Volga, the first point where there is railway connection to Western Europe. Some of them proceed to Kazan, Nizhny Novgorod, and other points on the upper Volga, and also through the canals to St. Petersburg, but the greater part of them land their cargoes at Tsaritsyn. When you get to Baku, you will see how rapidly the loading of the steamers is performed. When a steamer is ready for her cargo, An 8-inch pipe pours the kerosene into her tanks and fills her in about 4 hours. Then she starts for Diavit Foot, where the oil is pumped into the river steamers and barges. She fills her tanks with fresh water, partly in order to ballast her properly, and partly because water is very scarce at Baku, and then starts on her return. 5 or 6 days make a round trip, including the loading and unloading at either end of the route. At Baku, the water is pumped into reservoirs to be used in the refineries or for irrigating the soil in the vicinity of the works, and then the steamer is ready for her load again. From Tsaritsyn, the oil is carried in tank cars similar to those you have in America. I can't say exactly how many tank cars are in use, but think the number is not much below 3,000. 25 cars make an oil train, and these oil trains are in constant circulation all over the railways of Russia and Western Europe. Frank asked if the enterprise was conducted by the government or by individuals. "It is in the hands of private parties," said the gentleman, "who are generally organized into companies. The leading company was founded by 2 Swedes, Nobel brothers, who have spent most of their lives in Russia and are famous for their ingenuity and enterprise. The petroleum industry of Baku was practically developed by them. They originated the idea of transporting the Baku petroleum in bulk, and the first tank steamer on the Caspian was built by them in 1879, according to the plans of the elder brother. Bear in mind that the Volga is frozen for 4 months in the year, at the very time when kerosene is most in demand for light. Nobel brothers arranged for a system of depots throughout Russia and Germany, where oil could be stored in summer for distribution in winter. The largest of these depots is at Orel, and there are 4 other large depots at St. Petersburg, Moscow, Warsaw, and Saratov. The depot at Orel can receive 18 million gallons, and the 4 other large depots about 3 million gallons each. The smaller depots, together with the depot at Tsaritsyn, make a total storage capacity of between 50 and 60 million gallons of petroleum available for use when the Volga is frozen and traffic suspended. All this was done before the completion of the railway between the Caspian and Black Seas. The line from Batum, on the Black Sea, by way of Tiflis to Baku, on the Caspian, was opened in 1883, and immediately about 200 tank cars were set to carrying oil to where it could be loaded into steamers for transportation to the ports of the Mediterranean and to England. A pipeline similar to what you have in America to connect your oil regions with the seaboard will probably be established before long between Baku and Batum. The oil will be pumped from Baku to the crest of the pass through the Caucasus Mountains, and from there, it will run by gravity like a mountain stream down to the shores of the Black Sea. There it can be loaded into tank steamers or placed in barrels for distribution wherever it can find a market. "Perhaps I may be building castles in the air," said the gentleman, "since I am not of your nationality, but I look upon the European market for American petroleum as doomed to destruction. The Baku petroleum has driven your American product from Russia and is rapidly driving it from the markets of Germany, France, and Austria. We think it quite equal to your petroleum and in some respects superior. American oilmen claim that theirs is by far the better article, and as each side can bring the opinions of scientists to prove the correctness of its claim, the question resolves itself into one of cheapness of production and transportation. For the market of Europe and Asia, we think we have a great advantage in being nearer to it. It is as far from Batum to England as from New York, and therefore you may be able to supply Great Britain with petroleum by reason of the cost of transportation. 2 plans are under consideration for overcoming the disadvantages of the closing of the Volga route by ice for 1/3 of the year. Look on the map of Russia and see the position of Vladikavkaz at the foot of the Caucasus Mountains. The railway reaches that point, and it has been proposed to extend it to a connection with the Batum-Baku line at Tiflis, a distance of 110 miles. The line would be very costly, as it must run through the Caucasus Range. A longer but less expensive line would be from Vladikavkaz to Petrovsk, on the shore of the Caspian Sea, halfway between Baku and the mouth of the Volga. It could be reached in a day by the tank steamers from Baku, and communication is open for the entire year. Since either of these lines would be useful for strategic purposes as well as for commerce, it is probable that one or both of them will be built within the next few years. They would be useful for the supply of Russia and Germany in the winter season, and render the enormous storage depots less necessary than they are at present. The Baku petroleum is utilized not only for making kerosene, but for the manufacture of lubricating oils and for liquid fuel for steamship, railway, and other purposes. The oil refuse is burned on the steamer and railways. For the last 2 or 3 years, it has been employed by the Tsaritsyh Railway Company in its locomotives, where it has completely taken the place of coal. It is the only fuel used by the Transcaucasian Railway from Baku to Batum and Poti, and wherever it has been tried in competition with coal brought from great distances, it has been adopted. I wonder you don't make use of it in America. Dr. Bronson suggested that probably the reason why liquid fuel had not taken the place of coal in America was in consequence of the relative prices of the two substances. In Russia, said he, coal is dear, in America it is cheap, and our coal fields are exhaustless. 300,000 tons of coal have been carried annually from England to the Black Sea. It retails there for $10 or $12 a ton, which would be an enormous price in America. Now, what will your petroleum fuel cost at Batum? The present price, said his informant, is 26 English shillings, nearly $7 a ton. Weight for weight, it is cheaper than coal. 1 ton of it will make as much steam as 2 tons of coal, and thus you see there is an enormous saving in cost of fuel. Then add the saving in wages of stokers, the additional space that can be given to cargo, and the gain in cleanliness, as the liquid fuel makes neither smoke nor cinders. The Russian government is making experiments at Sebastopol with a view to adopting a staki, as petroleum refuse is called, as the fuel for its men of war. I predict that as fast as the furnaces can be changed, you will see all steamers on the Black Sea burning the new substance instead of the old. Come with me and see how the liquid fuel works. He led the way to the engine room of the steamer, said Frank, in his journal, and asked the engineer to show us how the machinery was propelled. The process is exceedingly simple. Small streams of petroleum are caught by jets of steam and turned into vapor. The vapor burns beneath the boilers and makes the steam, and that is all. The flow of steam and oil is regulated by means of stopcocks, and steam can be made rapidly or slowly as may be desired. Our friend told us that a fire of wood, cotton waste, or some other combustible is used to get up steam at starting. This is done under a small boiler distinct from the main ones, and it supplies steam for the pulverizer, as the petroleum furnace is called. When steam is on the main boilers, the small one is shut off, and the fire beneath it is extinguished. Even this preliminary fire is rendered unnecessary by a newly invented furnace in which a quantity of hydrocarbon gas is kept stored and in readiness. We were told that the action of the pulverizer is so simple that after the engineers have adjusted the flame at starting and put the machinery in operation, they do not give them any attention till the end of the voyage. One stoker, or fireman, is sufficient to watch all the furnaces of a ship and keep them properly supplied with a staki. A good many additional details were given which we have not space to present. The study of the petroleum question occupied the attention of the youths during the greater part of the voyage, and almost before realizing it, they were entering the Bay of Baku and making ready to go on shore. Frank and Fred were astonished at what they saw before them. Baku is on a crescent-shaped bay, and for a distance of 7 or 8 miles along its shores, there is a fringe of buildings on the land and a fringe of shipping on the water. 30 or 40 piers jut from the land into the bay. Some of the piers were vacant, while others had each from 3 to half a dozen steamers receiving their cargoes or waiting their turns to be filled. Not less than 50 steamers were in port, and there were several hundred sailing craft of various sizes and descriptions riding at anchor or tied up at the piers. It was a busy scene, the most active one that had greeted their eyes since leaving the fair at Nizhny Novgorod. They landed at one of the piers and were taken to a comfortable hotel facing the water and not far away from it. The youths observed that the population was a cosmopolitan one, quite equal to that of the fairgrounds of Nizhny. Russians, Armenians, Turkomans, Kyrgyz Persians, Greeks, all were there together with people of other races and tribes they were unable to classify. The streets were filled with carts and carriages in great number, and they found on inquiry that almost any kind of vehicle they desired could be had with little delay. Dr. Bronson and his young friends had visited the petroleum region of their own country and very naturally desired to see its formidable rival. They learned that the wells were 8 or 10 miles from Baku, and as it was late in the day when they arrived, their visit was postponed till the following morning. Securing a competent guide, they engaged a carriage, and early the next day left the hotel for the interesting excursion. We will quote Frank's account of what they saw. "We found the road by no means the best in the world," said the youth, "as no effort is made to keep it in repair, and the track is through a desert. On our right as we left Baku is the Chorny Gorod, or Black Town, which contains the refineries. It reminded us of Pittsburgh, with its many chimneys and the cloud of smoke that hung over it. Then we crossed the track of the railway and the lines of pipe that supply the refineries with oil. Right and left of us all over the plain there are reservoirs and pools of petroleum. There are black spots which indicate petroleum springs and white spots denoting the presence of salt lakes. By and by we see a whole forest of derricks, which tells us we are nearing Ballakhani, the center of the oil wells. Passing on our left the end of a salt lake 5 or 6 miles long, we enter the region covered by these derricks, and our guide takes us to the Drujba well, which spouted a stream of petroleum 300 feet high when it was opened. 2 million gallons of petroleum were thrown out daily for a fortnight or more from this one well, and 2 months after it was opened, it delivered 250,000 gallons daily. Our guide said it ruined its owners and drove them into bankruptcy. You will wonder, as we did, how a discovery that ought to have made a fortune for its owners did exactly the reverse. We asked the guide, and he thus explained it. The Drujba Company had only land enough for a well, and none for reservoirs. The oil flowed upon the grounds of other people, and became their property. Some of it was caught on waste ground that belonged to nobody, but the price had fallen so low that the company did not realize from it enough to pay the claims of those whose property was damaged by the debris that flowed from the well along with the petroleum. In this region, considerable sand comes with the oil. The sandy product of the Drujba well was very large and did a great deal of damage. It covered buildings and derricks, impeded workings, filled the reservoirs of other companies or individuals, and made as much havoc generally as a heavy storm. The process of boring a well is very much the same as in America and does not merit a special description. The diameter of the bore is larger than in America. It varies from 10 to 14 inches, and some of the wells have a diameter of 20 inches. Oil is found at a depth of from 300 to 800 feet. Every year the shallow wells are exhausted, and new borings are made to greater depths. They are nearly always successful, and therefore, though the petroleum field around Ballakhani is very large, the oil speculators show no disposition to go far from the original site. To do so would require a large outlay for pipelines or other means of transporting the product, and as long as the old spot holds out they prefer to stick to it. Our guide said there were about 500 wells at Ballakhani. There are 25,000 wells in America, but it is claimed that they do not yield as much oil in the aggregate as the wells in this region. From the wells, the oil is conducted into reservoirs, which are nothing more than pits dug in the earth or natural depressions with banks of sand raised around them. Here the sand in the oil is allowed to settle. When it has become clear enough for use, the crude petroleum is pumped into iron tanks, and then into the pipelines that carry it to the refineries in Chorny Gorod. Some of the ponds of oil are large enough to be called lakes, and there are great numbers of them scattered over the ground of Ballakhani. The iron cisterns or tanks are of great size. The largest of them is said to have a capacity of 2 million gallons. There is no hotel, not even a restaurant at Ballakhani, and we should have gone hungry had it not been for the caution of the hotel keeper, who advised us to take a luncheon with us. The ride and the exertion of walking among the wells gave us an appetite that an alderman would envy, and we thoroughly enjoyed the cold chicken, bread, and grapes which we ate in the carriage before starting back to the town. We reached the hotel without accident, though considerably shaken up by the rough road and the energetic driving of our Tartar coachman. While Frank was busy with his description, Fred was looking up the history of the oil wells of Baku. Here is what he wrote concerning them. For 2,500 years, Baku has been celebrated for its fire springs, and for 1,000 years it has supplied surrounding nations and people with its oil. From the time of Zoroaster, about 600 B.C., It has been a place of pilgrimage for the Ghebers, or fire worshippers, and they have kept their temples here through all the centuries down to the present day. At Surikani, about 8 miles from Baku and 4 or 5 from Balakhani, there are some temples of very ancient date. They stand above the mouths of gas wells, and for 20 centuries and more, the fire worshippers have maintained the sacred flame there without once allowing it to become extinct. On the site of Baku itself, there was for centuries a temple in which the sacred fire was maintained by priests of Zoroaster until about AD 624. The Emperor Heraclius, in his war against the Persians, extinguished the fires and destroyed the temple. Since the 8th century, and perhaps earlier, the oil has been an article of commerce in Persia and other Oriental countries. Read what Marco Polo wrote about it in the 13th century. On the confines of Georgian, there is a fountain from which oil springs in great abundance, inasmuch as 100 shiploads might be taken from it at one time. This oil is not good to use with food, but tea's good to burn, and is used also to anoint camels that have the mange. People come from vast distances to fetch it, for in all countries there is no other oil. It is probable that the good Marco means camel loads rather than shiploads, at least that is the opinion of most students of the subject. The fire temple of the Ghebers is a walled quadrangle, with an altar in the center, where the fire is kept. The sides of the quadrangle contain cells where the priests and attendants live, and in former times there were frequently several thousands of pilgrims congregated there. We were told that the place would not repay a visit, and therefore we have not gone there, as we are somewhat pressed for time, and the journey is a fatiguing one. For a considerable space around the temple, there are deep fissures in the ground whence the gas steadily escapes. Before the Russians occupied the country, there was an annual sacrifice by the fire worshippers. A young man was thrown into one of the fissures, where he perished, though some writers assert that he leaped voluntarily through the persuasion of the priests. Though famous through many centuries, and carried thousands of miles east and west for purposes of illumination, the oil of Baku was never gathered in large quantities until the present century. And the exploitation of the oil fields on a grand scale is an affair of the last 20 years. In 1820, it was estimated that the yield of the Baku oil wells was about 4,000 tons of naphtha, of which the greater part was sent to Persia. The annual production remained about the same until 1860, when it was 5,484 tons. In 1864, it was 8,700 tons. In 1870, 27,500. And in 1872, 24,800 tons. Down to that time, the government held a monopoly of the oil fields and levied a royalty for operating them. In 1872, the monopoly was removed, and the lands were offered for sale or long lease. There was a rush of speculators to the oil fields, stimulated by the knowledge of what had been accomplished in America. 64,000 tons were produced in 1873, 94,000 in 1875, 242,000 in 1877, 420,000 in 1880, 800,000 in 1883, and over 1 million tons in 1884. In 1885, the total quantity of raw petroleum pumped or received from the wells was 105,000,000 poods, or nearly 2 million tons. 27 million poods, or nearly 500,000 tons, were distilled at Baku. The largest portion, 2/3 at least, was sent off by sea to Astrakhan, and thence up the Volga to be forwarded by tank cars for distribution to all parts of Russia and to Baltic ports, and thence to Germany and England. About 7,250,000 poods have been shipped by the Transcaucasian Railway to Batum, on the Black Sea, going thence to the Danube, to Odessa, to Marseille, and some by the Suez Canal to India and China. Every day, large trains of tank cars leave Baku via Tiflis for Batum, and a pipeline from Baku to Batum may be looked for before long. Down to 1870, the oil was taken from pits which were dug like ordinary wells. Boring began in that year on the American system, and the first bored well went into operation, the oil being pumped out by the ordinary pumping machinery. The first flowing well, or fountain, as it is called here, was struck in 1873. In that year there were only 17 bored wells in operation, but by the end of 1874 there were upward of 50. The flowing wells ceased to flow after a time, varying from a few weeks to several months. One well spouted 40,000 gallons of oil daily for more than 2 years, and afterwards yielded half that amount as a pumping well. The history of many wells of this region is like a chapter from the Arabian Nights. We are in the midst of oil and shall be as long as we remain at Baku. There are pools of oil in the streets. The air is filled with the smell of oil. The streets are sprinkled with oil, as it is cheaper and better than water. Ships and steamers are black and greasy with oil, and even our food tastes of oil. Everybody talks oil and lives upon oil, figuratively at least, and we long to think of something else. Note to second edition: since the first edition of this book was printed, the following telegram has been received. Baku, October 5. At Tajif's wells, a fountain has commenced playing at the rate of 30,000 poods of petroleum an hour. Its height is 224 feet. In spite of its being 5 versts from the town, the petroleum sand is pouring upon the buildings and streets. 30,000 poods are equivalent to 125,000 gallons. Multiplied by 24, it gives the unprecedented yield of 3 million gallons a day. Estimating 30 gallons to the barrel, we have a well flowing 100,000 barrels of oil daily. This is something never dreamed of by the wildest petroleum speculator in America. A single well of the Baku district is producing more oil than the aggregate of all the petroleum wells in the United States. Plans for a pipeline from Baku to Batum, with an annual capacity of 160 million gallons, have been completed, and the work will be pushed as rapidly as possible. The successful operation of this pipeline can hardly fail to have a serious effect upon the petroleum industry of America. Chapter 21. A glance at Central Asia-Russian conquest in Turkestan War and diplomacy among the Kyrgyz tribes, Russian taxes, and their collection. Turkoman and Kyrgyz raids prisoners sold into slavery, fortified villages and towers of refuge commerce in Turkestan, jealousy of foreigners' travels of Vambury and others. Vambury's narrow escape. Turkoman character payments for human heads marriage customs among the Turkomans. Extent and population of Central Asia. When our friends had completed their study of the petrolia of Europe, they looked around for new worlds to conquer. Being in Russia, they followed Russian tendencies and turned their eyes in the direction of Central Asia. "Wouldn't it be a splendid trip," said Frank, "to go through Central Asia to India and the Far East? How long would it take, and would it be very expensive?" "I'm afraid there would be too many difficulties in the way," replied the doctor, with a smile. "In the first place, the Russians are not inclined to allow men of other nationalities to see what they are doing in the disputed country between their possessions and those of the English. They would treat us very politely, but in one way and another would keep us from crossing Afghanistan to the English lines. We should not be welcome visitors among the English in northern India. Most of them regard Americans as more friendly to Russia than to England in whatever concerns Central Asia, and the English officials in the disputed country would not aid our movements. What would be our facilities for traveling, supposing we met with no official opposition?" "Starting from Baku," replied the doctor, "we could cross the Caspian to Mikhailovsk in a steamer in from 16 to 18 hours. Mikhailovsk is in what was once the Turkoman country, but is now Russian territory. It was permanently occupied in 1869, and since that time, Russia has been extending her possessions until she is now at the borders of India, with only a narrow strip of territory between the English possessions and her own. From the time of Peter the Great to the present," the doctor continued, "Russia has been steadily pressing farther and farther into Asia. If inclined to be a punster, I should say she has advanced step by step. The Kyrgyz and Turkoman steppes have been conquered one after another, sometimes by fighting, and sometimes by diplomacy, but more frequently by a skillful combination of both forms of conquest. The Russians have a thorough knowledge of Asiatic people, probably because they have so much Asiatic blood in their own veins, and in their dealings with the savage or half-civilized natives of this vast country, they manage things much better than the English do. A large part of the Kyrgyz country was won without actual fighting, though with military assistance. It was generally in this wise. Two tribes might be at war with each other, and Russia, after some negotiation, would come to the aid of the weaker. The presence of a Russian battalion of cavalry would be quite sufficient to frighten the stronger tribe into keeping the peace, as its chief would understand that resistance might cost him his dominions. Having made matters quiet, the Russian commander would propose to leave and let the chief whose cause he had been espousing take care of himself. The chief would then see for the first time the uncomfortable situation he would be in with the retirement of his ally. The stronger tribe would assail him and be all the more bitter against him on account of his alliance with the Russians. He begged the Russians to stay. After some hesitation, they consented, provided the management of affairs was handed over to them. They generally received what they wanted, and then proceeded to conquer the other tribe and make themselves master over both. Sometimes the Russians follow another policy. They establish themselves with the weaker tribe, make peace between the two factions, and then build a fort and coolly announce that they will remain permanently. The tribes find it useless to resist, and thus they become subject to Russia. Don't the English accuse the Russians of stirring up trouble among the Kyrgyz and Turkoman tribes, so as to have an excuse for interference? One of the youths inquired. I believe they do, the doctor answered. The Russians indignantly deny that such is the case. Of course they would deny it, even if confronted with unquestionable proof. They have sent a great many military expeditions into Central Asia in the last 50 years. For a long time their base of operations was at Orenburg, on the frontier of Siberia, but latterly it has been transferred to the shores of the Caspian. Orenburg is now far in the rear, and its chief use is as a military post, from which order is maintained among the Kyrgyz. Some of the Russian expeditions have turned out disastrously, but they have always followed a disaster by a triumph. In one expedition, every man was killed, captured, or perished of starvation or thirst in the desert, but immediately another army was put in motion, and the Russians more than recovered the prestige they had lost. The list of the battles fought in Central Asia is a long one, but longer still is the list of bloodless conquests made through Russian diplomacy. Khanates, chieftaincies, and principalities have been absorbed by Russia in her southward and eastward march over the steppes and along the valleys of the rivers. The cities of Tashkent, Samarkand, Khiva, Khakin, and Bokhara have passed from the flag of the intolerant Moslem to that of the tolerant Russian, and with the cities have gone the khanates and principalities of which they were the capitals. Fred asked if the subjugation of these territories had been beneficial to their inhabitants or not. In every way it has been a benefit to them, and none of those who are peaceably disposed would care to return to their old condition. The Russian yoke is easy upon the necks of the inhabitants. The Russians make no interference with the religion, laws, manners, and customs of the people. Excepting where they are manifestly cruel or tyrannical, they allow the natives to do exactly as they like, protect them in the possession of their property, give them facilities of trade never before enjoyed, and in every way better their condition. In place of the outrageous taxes formerly levied by the Moslem authorities whenever the Khan or his officials wanted money, the Russians have a fixed annual tax which is never above the easy ability of the subject to pay. It is generally asserted that the taxes in Asia are much lighter than those of European Russia, to make sure that there shall be no discontent among the people. The Russian government requires that every subject shall pay a tax, not so much for the value of the article received as an acknowledgement of subjection. In the settled portions of Russia, the tax is payable in money, but in the wilder regions taxes are collected in kind. On the shores of the Arctic Ocean, and through all the northern part of Siberia, the yesak, or tax, is 1 fox skin. In Kamchatka it was formerly 1 sable skin, but since the increase in the price of the fur, 1 skin is received for every 4 inhabitants, who arrange the division among themselves. In some of the grain-growing parts of the empire, the tax is paid in grain. On the Amur River it is paid in fish, and among the Kyrgyz and Turkomans it is paid in cattle, sheep, or horses, which constitute the circulating medium of the country. In return for this tax, and provided the new subject in Central Asia behaves himself, he has the protection of a powerful government. The Russian government has its faults, but it is immeasurably superior to the old way in which these countries were ruled. By the religion of the Moslem might makes right, and this was the foundation of the governmental system of the Kyrgyz and Turkoman tribes, together with the Khanates previously mentioned. Robbery was a recognized means of making a living, not robbery by detail, as practiced by highwaymen and burglars, but wholesale robbery in which entire tribes were concerned. Many thousands of people lived by raiding, and the raid was as legitimate a way of acquiring property as selling goods in a shop and making a profit on them. Frank and Fred made an exclamation of surprise as the doctor continued. The Kyrgyz who occupy the region immediately south of the Altai Mountains and are still found on the southern confines of the Baraba steppe are broken into many independent tribes. They are nomadic in their habits, wandering from place to place in search of pasturage for their immense flocks and herds. In winter, they frequent the valleys among the outlying hills of the Altai Mountains and in summer descend upon the plains. Many of the tribes live altogether on the plains, and their range covers many thousands of square miles. Quarrels were numerous among them, chiefly growing out of disputes about pasturage or water, and these are the quarrels in which the Russians interfered, both in the interest of humanity and the spread of their power. Frequently, these disputes led to raids for purposes of plunder. Quite as frequently, one tribe would make a raid on another with which it was at peace for the sole object of robbery. Attacks were generally made at night, and if they were successful, the robbers would drive off the flocks and herds of the tribe assailed. Men, women, and children were taken to be sold into slavery in the markets of Khiva and Bokhara, or kept among their captors. These slaves were treated with the greatest cruelty. They were severely beaten for the slightest offense or failure to perform what had been ordered, were poorly fed, and often compelled to wear chains. They were generally maimed for life, by means of a horsehair run through the heel, in order to prevent their escape from captivity. All this business was brought to an end by the Russians when they occupied the Kyrgyz country. They compelled the tribes to live peacefully with each other, and if any dispute arose about water or pasturage, it was referred to the Russian commander of the district for adjustment. If one tribe made a raid on another, it was compelled to give up the stolen property, and furthermore a heavy fine was levied upon the raiders, half going to the Russian government and half to the injured tribe. The Russians generally made the fine heavy enough to furnish a percentage for the officers who took the trouble to adjust the differences. Russian goods were introduced among these nomadic people, markets were opened, and every facility was offered for the increase of commerce. Long caravans were constantly in motion between Orenburg, Sempilatninsk, and other points in Russian territory, and Khiva, Bokhara, and Samarkand, far to the east. They traversed the Kyrgyz and Turkoman country, and wherever they went they found a material difference in the matter of safety, whether the territory was under Russian rule or remained independent. If the latter, the caravans were constantly liable to attack and plunder. If the former, they were invariably free from molestation. The capture of Bokhara, Samarkand, and Khiva reduced the slave markets of the Turkoman raiders, but by no means put an end to their plundering expeditions. The independent Turkomans were estimated to be about 1 million in number, divided into several tribes, who sometimes warred upon each other, but constantly upon the Persians and other peaceable people. In the wars between Khiva and Bokhara, Samarkand, and Kakan, they took sides with those who would pay the most for their services. Down to very recently, the whole of northern Persia was subject to Turkoman raids, and agriculture was carried on under great difficulties. The raids were sometimes carried up to within 100 miles of Tehran, or about 500 miles inside the Persian boundary. They were organized months beforehand, and sometimes as many as 5,000 or 6,000 men were engaged in a single enterprise. A raid was called a chapo by the Persians. In the Turkoman language, it was an alaman. In an article in Harper's Magazine for March 1886, Mr. William Simpson, an English artist and journalist, who went to the Afghan frontier with the Boundary Commission, says it is only within a couple of years that the raiding was brought to an end. He frankly credits Russia with the suppression of the raiding system and says she deserves the thanks of the civilized world. A Turkoman leader would announce his intention of making an alaman, but the route was always kept secret through fear of betrayal. The Turkomans are splendid horsemen, and while organizing an expedition, they put their steeds under a system of training to enable them to make long and swift marches whenever occasion required. When everything was ready, the party started. It traveled slowly until it reached the Persian frontier and was often weeks on the way. Passing the frontier, the hard work of the campaign began. The region selected for the raid was reached as soon as possible. Then the invading force was divided into small parties, and each had a particular village assigned to it. Their movements were made so as to catch the people at work in the fields and capture the cattle before they could be driven into a place of safety. Not only the cattle, but all the men, women, and children that could be seized were taken. The old and useless were slaughtered without mercy. The young or able-bodied were carried off, to be sold into slavery. A wealthy Persian was held for a heavy ransom, but a poor man had no chance of redemption. The plundering was kept up as long as there was anything to steal, and then the expedition returned to its own territory. Sometimes in a single raid as many as 100,000 horses, sheep, goats, and other animals were captured, and 1,000 or more people were carried into slavery. Frank asked if the Persian government made no provision for the protection of its people. "Very little," replied the doctor. "The Persian troops were in the cities and large towns, which the Turkomans never attacked, and as there was no telegraph through the country, the raiders almost invariably got to a safe distance before a pursuit could be started. Very often the Persian officials on the frontier connived at the raids, and the people were forced to rely upon themselves for protection. In what way could they do anything against the robbers?" was the very natural query that followed this statement. "Their villages are built of mud and may be called forts," the doctor replied. "The walls are from 20 to 30 feet thick and about 40 in height. They form a quadrangle or circle where cattle can be driven at night, and there is only a single doorway, too low to permit the passage of a man on horseback. The raiders never stop to besiege a place. All their work is done by a sudden dash, and the Turkoman would never think of dismounting to pass the low doorway. Inside there is a stone door which may be closed to prevent ingress. It is thick and strong, and once inside of their mud village the people are safe. Here is a picture of one of these villages," said the doctor. "It is called Lasgird and is about 100 miles east of the capital of Persia. You will observe that there is a double tier of dwellings on the top of the circular wall. The enclosed space accommodates the cattle and other livestock of the village, and is also utilized for the storage of grain. On the outside, near the top, there is a balcony made of projecting timbers covered with branches of trees. It has no outer railing, and must be a very unsafe place for a promenade. Inside of such a retreat the people had nothing to fear, as the Turkomans have no artillery and did not care to stay long enough to batter down the walls." Fred remarked that it must be difficult for those at work in the fields at any distance to get to the village before they were overtaken by the raiders on their swift horses. "So it is," was the reply, "and to further protect themselves they had towers of refuge in their fields where they could run in case of danger. Some of the towers had ladders on the outside which were drawn up as the Turkomans approached, while others were entered by narrow doorways similar to those of the villages. On the hills there were signal towers where watchmen were stationed. When the dust of an approaching alaman was seen, the watchmen gave warning and the people fled for safety." "What a life to lead," said one of the youths, "always apprehensive of danger and never knowing when the murderous Turkomans might come." "It was much like the life of the early settlers of New England," said the doctor, "when the Indians were liable to come at any moment, and the men carried their guns to church on Sunday. The same condition of things has continued until quite recently on our western frontier, and still exists in a few places in Texas and New Mexico. But the difference is that in our country it never lasted for many years in any one place, while in Persia the situation was the same for centuries. These Turkoman thieves hampered agriculture in the way I have described, and they also restricted commerce by plundering the caravans. Merchants traveled with an armed escort and in large numbers. Even this did not save them from attack, as a great caravan was unwieldy, and often the robbers would dart in and seize a few camels laden with merchandise, while the escort was so far away in another part of the line that it could not rush to attack the marauders until they had finished their work and departed. And remember that for centuries trade has followed this dangerous route. A curious thing about these raids is that the departure of a plundering expedition was always accompanied by religious ceremonies. The mullahs, or Moslem priests, gave their blessing to the thieves and prayed for Allah's favor upon the enterprise. When the party returned laden with plunder, and driving slaves and stolen cattle in great number, the same priests offered prayers in thanks for Allah's blessing, and a portion of the proceeds of the expedition was set apart for the cause of religion. "Then they must be of a different religion from the Persians," Fred observed, as they would not be likely to make war upon people of their own faith. Unfortunately for your theory, that was not the case, the doctor answered. Persians and Turkomans are all Moslems. They have different sects, just as have the adherents of the Christian religion, but in a general way, they may be said to be of the same faith. Moslems make war upon each other with very little hesitation. The only thing in which they appear to be united is in their hatred of all other religions than their own. I suppose they have not received travelers with any courtesy, said Frank. Do they permit foreigners to visit their country and study its character? Not at all, was the reply, if they can prevent it, and they are not at all particular about the mode of prevention. Of course, since the country was occupied by Russia, there has been a change in this respect, and under Russian protection, a stranger may travel there with comparative safety. In former times, most of the Europeans who ventured into Turkestan, the collective name for the countries of Central Asia, paid the penalty of their temerity with their lives. Russians, Englishmen, Germans, and others perished, and not one explorer in 10 returned to tell the story of his travels. 2 English ambassadors, Colonel Stoddart and Captain Cannoli, ventured into Bokhara about 1840 and were murdered, the former after 4 years' imprisonment and the latter after a 12-month. Stoddart was repeatedly tortured and finally was promised his freedom if he would embrace the Moslem religion. To save his life, he consented and went through the required ceremony. The emir of Bokhara continued to torture him and finally ordered the heads of both Cannoli and Stoddart to be cut off in the public square of Bokhara. Stoddart was executed first, and then the emir offered Cannoli his freedom if he would become a Moslem. No, said he, I prefer to die. Stoddart became a Moslem and you have killed him. Go on with your work. The emir nodded to the executioner, and the work of execution was completed. Wood, another Englishman, who went to Bokhara to ascertain what had become of Stoddart and Cannoli, was imprisoned for some time and narrowly escaped with his life. A more fortunate explorer was Arminius Vambery, a Hungarian who traveled through Central Asia disguised as a dervish from Constantinople. At the very outset of his journey, he was obliged to wait for 3/4 of a year in Tehran before he could find the right kind of party to travel with. In his character of dervish, he associated with pilgrims like himself, who wished to visit the Moslem shrines of Bokhara and Samarkand. They were 24 in number, and nearly all of them were distinguished for their poverty. They intended to beg their way through the country and back again. Vambery had a little money, which he carefully concealed, as it would not be in accordance with his assumed character of dervish to be known to have any ready cash. Illustration: Vambery's reception by Turkoman chief on the Caspian shore. From Tehran, they went north to the Turkoman country, which then extended westward to the shores of the Caspian Sea. On landing, they were greeted by the Turkoman chief who ruled in that district. He was very hospitable and entertained them for a whole month merely for the sake of having visitors. In a caravan of Turkoman horsemen, they journeyed to Khiva, crossing a desert region where for days they had only the water they carried on their saddles. They fell short of water, and while their suffering was severe, they were relieved by the chief of the caravan, who had an extra store concealed in his baggage. As he doled it out to the pilgrims, he said it had always been his custom to carry an extra supply of water while crossing the desert and distribute it when most needed. But this same man had proposed a few days before to leave Vambery to perish in the desert, on the mere suspicion that he was a European in disguise. Vambery gives an excellent description of the Turkoman character, which has been fully confirmed by other travelers and later by the Russian conquerors of Turkestan. They are honest in their dealings with each other and often display much tenderness. At the same time, they are the most brutal of slave masters and man-stealers, and capable of the severest cruelty. Vambery says that one day a Turkoman said it was a sin to destroy a basket in the desert, because it had once been the seat of a man on a camel. The same man denied a drop of water to a slave whom he had fed on saltfish for 2 days, and his delight at the suffering of his victim was equal to that of a countryman over the antics of a clown at a circus. Some of the tribes, in their wars with each other, cut off the heads of those whom they slay in battle and bring them home as trophies. Vambery happened to be present in Khiva when, one day, the Khan's treasurer was paying for human heads. As each warrior came forward, he emptied his sack on the ground and an accountant made note of the number of skulls and the name of their owner. The payment was not in money, but in robes of honor, which were of different colors, according to the number of slain to each warrior's credit. Some received the robe of 40 heads, others the robe of 20, and others that of 10, 5, or 4. It was like the different degrees of the decorations awarded by the rulers of the nations of Europe, or the rewards of merit issued by a school teacher to diligent and well-behaved pupils. Another time, Vanbury was in the public square of Khiva when about 300 prisoners of war were brought in. They were separated into 2 divisions, those who had not reached their 40th year and were to be sold as slaves or given as presents, being placed in one category. They were chained together and led away, and then the old men were brought forward for punishment, and what do you suppose it was? These gray-bearded old men were tied hand and foot and placed flat on their backs on the ground. Then their eyes were gouged out, the executioner kneeling on the breast of each to perform his dreadful work. Each time when he finished with a victim, he deliberately wiped his knife on the latter's flowing beard. Vanbury says the scene will make him shudder as long as he lives, and no wonder. And yet he found the people of Khiva full of pious charity. The same Khan who had ordered this cruel treatment of prisoners of war loaded the supposed dervish and his companions with presents and showed them every kindness. When Vanbury left in the direction of Bokhara, he was mounted on a good donkey and had plenty of clothing, provisions, and money, which had been given him by the faithful. Vanbury says he one day asked a robber who was noted for piety how he could sell his brother religionists into slavery. The robber replied that the holy book, the Quran, was certainly more precious than man, and yet it was bought or sold for a few small coins. He added that Joseph, the son of Jacob, was a prophet, but was sold into slavery without being any the worse for it. His argument was forcible, and the stranger concluded it was best not to oppose it. Frank asked how the women of the Turcoman tribes were treated by their lords and masters. Women among the Turcomans have an inferior position, as in all Moslem countries, the doctor replied. They are far more the slaves of their husbands than their equals. Sometimes they are treated with great kindness, but more frequently their lives are full of hardship. They perform most of the labor of the camp and village, the men being chiefly occupied with the care of the flocks and herds, making expeditions for the sake of plunder, or warring on neighboring tribes. Husbands sell their wives as they sell cattle or sheep, and the poor creatures have no redress for their wrongs. A husband buys his wife from her parents, and she has very little voice in the transaction. The price is generally based upon the social standing of the parties and the ability of the purchaser to pay for the property. Among nearly all the nomad tribes of Turkestan, the marriage ceremony includes a race for the bride. The game is called cockberry, green wolf, and is decidedly interesting. The girl is mounted on a swift horse and carries the carcass of a lamb before her on the saddle. She is given a certain start in advance of the bridegroom and his friends. They follow on horseback, and unless the bridegroom can take the lamb from her hands during the race, the match is off. She makes a show of resistance and generally leads the party a long distance, but the affair having been negotiated beforehand is pretty sure to end in the surrender of the lamb. In some tribes, the girl must be lifted from the saddle by the bridegroom, who carries her on his own horse back to the point of starting. There is this difference in the treatment of the women of Turkestan and those of most other Moslem countries, the doctor continued, that they are not required to cover their faces. In Turkey, Egypt, and Arabia, the Moslem woman who leaves her face uncovered commits an act of great impropriety, but this is not the case in Turkestan. Many of the women are quite pretty in their youth, but their good looks do not last long. The men are of good height and figure, and their manners are grave and dignified. The hair and beard are dark, and the complexion may be set down as a light shade of brown. Frank asked how many tribes and people were included in Turkestan or Central Asia, and how great was the population. That is a very difficult question to answer, said the doctor. In fact, it is impossible to do so exactly. The census taker is unknown in Central Asia, except in the cities and towns. Even there, he does not enumerate the whole population, but only the heads of families and the men capable of bearing arms. Turkestan includes all the country between the Caspian Sea and the 110th degree of longitude east, and from Siberia southward to Persia, Afghanistan, and Thibet. Turkestan means the land of the Turks. On the maps, it is generally divided into eastern and western Turkestan, the former lying partly in the Chinese Empire, and the latter covering the vast plain of the Caspian and Aral Seas. The population is variously estimated at from 8 to 12 millions. Russia has absorbed nearly all of western Turkestan, and the Russian officials think they have at least 8 millions of people in their new possessions. The tribes and provinces are divided and subdivided so that they are not easy to name. Western Turkestan was formerly known as independent Tartary and comprises the Turkoman steppes, the Khanates of Khiva, Bokhara, Samarkand, and Khakan, together with Balkh and some smaller provinces which are in dispute between Russia and Afghanistan. These disputes have led to quarrels between Russia and England, and quite likely will lead to war at no distant day. The people dwelling in Turkestan are mainly of the Turkish race. Their language is Turkish, and the country was the seat of the race that spread its boundaries by a career of conquests, which did not stop until it entered Europe and pressed as far westward as the walls of Vienna. Briefly, we may say the inhabitants of Turkestan are Ozbeks or Uzbeks, the dominant race, Turkomans, Kyrgyz, Karakalpaks, Tajiks, Persians, Kipchaks, and a few Arabs, Hindus, and Jews. The Ozbeks are the most civilized people of the country, and are mainly settled in the cities and towns. They fill most of the official positions, and their leading families can trace their descent for centuries. The Persians are mostly descended from those who have been stolen by the Turkomans and sold into slavery, and the Arabs, Hindus, and Jews may be regarded as wanderers who have been drawn there by business or accident. I have already told you something of the Kyrgyz, whose country was the first to be absorbed by Russia. The other people of Turkestan besides those just mentioned are not sufficiently numerous or important to deserve special description. If you wish further particulars, you will find them in Schuyler's Turkestan, Vanberry's Travels in Central Asia, History of Bokhara and Shaw's High Tartary, Yarkand, and Kashgar. The conversation was interrupted by a gentleman who called to ask if Dr. Bronson and his young friends would like to make a trip to the other side of the Caspian Sea. A steamer was to leave in 2 or 3 hours for Mikhailovsk, and the next morning would see them landed in the country where, until quite recently, the Turkomans reigned and robbed at will. The invitation was promptly accepted, and when the steamer left Baku, our friends were among her passengers. What they saw and heard will be told in the next chapter. Chapter 22. Frank and Fred in the Turkoman country, the Trans-Caspian Railway, Skoblev's campaign, and the capture of Göktepe. English jealousy of Russian advances, rivers of Central Asia, the Oxus and Jaxartes, agriculture by irrigation, Khiva, Samarkand, and Bokhara, a ride on the Trans-Caspian Railway, statistics of the line, Kizil Arvat, Askabad, and Sarax, route to Herat and India, Turkoman devastation. The Afghan boundary question, how Merv was captured, Donovan and Makahan. Their remarkable journeys, railway route from England to India, return to Baku. Illustration, map showing the relations of Russia and England in the east. Our young friends were up early, in their eagerness to see the country of the Turkomans. They found themselves looking at a comparatively flat region, quite in contrast with the chain of the Caucasus, that filled the horizon to the west of Baku and interposed a formidable barrier between the Caspian and Black Seas. The steamer headed into a narrow bay which formed the harbor of Mikhailovsk, the new town whence the Trans-Caspian Railway takes its departure in the direction of India. Everything indicated the newness of the place. Houses, barracks, piers, railway station, all were new, and many of the houses were not even finished. Russian soldiers and Russian officers were numerous in the crowd at the landing place, and there were scores of mujiks busily engaged in handling goods destined for the railway or for the steamers, but they did not by any means have a monopoly of the labor market of Mikhailovsk. Tartars, Kyrgyz, Turkomans, Persians, and other Asiatics were there in considerable numbers. They appeared to be quite as industrious as the mujiks, and every way as keen to send a job wherein money was to be earned. It is an interesting circumstance that the Turkomans, now that they are forbidden to indulge in raiding, have turned their attention to steady industry and promise to make good citizens. Whatever may be their faults, they are not a lazy people. They gave up their raiding habits very unwillingly. But when once convinced that they must live by industry, they seem to have accepted the situation. Mr. Ivanovich, the gentleman who invited our friends to cross the Caspian, was connected with the management of the Trans-Caspian Railway, as the line from Mikhailovsk is called. During the voyage from Baku, he gave the youths an account of the building of the railway, and matters connected with it, of which Frank made the following notes. "The Trans-Caspian Railway," said Mr. Ivanovich, "owes its existence to a military necessity that arose in 1879. When the Russians first occupied the Turcoman country, they built fortifications and settled down to stay. General Skobelev always claimed that we made a great mistake in doing so. The government did not think it safe to make a movement directly into the Turcoman country, and consequently several years were occupied in doing what Skobelev thought should have been done in one. The Turcomans knew nothing about regular warfare, and we might have crushed them in a little while with our trained battalions. But we waited so long that they learned how to fight, partly through our own instruction, and then it required the best of fighting to defeat them. It looked at one time as if the Turcomans would altogether prevent us from getting any foothold in their country beyond the shores of the Caspian. Skirmishes almost without number occurred, in which sometimes the Russians and sometimes the Turcomans had the best of the contest. Skobelev, then a captain, was one of those who landed at Krasnovodsk in 1869. He made more successes in the fighting with the Turcomans than anybody else, but in 1873 he was called away in the campaign against Khiva, and from that time to 1879 nothing of moment was accomplished. In 1878 Tekme Serdar, a Turcoman chief, submitted to the Russians and was received into their camp at Krasnovodsk. He remained there several months, and then, for some real or fancied injury, fled from the camp and collected his followers with the determination to make war on the invaders. At a place called Gyoktepe, he formed a junction with other chiefs and established a camp. Tekme Serdar had made good use of his eyes during his stay among us. He showed his people how to build forts. About 40,000 Turcomans, with their families, collected at Gyoktepe and threw up an immense earthwork exactly like the defenses built by the Russians' General Lomakin advanced against this earthwork in 1879, and after a series of skirmishes outside the walls, he attacked the Turcomans in their stronghold and was severely repulsed. He retired to the shores of the Caspian and thus ended the campaign for that year. General Skobelev was then appointed to the command of the Turcoman district, and the government told him he could have anything he wanted in men or munitions of war. The government had 100 miles of railway material somewhere on its southwestern frontier, which was intended for use in case of the failure of the Berlin Congress. Skobelev asked for this material, and it was at once transferred to the Caspian. He changed the base of operations from Krasnovodsk to Mikhailovsk, and at once began the construction of the line. The whole movement was made so quietly that hardly anything was known of the work, until the track had been laid about halfway to Kizil Arvat, 144 miles from Mikhailovsk. Skobelev could not wait for the completion of the railway. While the road was being constructed, he pushed forward to Bami, a strong point in the Akhal oasis, where he built a fort and gradually collected the materials for the siege of Gyoktepe. When everything was in readiness, he advanced and began the siege, which lasted fully a month. Perhaps the following figures will interest you. The Russians were between 8,000 and 10,000 strong, of all arms, infantry, cavalry, and artillery. The artillery comprised 69 guns, while the Turcomans had no cannon to oppose them with. When the siege began, Skobelev found that his cannon made little impression upon the clay walls of the fort, so he ordered his artillery to fire over the walls and into the enclosed space, in order to demoralize the people within as much as possible. In fighting against Asiatics, artillery always has a prominent part. Its moral effect in frightening them is certainly 10 times as great as its destructive power. During the siege, the artillery fired from 100 to 500 shots daily, and the infantry used from 10,000 to 70,000 rounds of ammunition in the same time. Skobelev sunk a mine under the rampart and exploded more than a ton of gunpowder at a single blast. It made a wide breach, through which the Russian army poured into the fort with very little opposition on the part of the Turcomans. The latter fled in the direction of Merv, but were pursued by the Russian cavalry. The slaughter is said to have been fearful, and the Russians say that 20,000 Turcomans perished in the siege and capture of Gyoktepe. During the assault and pursuit, the infantry fired 273,804 rounds, the cavalry 12,510, and the artillery 5,864. 224 military rockets were also used. Marvin's, the Russians at the gates of Herat. Many careful students of the history of Central Asia, continued Mr. Ivanovich, consider the siege and capture of Göbekli the most important victory ever achieved by the Russians in Turkestan. It opened the way for the Russian advance to the frontier of India and carried the boundaries of the empire southward to those of Persia. In the interest of humanity, it was of the greatest importance, as it broke up the system of man-stealing and its attendant cruelties which the Turkomans had practiced for centuries. The people of northern Persia no longer live in constant terror of Turkoman raids. The slave markets of Central Asia are closed, and doubtless forever. Frank asked if the English government was as well pleased with the result of the siege as were the Russians. Mr. Ivanovich said he did not know exactly how the English regarded the victory, but from the tone of their press and the utterances of British statesmen, he did not think they would have mourned if the Russians had been repulsed. England, said he, is jealous of Russian advances in Turkestan. Lord Salisbury believed that the Turkoman barrier against Russia would last his lifetime, and many other English statesmen and officers shared his belief. No doubt they were very sorry for the sufferings of the Persians, who were sold into slavery after seeing their homes plundered and their fields devastated. But I question if they were willing, for political reasons, to see the Turkomans wiped out as they were at Göbekli. I think I have read much more in the English papers about the loss to English commerce by the Russian occupation of Central Asia than of the gain to humanity by the suppression of the Turkoman raids. The interests of British trade are the first consideration of the British statesmen. Many thousands of Africans and Asiatics have died by British bullets and sabers that the commerce of England might be extended. Unless I mistake the temper of the British government, I am afraid that the advisers of the Queen would prefer the old state of things to the new on the Turkoman steppes. The sale of 1,000 bales of Manchester cottons in the bazaars of Turkestan is of more consequence to England than the enslavement of 1,000 Persians and the desolation of their homes. But that is wandering from the subject, said Mr. Ivanovich with a smile. I may be prejudiced, but can't help regarding England as a disturber of the peace all over the world, whenever the disturbance will benefit her trade. She doesn't believe in monopoly, except where she can be the monopolist, and for that reason she is jealous of the way we Russians are trying the monopoly business for ourselves. We have the trade of 10 millions of Asiatics. No great thing to be sure, but we don't propose to hand it over to England just because she wants it. We have cotton factories and other manufacturing establishments, as England has, and the more markets we can have, the better it will be for us. The gentleman paused and gave Fred an opportunity to ask if there were any navigable rivers in Turkestan, and, if so, what they were. There is no navigation worth the name, was the reply. Central Asia contains only 2 rivers of any importance, the Oxus and the Jaxartes. The Oxus is sometimes called the Amudarya, or Jehun, and the Jaxartes the Sirdarya. The Oxus is the largest. It rises in the Pamir district in a lake 15,000 feet above the sea, and in the upper part of its course receives several tributary rivers that drain Bokhara and the northeastern part of Afghanistan. It is about 1,200 miles long and flows into the Aral Sea. For the last 800 miles of its course, it is navigable for small steamboats, but its mouth is divided into so many shallow channels that boats have great difficulty in entering it. The Russians have 6 steamers on the Aral Sea and as many more light draft steamboats for navigating the Oxus. Haven't I read that the Oxus formerly emptied into the Caspian Sea, said Frank. Quite likely you have, said Mr. Ivanovich, as there is little doubt that such was the case. The old bed of the Oxus can be distinctly traced, and geographers are generally agreed that the river entered the Caspian by 3 mouths. Ptolemy and Strabo both state distinctly that in their time the Oxus flowed into the Caspian and formed the principal trade route between Europe and Asia. How came it to change its course? Much of the region traversed by the Oxus is a desert, and the only agriculture possible there is by irrigation. In order to increase the area under cultivation, the Turkomans built dams that turned the Oxus in the direction of a vast plain which contains the Aral Sea. Since the occupation of the country by the Russians, it has been proposed to return the Oxus to its ancient bed and bring it down to the Caspian. It is not likely that this will be done, as the result would be that the whole lower course of the Oxus, where there are many flourishing farms and gardens, would again become a desert waste. Much less water flows through the Oxus than in former times, and the engineers who have studied the question do not think the river would be navigable when returned to its ancient bed. The other river of Central Asia, the Jaxartes or Sirdaria, is smaller than the Oxus and about 1,100 miles long. It rises in the Pamir region and empties, like the Oxus, into the Aral Sea. Its course is generally parallel to the Oxus, and in the same way it fertilizes a large area of what would otherwise be desert. Its volume has greatly diminished in the last few centuries and is even known to be considerably less than it was 60 or 80 years ago. The Oxus enters the southern end of the Aral Sea, while the Jaxartes comes in considerably farther to the north. The diversion of these two rivers would probably result in drying up the Aral Sea, a shallow body of water 250 miles long by half as many wide. Fred asked if the Caspian was higher or lower than the Aral Sea. They are of the same level, or nearly so, was the reply, though some engineers say the Aral is about 150 feet higher than the Caspian, and the indications are that the two seas were formerly connected. The whole plain of Turkomania is thought to have been at one time an inland sea. At its southern extremity, the Aral is bordered by an immense marsh, and it is through this marsh that the Oxus discharges its waters. Khiva stands near the Oxus, in the midst of beautiful gardens, all nourished by the water from the river. Khiva, Bokhara, Samarkand, and Khakan would become masses of ruins if the Oxus and Jaxartes were dried up, and you may be sure the Russians will give the subject careful consideration before disturbing the course of the waters. Nowhere in the world will you see more careful irrigation than along these rivers, with the possible exception of the Nile Valley. All through Central Asia, the only possible agriculture is upon the watercourses, or where there are never-failing wells. Canals and irrigation wheels are everywhere, and you will often see evidences of excellent engineering abilities in the construction of some of the artificial waterways. General Annenkopf, the officer in charge of the construction of the Trans-Caspian Railway, has a scheme for creating a new oasis, capable of supporting 200,000 people, near the disputed boundary between Turkestan and Afghanistan. He proposes to turn one of the tributaries of the Oxus for that purpose, and is confident that he can make a fertile area of several hundred square miles by carefully utilizing the water of the stream. On landing at Mikhailovsk, our friends were introduced to several Russian officers, some of whom had been in America and who heartily welcomed the trio of travelers from that faraway land. They were invited to the clubhouse, where they were lodged and cared for. The town did not boast an hotel other than a very indifferent khan, which had all the discomforts of the Orient, with none of its good points. Frank and Fred endeavored to find the timetable of the railway, with a view to making an excursion into Turkestan. Their inquiries were rewarded with the information that there was no regular time for running the trains, as the business transacted on the line was nearly all of a military character. But a train was to leave in the morning for Kizil Arvat, 144 miles, and if they cared to make the journey, they were at liberty to do so. Finding they would have time to go to Kizil Arvat and return before the departure of the steamer for Baku, they accepted the invitation, which included the doctor as well as themselves. Early the next morning, the train rolled out from the station. It consisted of a locomotive and 10 or 12 carriages. One carriage contained the officers of a regiment of infantry that filled the remaining vehicles. The regiment was bound for the frontier, where England and Russia have latterly been discussing the question of the boundary, and a discussion of this kind is materially assisted by the presence of soldiers. We will refer to Fred's account of the railway journey in Turkestan. We were invited to seats in the carriage where the officers were riding. They did everything to make our journey agreeable, and we were indebted to them for a great deal of information about Central Asia. Some of them had been to the British frontier, and one had visited Kabul, Herat, and Kandahar. The route of the railway was partly across the desert, and partly along the valleys of 2 or 3 small rivers of no special importance, except for their usefulness in supplying water for the line. For a considerable distance, the line lies near the Atrek, a river that was of great use to General Skobelev in his advance upon Geoktepe. At times it is simply a dry channel, but water can generally be found by digging a few feet in the sand that forms, in the rainy season, the bed of the stream. The country is a plain, with here and there a few hills not worthy to be called mountains. Sometimes the plain is flat for a long distance, and again it is undulating like the rolling prairies of our western states. Vegetation is scanty at best, and a large part of the country is absolutely desert. The great need of Central Asia is water. If 1,000,000 springs could be opened, all giving a copious flow like some of the great springs in our Rocky Mountains, the next 10 or 20 years would see a great change in the aspect of Turkestan. One of the officers told me that the country was of the same general character all the way to the frontier of Afghanistan. "The railway can be extended without trouble," said he, "as far as we wish to carry it. There's not an obstacle at all formidable to railway engineers." I asked, with some hesitation, where they wished to carry their railway line. I knew the subject was not disconnected with politics, but the question was innocent enough, and he could answer it as he chose, and probably did. "We built the line," said he, "first to Kizil Arvat, 144 miles, and then extended it to Askabad, 110 miles farther. We are now building to Sarex, 185 miles from Askabad, and there we may stop. Perhaps it will be pushed on to Herat, 202 miles from Sarex, but it cannot be under the present political situation. Afghanistan is under English control. You know, the English government gives the Amir of that country a large annual payment of money for his friendship. And until we are willing to give a higher bribe, he is not likely to permit us to build railways in his territory. From Sarex, our next line will be to Merv, the rich oasis that came under Russian control a few years ago, or possibly Merv may be reached by a branch from Askabad. Perhaps there will one day be a line from Merv to Samarkand and Bokhara, but this is far in the future. From Merv, a railway may be run along the valley of the Murgab to Herat, but it is not a direct route, and we are much more likely to reach Herat by way of Sarex, along the valley of the Harry-Rud. Whichever way we take, the building of the road would not be at all difficult. The Murgab route has the disadvantage of being longer than that of the Harry-Rud, but its cost per mile would be much less, as the country is smoother. I suppose," he continued, "that there is a sort of race between England and Russia to get to Herat with a railway. England is building north from India, while we are building south from the Caspian. The terminal points of the two lines are now less than 800 miles apart, and it is very evident that the English and Russian locomotives will be whistling in the hearing of each other and blowing steam in each other's faces within the next few years." Early in 1886, the Central Asian Railway was completed to Cracow, a distance of 590 versts, 390 miles, from Mikhailovsk. The line was completed to Merv in April 1886, and the echoes of the Turkoman oasis were awakened by the shriek of the locomotive. At the latest advices work was being pushed between Merv and Charjuya, on the Oxus, and General Annenkoff had promised to complete the line to the banks of the historic river before the end of the year. The Emir of Bokhara has agreed to provide the material for a bridge across the Oxus, and the Russian engineers have completed the survey of the line as far as Samarkand. It is hoped that the railway will reach Bokhara and Samarkand by the end of 1887. The entire railway as planned will extend from Mikhailovsk, on the Caspian by way of Kizil Arvat, 245 versts, Askabad 445 versts, Cracow 590 versts, to Merv 770 versts or 510 miles, thence to Charjuya on the Amudarya Oxus, and Bokhara to Samarkand, a total distance of 1065 versts 700 miles, of which no less than 5/7 is practically now completed. All the rails, sleepers, and rolling material for the Trans-Caspian Railway are supplied from the Russian Crown depots. Apart from this, the total cost of making the line from the Caspian to the Oxus is estimated at 12,250,000 rubles, or about 16,000 rubles per verst. The Russians have a grand scheme for another line of railway through Asia, which was originally proposed by M. de Lesseps. The first step would be to complete the railway connection along the lower Volga, between Tsaritsyn and Astrakhan. The Asiatic line would start from Astrakhan, pass through Khiva, Bokhara, and Samarkand into Chinese Turkestan, where it would touch Tengkisar, Kashgar, and Yarkand, in addition to other cities and towns of lesser note. It would skirt the shores of Lake Lob, and after descending the valley of the Han, terminate at Hankow, on the banks of the Yangtze-Kiang, 600 miles above the mouth of the Great River of China. If we were not confronted by diplomacy, we could reach Herat considerably in advance of the English, as we have the shorter and easier line to build to get there. But with our scrupulous regard for treaties and agreements, we may be hindered in our railway building and have the mortification of seeing our rivals there ahead of us. The English consider Herat the key to India and are determined that we shall not possess it. We don't care much for it anyway, but are perfectly willing to place it beneath the sheltering wings of the Black Eagle. When you are considering Sarax, he continued, remember that there are two places of that name. Old Sarax is a mass of ruins, only a single building remains, and that is a tomb in which the body of Abel is said to rest. Another tomb a few miles away is known as the Tomb of Cain, and there is a tradition that the Garden of Eden was in the neighborhood of Sarax. The Russians have occupied Old Sarax, and will establish a military post there of considerable importance as soon as the railway is completed. Old Sarax is near the Harry-Rudd River, which here forms a dividing line between Persia and the Turkoman country. The Persians have built a town called New Sarax on their side of the river, and protected it by a fort. They keep a small garrison there, and as we have no quarrel with Persia, and are not likely to have, it is quite sufficient for all purposes of peace. I wish you could go with me through that country and see the effect of the Turkoman rating system, which was continued through generations, and has only recently come to an end. Centuries ago, the valleys of the Murghab and Harry-Rudd contained a large population, and the same was the case over a wide extent of country. Ride where you will, you find the traces of irrigating canals in great number. In the 3rd century, this region was said to contain 1,000 cities, probably an exaggeration, but indicative of the dense population it sustained, and might still sustain. In many places, the valleys of the Murghab and Harry-Rudd are several miles in width and perfectly flat. There are ruined canals all over these wide places, showing that they were once cultivated. They might be cultivated again and rendered fertile as of old by the same system that was once in vogue. The country is a desert because it is not tilled, and it is not tilled because it has no inhabitants. Turkoman raids have made the desolation by enslaving, killing, or driving away the people that once lived here. Since the raiding ceased, the Sarek Turkomans, who were formerly as much addicted to it as any others, have turned their attention to agriculture. They have occupied parts of the Murghab Valley near Pulaykisti and Aktapa, where they have cleared out the old irrigation canals, set their plows and other implements at work, and seem to be forgetting altogether their former mode of life. They have settled into villages, but live in kibitkas in preference to houses of mud or other solid materials. Considering their recent subjugation, they are quite friendly with the Russians. They know we will never allow them to resume their predatory life, but as long as they behave themselves, they will find us to be kind masters, and our military and engineering work in their country will assure them a good market for their surplus produce. I asked the gentleman to tell me the difference between Pulaykisti and Pulaykoton, which we had read so much about in the newspapers, at the time of the conflict between the Russians and Afghans. Pulaykoton is on the Harry-Rudd or Tejend River, a few miles south of Sarax. In the Persian language, Pul means bridge and Koton lady, so that Pulaykoton may be translated Bridge of the Lady. The bridge that bears this name is said to have been erected in the time of Tamerlane, the great conqueror, at the request of one of the ladies of his family. It is of brick, in 6 arches, and has not been repaired for a long time. The central arch is broken, but the others are in serviceable condition. Pulaykisti means Bridge of Bricks, and is over the Murghab River, where that stream unites with the Kushk. It became famous as the scene of the fight between the Russians and Afghans in the early part of 1885. Each party throws the blame of the affair upon the other. Naturally enough, I think the Afghans were at fault, but as I may be prejudiced on the subject, it is not worthwhile to discuss it. Pulaykisti is close to Penjdeh, which is nothing more than a mass of ruins where a town once stood. The Russians may be able to make something out of it, and the next time I go there I shouldn't be surprised to find a strong fort. The English wanted to make the boundary so that it would leave Penjdeh in the possession of the Afghans, but we persuaded them that the place would be safer in our hands than theirs. You will find on the map the boundaries as they have been arranged, and as long as England keeps to her agreement, there is not likely to be any trouble. Of course, we shall faithfully abide by our promises, but one can never tell when the treacherous Afghans will cross the boundaries and make depredations upon our peaceful subjects. Then we will defend our rights. It is for such defense we have built the railway on which you are now traveling, and we shall maintain a good-sized force of troops on or near the frontier. By means of our railways and steamers, we can get to the frontier a great deal quicker than England can possibly reach it from her capital. And if she chooses to make war on us, she will find us ready. With the Vladikavkaz Railway finished to Petrovsk on the Caspian, and the Trans-Caspian Railway completed to Saraksk, we could bring troops from Moscow to the latter point inside of a week. There would only be the crossing of the Caspian, which is little more than a ferry, between Petrovsk and Mikhailovsk, to break the continuous journey by rail. From Saraksk to Herat, as I before said, is about 200 miles, which could be covered in 2 or 3 weeks by a Russian army. We think we can get to Herat more quickly than England can in case of war, but let us all hope that the necessity for the experiment may never come. Fred thought there was a confident smile on the face of the Russian as he pronounced the above words. It was very evident that the Russians in Central Asia had an abiding faith in their ability to take care of themselves in case of a conflict with England. While conversing with another officer, the youths ascertained that he had accompanied the first Russian expedition to the Merv Oasis, or rather the expedition that converted that stronghold of the Turkomans into Russian territory, with the loss of only one man. The gentleman said the oasis was watered by the Murgab, which practically terminated there. The river was diverted into a great number of little streams, and the country included in these streams formed the oasis. The Mervis were more peaceable than their fellow Turkomans, but very jealous of strangers, and not willing to admit anybody to their limited territory. They had a fort larger and stronger than the one against which Skoblev's army was nearly shattered to pieces at Gyoktepe. It was an enclosure with high, thick walls of mud, and large enough to hold the whole population with their flocks and herds. The oasis is about 120 miles from Askabad and 90 from the nearest point on the Tegend. It was formerly incorporated with the surrounding provinces of Turkestan, but for many years has been independent. "We wanted Merv," said the Russian officer to whom allusion has just been made, "but we didn't want to fight for it, so we resorted to diplomacy, and through the skill of General Komarov and Colonel Alekhanov, aided by a few others who were in the secret, we came into peaceful possession of the place. I have no doubt the Mervis are all very glad we are there, now that the thing has been done." Colonel Alekhanov went from Askabad to Merv in company with a Russian merchant who had a dozen camels laden with goods. They remained there a fortnight, and then returned safely, accompanied by several delegates from the Mervis who wished to consult with the Russian commander at Askabad about some camels that had been stolen from them by the Persians. The delegates were kindly received, and went home with a favorable report which ultimately led to the occupation of Merv by a small force of Russian cavalry and infantry. A fort was built, and a bazaar opened for the exchange of Russian goods for the products of the oasis, and ever since then the Russians and Mervis have been on terms of friendship. Of course, there were some of the Mervis who opposed the advent of our soldiers, but they are now our earnest advocates and would be the last to ask us to leave. Merv is about 240 miles from Herat, and if we should ever be obliged to march against that Afghan stronghold, the oasis will be an excellent point to start from after accumulating the necessary stores and material of war. It promises to be a good center of trade, and its importance was easy to comprehend when the English government made such a fuss as it did about our taking it. "Before we were established there," continued the officer, "an English newspaper correspondent, Edmund O'Donovan, went to Merv by way of Persia and lived in the oasis for 5 months. At first the people treated him coldly, but he gradually won their confidence and convinced them of his friendliness. They made him one of their elders and appointed him to a place on the governing council. He has told the story of his residence among these strange people in an interesting volume entitled The Merv Oasis. One of the most remarkable journeys ever made on the Turkoman steppes," said the gentleman in conclusion, "was accomplished by another newspaper correspondent, an American named Macahan, during the campaign against Khiva in 1873. Without an escort, and accompanied only by a servant and 2 guides, he started from Fort Perovsky, on the Jaxartes or Siberia River near the Aral Sea, to overtake General Kaufmann's army that had gone to the attack of Khiva. Its exact whereabouts were unknown. He had 8 or 10 days of desert travel before him, and if he had fallen into the hands of the Turkomans or Kyrgyz who roam over the desert, his fate would have been certain death. The Russians at Fort Perovsky refused to allow him to start, as they considered it impossible for him to make the journey, and he was obliged to slip out of the place in the night. He had several narrow escapes, but managed to get through all right and join General Kaufmann's column just as the fighting before Khiva began. The officers told him the chances of his getting across the desert with his life were not more than 1 in 100. He remained with our army till the end of the Kievan campaign, and every officer who knew him felt that he had lost a personal friend when the news of Maccahan's death came a few years later. The story of his adventures is told in his book Campaigning on the Oxus and the Fall of Khiva. In 1875, a similar journey was made by Captain Burnaby, an English officer of the Guards. He has given an admirable account of his experience in a book entitled A Ride to Khiva. Conversation such as this, writes Fred in his journal, beguiled the tediousness of the ride over the flat and desolate region through which the railway passes. At the few oases where we stopped, we saw little villages of Turkomans, but they were so much alike that the descriptions you have already read will answer for them all. At Kizil Arvat, we found an oasis containing altogether 6 square miles of tillable land, on which were several Turkoman villages, and a Russian town of perhaps 1,000 inhabitants. We call the town Russian from the flag that waves over it, rather than from the nationality of those who live in it. They are Russians, Turkomans, Kyrgyz, Persians, Armenians, and Jews, and I don't know how many other races and kinds of people. There is a good deal of commerce, mostly in the hands of Armenians and Russians, but much less than when the railway terminated here. The business of Merv and the Penjdeh district is at the end of the railway. In this respect, the commerce of Central Asia is much like that of our far western country, and changes its base with each change of the means of transport. There is a fort at Kizil Arvat, and also a bazaar, and we are told that Askabad is similarly provided. Whenever the Russians establish themselves in any part of Turkestan, they build a fort and a bazaar side by side. Hardly has the army pitched its tents before the shops are opened, and the natives are invited to come in and trade. All who come are kindly treated. In a little time, whatever hesitation the natives may have possessed is gone, and the cheapness of the goods on sale converts the former enemies into friends. There is no doubt that Russia thoroughly understands the Asiatic nature and deals with it accordingly. Illustration: Map of Turkestan showing route of the Trans-Caspian Railway. Most of our return journey to Mikhailovsk was made in the night, which we did not specially regret, where so much of the route was through the uninteresting desert. We were told that when the railway was started, it was intended to make a narrow-gauge line that would be taken up as soon as the capture of Göktepe had been accomplished. But the undertaking had not gone far before the plans were changed, and a well-built railway on the standard gauge of Russia was the result. The line is well equipped with cars, and at no distant day will form a link in the overland route from England to India. When the Russian and Indian lines form a connection near Herat or Kandahar, the Vladikavkaz Railway will be completed to Petrovsk, on the Caspian. The traveler may then go from London to Bombay or Calcutta in 9 or 10 days. His entire journey will be made by rail, with the exception of the passages of the English Channel and the Caspian Sea, the former requiring 2 hours and the latter an entire day. Russia is already talking of an extension of the line from Tsaritsyn, along the lower Volga and around the northern end of the Caspian to a connection with the Trans-Caspian Railway. Should this line be made, the journey to India would be wholly a land route, with the exception of the Silver Streak between Dover and Calais. While our friends are musing on the possibilities of the railway to India and its benefits to commerce and civilization, they have recrossed the Caspian and are once more in the Petrolia of Europe. And now behold them seated in a train of the Transcaucasian Railway for a ride to Tiflis and the Black Sea. A letter in the New York Herald of April 19, 1886 says, The Russians have established a military and naval station at Novi Gulf, on the Caspian, 22 versts northwest of Mikhailovsk, and connected it with the latter point by railway. In case of war with England, the Russians are prepared to strike heavy blows in Asia. They have 2 army corps in the Caucasus and another in Turkestan ready for service on their southeastern frontier. The vessels of the Kafkas and Mercury Steamship Company, Noble's naphtha fleet, and the Greek and Armenian vessels on the Caspian, which all fly the Russian flag, would be immediately pressed into the service. The Russians believe that, barring bad weather, they could, with these steamers and a number of sailing vessels in tow, transport 60,000 men across the Caspian from Astrakhan, Baku, and Petrovsk to Novi Gulf and Mikhailovsk in 3 days. The Russians would thus dispose of about 115,000 men army of the Caucasus, 60,000, Turkestan, 30,000, and 15,000 Turkoman auxiliaries. These latter will supply the advance of the Russian columns heading southward from Askabad and Merv. The Russians have shown great tact and cleverness in the management of their Turkoman subjects. There is at Merv a skeleton army, or cadre, of 300 Turkomans, under the command of a Cossack officer named Kalatin. Of the 300, 100 are from Merv, 100 are Turks, and the remainder from other tribes. These men, irregular horse, remain in the service 6 months. During that time, they are paid 25 rubles a month, and at its expiration are discharged with the rank of sergeant, but remain liable to military duty in time of war. This plan was adopted to secure good native non-commissioned officers for the 15 regiments of irregular cavalry. The son of the last Khan of Merv is now a Russian sergeant. 10 native Turkomans hold the rank of captain in the Russian army, and 4 that of lieutenant, besides which many decorations have been given to those who took part in Alekhanov's foray. The construction of the railway between Askabad and Merv presented great difficulties, on account of the absence of water in many places. To overcome this, artesian wells were dug. The width and current of the Tejenbud necessitated an iron bridge at Kara Bend. The Trans-Caspian Railway is built upon the model of the Trans-Caucasian one, the stations on both being near together, solidly built and comfortable. There are 16 stations between Mikhailovsk and Askabad, 422 versts. Mikhailovsk to Malakara versts. Bala Iskin, Aden Paravel Achikam Kasinjik Asosin Auchek, Kizalarvet Kode Barni Eralman Bahardan Keliata Geoktepe, Bismeni, Askabad. Chapter 23. Baku to Tiflis, the capital of the Caucasus. Mountain traveling, crossing the range petroleum locomotives. Batum and its importance. Trebizond and Erzurum. Sebastopol and the Crimea. Short history of the Crimean War. Russo-Turkish War of 1877-78. Battles in the Crimea and siege of Sebastopol, visiting the Malakoff and Redan forts. View of the battlefield's charge of the Light Brigade at Balaklava. Present condition of Sebastopol's arrival at Constantinople. Frank's dream the end. For 50 miles after leaving Baku, the railway follows the coast of the Caspian Sea until it reaches Alayat, where the government is establishing a port that promises to be of considerable importance at no distant day. The country is a desert dotted with salt lakes, and here and there a black patch indicating a petroleum spring. The only vegetation is the camel thorn bush, and much of the ground is so sterile that not even this hardy plant can grow. Very little rain falls here, and sometimes there is not a drop of it for several months together. At Alayat, the railway turns inland, traversing a desert region where there are abundant indications of petroleum. In fact, all the way from Baku to Alayat petroleum could be had for the boring, and at the latter place, several wells have been successfully opened, though the low price of the oil stands in the way of their profitable development. After leaving the desert, a region of considerable fertility is reached. The streams flowing down from the mountains are utilized for purposes of irrigation, but very rudely. Under a careful system of cultivation, the valley of the Kura River, which the railway follows to Tiflis, could support a large population. From Baku to Tiflis by railway is a distance of 341 miles, and the line is said to have cost, including rolling stock, about $50,000 a mile. In the work on the desert portion, many of the laborers died from the effects of the extreme dryness of the atmosphere. The whole distance from Baku to Batum, on the Black Sea, is 561 miles. Tiflis is 1,350 feet above the level of the sea, and the point where the railway reaches its greatest elevation is 1,800 feet higher, or 3,200 feet in all. The grades are very steep. There is one stretch of 8 miles where it is 240 feet to the mile, and for a considerable distance, it exceeds 100 feet to the mile. It is proposed to overcome the steepest grade by a long tunnel, which would reduce the highest elevation to little more than 2,000 feet. Our friends reached Tiflis in the evening, after an interesting ride, in spite of the monotony of the desert portion of the route. Frank will tell us the story of their visit to the famous city of the Caucasus. "We were somewhat disappointed," said he, "with our first view of Tiflis. We had an impression that it was in the center of a fertile plain surrounded by mountains. Actually, the ground on which it stands is not fertile, and the surroundings consist of brown hills instead of mountains. The sides of the hills are barren, and there would hardly be a shrub or tree in the city were it not for the system of irrigation which is maintained. The prettiest part of the city is the quarter occupied by the Germans, where there are rows and groups of trees and a great many luxuriant gardens. The Germans are descended from some who came here in the last century to escape religious persecution. Though born in Tiflis and citizens of Russia, in every sense they preserve their language and customs and do not mingle freely with their Muscovite neighbors. There are about 110,000 inhabitants in Tiflis. Nearly one-third are Russians, rather more than a third Armenians, 23,000 Georgians, and the rest are Germans, Persians, and mixed races in general. Most of the business is in the hands of the Armenians, and many of them are wealthy. Nearly all speak Russian, and mingle with the Russians more harmoniously than do any of the others. The Persians live in a quarter by themselves, and it is by no means the cleanest part of the city. The Georgians preserve their dress and language, and, though entirely peaceful, are said to maintain the same hatred to Russia as when fighting to preserve their independence. Many of the officials in the Caucasus are Armenians, and some of the ablest generals of the Russian army belong to the same race. Gen. Loris Melikov is an Armenian, and so are Generals Lazarov and Turgoukasov, as well as others of less importance. The Armenians have 4 newspapers at Tiflis and 4 monthly reviews. There are nearly 1 million of these people in Russia and the Caucasus, and their treatment is in marked contrast to that of the 800,000 Armenian subjects of Turkey who have been most cruelly oppressed by the Sultan and his officers. We had read of the beauty of the Georgians, who used to sell their daughters to be the wives of the Turks, and naturally looked around us for handsome faces. We saw them among the men as well as among the women, and we saw more handsome men than women, perhaps for the reason that men were much more numerous. The Georgians are a fine race of people, and so are all the natives of the Caucasus. The mountain air, all the world over, has a reputation for developing strength and intelligence among those who breathe it. Since the occupation of Georgia and the other parts of the Caucasus by Russia, the people are no longer sold as slaves for Turkish masters. Whatever may be the faults of the Russian rule, it is certainly far in advance of that of Turkey. Tiflis may be said to be in 2 parts, the old and the new. The former is on the bank of the river, and its streets are narrow and dirty. The new part is on higher ground and has been chiefly built by the Russians since they obtained possession of the country. In this part, the streets are wide and lined with many handsome buildings. In the old part, there are several Armenian churches and caravansaries, and the greater portion of the commerce is transacted there. We saw a great many Russian soldiers, and were told that a large garrison is always maintained in Tiflis, which is a central point from which troops can be sent in any direction. The government offices and the palace of the governor-general are in the Russian quarter, and of course there are plenty of Russian churches, with their gilded domes sparkling in the sunlight. We visited one of the churches and also the Armenian cathedral. We tried to see the interior of a mosque, but were forbidden admittance except on payment of more money than we chose to give. We drove to the hot baths, which are situated just outside the city. They are largely patronized and have an excellent reputation for the relief of gout, rheumatism, and similar troubles. There are many hot springs in the neighborhood of Tiflis that have been flowing for centuries, without any change in temperature or volume. We wanted to go overland to Vladikavkaz for the sake of the journey among the Caucasus, but our plans were otherwise, and we continued by railway to Batum. The mountains of this range are as picturesque as any we have ever seen. The passes are like those of the Alps or the Sierra Nevadas, and as we wound along the line of railway to the crest of the divide, every moment revealed a new and splendid picture. We had distant views of Elburz and Ararat, two of the most famous mountains of this region, and greatly regretted our inability to visit the latter, which is revered as the resting place of Noah's Ark. Mount Ararat has been ascended by several travelers. They describe the journey as very fatiguing, but were amply repaid by the magnificent view from the summit. We left Tiflis dry and dusty, and the dry air remained with us till we crossed the ridge and began our descent. Then we entered the clouds, and as we passed below their level found ourselves in a pouring rain. The western slope of the Caucasus is a rainy region, while the eastern is dry. Baku has too little rain, and Batum too much. The western slope is luxuriant, while the eastern is an arid desert, and the fertility of the former continues down to the shore of the Black Sea. Grapes and melons were offered at every station, at prices that were a marvel of cheapness. 2 cents would buy a large melon, and the same money was gladly accepted for a bunch of grapes, which would furnish a dinner for a very hungry man. A great deal of wine is raised in this region. 300,000 acres are said to be devoted to the culture of the grape in the Caucasus, and about 40 million gallons of wine are made annually. Wine is plenty and cheap. The Russians refuse to drink the wine of the Caucasus, just as Californians affect to despise that of their own state. We are told that a large part of the so-called foreign wine sold in Tiflis and other cities of the Caucasus is really the product of the country under fictitious labels. We have already mentioned the use of petroleum in the locomotives of the Transcaucasian Railway. Where we stopped for fuel and water, the petroleum tank was side by side with the water tank, and there was no sign of woodyard or coal heap. A few minutes charged the tender with petroleum and water in separate compartments, and then we moved on, just as on any other railway line. It is delightful riding behind a petroleum locomotive, as there are neither cinders nor smoke. After the fire is started, the furnace door is not opened. The fireman regards the flame through a hole about 2 inches square and regulates it just as may be desired. They told us that steam could be more evenly maintained than with coal or wood. There was no excess of steam while waiting at stations, and consequently no necessity for blowing off. Wonder what railway in America will be the first to adopt the new fuel. The Transcaucasian Railway was begun in 1871. Its starting point was at Poti, which has a poor harbor and stands in marshy ground, so that fevers and malaria are altogether too common. In 1878, Russia came into possession of Batum, which has a good harbor, and immediately a branch line 60 miles long was built from that city to connect with the railway. Now nearly all the business has gone to Batum. Poti is decaying very rapidly, but for military reasons, it is not likely to be abandoned. By the Treaty of Berlin, Batum was made a free port, and the Russians were forbidden to fortify it, but they have kept the Turkish fortifications and not only kept them uninjured, but have repaired them whenever there were signs of decay. On this subject, the following story is told. The casemated fortress, which commands the port, required to be strengthened in certain points, and the contractors were asked for estimates for the work. One man presented an estimate which he headed repairs to fortifications. The general commanding the district immediately sent for the contractor and said to him, "There are no fortifications in Batum. They are forbidden by the Treaty of Berlin. Your estimates must be for garrison barrack repairs. Remember this in all your dealings with the government." We were only a few hours in Batum, as we embraced the opportunity to embark on one of the Russian company's steamers for Sebastopol and Odessa. Batum is growing very rapidly and promises to be a place of great importance in a very few years. The old town of the Turks has given place to a new one. The Russians have destroyed nearly all the rickety old buildings, laid out whole streets and avenues of modern ones, extended the piers running into the sea, drained the marshes that formerly made the place unhealthy, and in other ways have displayed their enterprise. We were told that there is a great deal of smuggling carried on here, but probably no more than at Gibraltar, Hong Kong, and other free ports in other parts of the world. And now behold us embarked on a comfortable steamer and bidding farewell to the Caucasus. Our steamer belongs to the Russian Company of Navigation and Commerce, which has its headquarters at Odessa. It sends its ships not only to the ports of the Black Sea, but to the Levantine coast of the Mediterranean, through the Suez Canal to India, and through the Strait of Gibraltar to England. A line to New York and another to China and Japan are under consideration. It is probable that the latter will be established before the transatlantic one. The company owns more than 100 steamers and is heavily subsidized by the Russian government. The first stop of the steamer was made at Trebizond, the most important port of Turkey, on the southern coast of the Black Sea. It has a population of about 50,000 and carries on an extensive commerce with Persia and the interior of Asiatic Turkey. Latterly, its commerce has suffered somewhat by the opening of the Caspian route from Russia to Persia, but it is still very large. Frank and Fred had 2 or 3 hours on shore at Trebizond, which enabled them to look at the walls and gardens of this very ancient city. Frank recorded in his notebook that Trebizond was the ancient Trapezius, and that it was a flourishing city at the time of Xenophon's famous retreat, which every college boy has read about in the Anabasis. It was captured by the Romans when they defeated Mithridates. The Emperor Trajan tried to improve the port by building a mole, and made the city the capital of Cappadocian Pontus. The Trebizond of today consists of the old and new town, the former surrounded by walls enclosing the citadel, and the latter without walls and extending back over the hills. It has 2 harbors, both of them unsafe at certain seasons of the year. A few millions of the many that Turkey has spent in the purchase of cannon and ironclad ships of war would make the port of Trebizond one of the best on the coast of the Black Sea. Great numbers of camels, pack horses, and oxen were receiving or discharging their loads at the warehouses near the waterfront. Fred ascertained on inquiry that there were no wagon roads to Persia or the interior of Asiatic Turkey, but that all merchandise was carried on the backs of animals. One authority says 60,000 pack horses, 2,000 camels, 3,000 oxen, and 6,000 donkeys are employed in the Persian trade, and the value of the commerce exceeds $7 million per annum. "We are only 110 miles from Erzurum," said Fred, "the city of Turkish Armenia, which is well worth seeing. Wouldn't it be fun to go there and have a look at a place that stands more than a mile in the air?" "Is that really so?" Frank asked. "More than a mile in the air?" "Yes," replied his cousin. "Erzurum is 6,200 feet above the level of the sea, and 200 feet higher than the plain which surrounds it. It had 100,000 inhabitants at the beginning of this century, but now has about a third of that number, owing to the emigration of the Armenians after the war between Turkey and Russia in 1829. It is frightfully cold in winter and terribly hot in summer, but for all that the climate is healthy." "How long will it take us to get there?" "About 50 hours, was the reply. "We must go on horseback, but can return in 40 hours, as the road descends a great part of the way from Erzurum to Trebizond. Isn't it strange that, with such an immense trade as there is between that place and this for the road to Persia passes through Erzurum, the Turks have been content with a bridle path instead of a wagon road, or, better still, a railway. Besides, further discussion of the road to Erzurum and the possibilities of traveling it were cut short by the announcement that it was time to return to the steamer. An hour later our friends saw the coast of Asiatic Turkey fading in the distance, as the steamer headed for southern Russia. Her course was laid for Sebastopol, the city which is famous for the long siege it sustained during the Crimean War, and for possessing the finest natural harbor on the Black Sea. Dr. Bronson suggested that the youth should dispose of the time of the voyage by reading up the history of that celebrated war, and particularly of the siege and capture of Sebastopol. The weather was fine enough to tempt them to idleness, but Frank and Fred had a rule that when they had anything to do they would do it. Accordingly, they busied themselves with the books at their command, and made the following condensed account of the contest of Russia with the nations of Western Europe. The Crimea was conquered by Russia in the time of Catherine the Great, and immediately after the conquest, the Russians began to fortify the harbor of Sebastopol, sacred city. When they went there, they found only a miserable Tartar village called Akshare. They created one of the finest naval and military ports in the world, and built a city with broad streets and handsome quays and docks. In 1850, it had a population of about 50,000, which included many soldiers and marines, together with workmen employed in the government establishments. In 1850, there was a dispute between France and Russia relative to the custody of the holy places in Palestine. There had been a contention concerning this matter for several centuries, in which sometimes the Greek Church and sometimes the Latin had the advantage. In 1850, at the suggestion of Turkey, a mixed commission was appointed to consider the dispute and decide upon it. The Porte, as the Turkish government is officially designated, issued in March 1852 a decree that the Greek Church should be confirmed in the rights it formerly held, and that the Latins could not claim exclusive possession of any of the holy places. It allowed them to have a key to the Church of the Nativity at Bethlehem and to certain other buildings of minor importance. If you want to know how the Christian churches are now quarreling about the sacred places in the East, read chapters Roman 22, Roman 23, and Roman 24 of The Boy Travelers in Egypt and the Holy Land. France accepted the decision, though she did not like it. Russia continued to demand that the Latin monks should be deprived of their keys, and finally insisted that the Tsar should have a protectorate over the Greek Christians in Turkey. The Porte said such a protectorate would interfere with its own authority, and refused the demand. Thereupon, the Russian minister left Constantinople on the 21st of May, 1853. This may be considered the beginning of the war between Russia and Turkey, though there was no fighting for several months. France came to the aid of Turkey. England came to the aid of Turkey and France. Representatives of England, France, Austria, and Prussia met at Vienna and agreed upon a note which Russia accepted. Turkey demanded modifications, which Russia refused. Turkey declared war against Russia on the 5th of October, and Russia declared war against Turkey on the 1st of November. A Turkish fleet of 12 ships was lying at Sinop, a port on the southern shore of the Black Sea. On the 30th of November, the Russians sent a fleet of 11 ships from Sebastopol, which destroyed the Turkish fleet, all except one ship that carried the news to Constantinople. Then, the Allied fleets of the French and English entered the Black Sea, and the war began in dead earnest. For some months it was confined to the Danubian principalities and to the Baltic Sea. On the 14th of September, 1854, the Allied army landed at Eupatoria, in the Crimea, and the extent of their preparations will be understood when it is known that 40,000 men, with a large number of horses and a full equipment of artillery, were put on shore in a single day. On the 20th of September, the Battle of the Alma was fought by 57,000 English, French, and Turkish troops against 50,000 Russians. The battle began at noon, and 4 hours later the Russians were defeated and in full retreat. The Russians lost 5,000 men, and the Allies about 3,400. The Allies might have marched into Sebastopol with very little resistance, but their commanders were uncertain as to the number of troops defending the city and hesitated to make the attempt. On the 17th of October, the siege began. A grand attack was made by the Allies, but was unsuccessful, and 8 days later the famous charge of the Light Brigade at Balaclava was made. On the 5th of November, the Russians attacked the Allies at Inkerman and were repulsed. The Battle of Inkerman was fought in a fog by 40,000 Russians against 15,000 French and English. The latter had the advantage of position and weapons. The Allies frankly credited the Russian troops with the greatest bravery in returning repeatedly to the attack, as their battalions were mowed down by the steady fire of the defenders. During the winter, the siege was pushed, and the Allied army suffered greatly from cholera, cold, and sickness. The siege continued during spring and summer. The Allies made an unsuccessful attack on the Malakoff and Redan forts on the 18th of June, 1855, and all through the long months there were daily conflicts between the opposing armies. The Russians sunk several ships of their fleet in the harbor of Sebastopol soon after the Battle of the Alma, but retained others for possible future use. On the 8th of September, the French captured the Malakoff fort, the English at the same time making an unsuccessful attack on the Redan. The Russians evacuated Sebastopol during the night, crossing over to the north side of the harbor, burning or sinking their fleet, and destroying their military stores. This gave the Allies the possession of the city, and though the two armies confronted each other for some time, There was never any serious fighting after that. Other warlike operations were conducted along the Russian shores of the Black Sea. Proposals of peace were made by Austria with the consent of the Allies, and finally, on the 30th of March, 1856, the Treaty of Peace was signed at Paris. The Allies had begun the destruction of the docks at Sebastopol, but so extensive were those works that with all the engineering skill at their command, they were not through with it until July 9th, when they evacuated the Crimea. "Will that do for a condensed history of the Crimean War?" said Frank, as the result of their labors was submitted to the doctor. "It will do very well," was the reply. "Perhaps some of your schoolmates who are not fond of history may be inclined to skip, but I think the majority of readers will thank you for giving it. Perhaps they would like a few words on the war between Turkey and Russia in 1877-78, said Fred. "If you think so, we will give it." Dr. Bronson approved the suggestion, and an hour or two later Fred submitted the following. In 1875 and 76, there were disturbances in Constantinople and in several provinces of European Turkey. The Sultan of Turkey was deposed and either committed suicide or was murdered. There were revolts in Herzegovina and Bulgaria, and the troops sent to suppress these revolts committed many outrages. Serbia and Montenegro made war upon Turkey on behalf of the Christian subjects of the Porte. Russia came to the support of Serbia and Montenegro. There was a vast deal of diplomacy, in which all the great powers joined, and on several occasions it looked as though half of Europe would be involved in the difficulty. Turkey and Serbia made peace on March 1, 1877. The principal nations of Europe held a conference and made proposals for reforms in Turkey which the Porte rejected. Russia declared war against Turkey April 24, 1877, and immediately entered the Turkish dominions in Romania and Armenia. The war lasted until March 3, 1878, when a treaty of peace was made at San Stefano near Constantinople. Many battles were fought during the war, and the losses were heavy on both sides. The severest battles were those of the Shipka Pass and of Plevna. The fortune of war fluctuated, but on the whole the successes were on the side of Russia, and her armies finally stood ready to enter Constantinople. Her losses were said to have been fully 100,000 men, and the cost of the war was $600 million. After the war came the Berlin Conference of 1878, which gave independence to some of the countries formerly controlled by Turkey, made new conditions for the government of others, regulated the boundaries between Russia and Turkey, giving the former several ports and districts of importance, and required the Porte to guarantee certain rights and privileges to her Christian subjects. England interfered, as she generally does, to prevent Russia from reaping the full advantages she expected from the war, and altogether the enterprise was a very costly one for the government of the Tsar. "A very good summary of the war," said the doctor. "You have disposed of an important phase of the Eastern question, with a brevity that some of the diplomatic writers would do well to study. You might add that, for 2 centuries, Russia has had her eye on Constantinople and is determined to possess it. England is equally determined that Russia shall not have her way, and the other powers are more in accord with England than with Russia." The steamer entered the harbor of Sebastopol and made fast to the dock. Frank and Fred observed that the port was admirably defended by forts at the entrance. Dr. Bronson told them the forts which stood there in 1854 were destroyed by the Allies after the capture of the city, but they have since been rebuilt and made stronger than ever before. As they neared the forts that guard the entrance of the harbor, a Russian officer who was familiar with the locality pointed out several objects of interest. "On the left," said he, "that pyramid on the low hill indicates the battlefield of Inkerman. Still farther on the left is the Valley of the Alma. Those white dots near the Inkerman pyramid mark the site of the British cemetery, and close by it is the French one. In front of you and beyond the harbor is the mound of the Malakoff, and beyond it are the Redan and the Mamelon Vert. Those heaps of ruins are the walls of the Marine Barracks and Arsenal. They are rapidly disappearing in the restoration that has been going on since 1871, and in a few years we hope to have them entirely removed." There was quite a crowd at the landing place, variously composed of officers, soldiers, and mujiks, the former for duty or curiosity, and the mujiks scenting a possible job. Our friends proceeded directly to the hotel, which was only 200 or 300 yards from the landing place. As soon as they had selected their rooms and arranged the terms for their accommodation, Dr. Bronson told the proprietor that they wished a carriage and a guide as soon as possible. A messenger was dispatched at once for the carriage, while the guide was summoned from another part of the house. "I suppose you will go first to the cemetery," said the host of the establishment. "We don't care for the cemetery," said the doctor, "until we have seen everything else. If there is any time remaining, we may have a look at it." "Then you are Americans," exclaimed the landlord. "All Englishmen coming here want to go first to the cemetery as they have friends buried there, but Americans never care for it." Dr. Bronson smiled at this mode of ascertaining the nationality of English-speaking visitors, and said it had been remarked by previous visitors to Sebastopol. When the guide and carriage were ready, the party started on its round of visits. From the bluff they looked down upon the harbor, which was lined with workshops and bordered in places by a railway track, arranged so that ships were laden directly from the trains and trains from the ships. The railway connects with the entire system of the empire. Dr. Bronson said that if it had existed at the time of the war, the capture of Sebastopol would have been out of the question. Russia had then only a primitive means of communication by wagon road. She had an abundance of men and war material, but no adequate mode of transportation. The Crimean War taught her the necessity of railways, and she has since acted upon the lesson for which she paid such a high price. Frank and Fred climbed quickly to the top of the Malakoff, and the doctor followed demurely behind them. The lines which marked the saps and mines of the Allies have been nearly all filled up, and the traces of the war are being obliterated. From the top of the casemate, the guide pointed out many places of interest. With considerable animation, he told how, for 20 years after the war, the ruins of the city remained pretty nearly as they were when the Allies evacuated the Crimea. Whole squares of what had once been fine buildings were nothing but heaps of stones. But now Sebastopol is being restored to her former beauty, and every year large areas of the ruins are making way for new structures. "Sebastopol will be a greater city than it ever was before," said Dr. Bronson as they stood on the Malakoff. "It was a naval port before, and not a commercial one. Now it is both naval and commercial, and by glancing at the map of the Black Sea, you can perceive the advantages of its position." Then the guide pointed out the new dockyards and barracks, the warehouses and docks of the Russian Company of Navigation and Commerce, the railway station close to the shore of the harbor, and the blocks of new buildings which were under construction. Then he showed the positions of Inkerman, the Tchernia, and the Redan, and indicated the lines of the French and English attack. When the scene had been sufficiently studied, the party returned to the carriage and continued their ride. The driver was instructed to go to Balaclava, stopping on the way to show them the spot which history has made famous for the charge of the Light Brigade. As they passed along the level plateau or plain of Sebastopol, they saw everywhere traces of the camps of the armies that besieged the city. The guide showed the route of the railway which connected the harbor of Balaclava with the camp, the wagon roads built by the Allies, the redoubts that served as defenses against attacks in the rear, and the ridges of earth which marked the positions of the huts where officers and soldiers had their quarters during the terrible winter of 1854-55. Naturally, the conversation turned upon the charge of the Light Brigade. One of the youths asked the doctor what he thought of it. "There has been a great deal of controversy about the matter," was the reply. "It is difficult to arrive at the exact facts, as Captain Nolan, who brought the order for the cavalry to advance, was killed in the charge. Comparing the statements of all concerned in issuing, receiving, and executing the order, it is evident that the order was blundered somewhere." This was the understanding immediately after the controversy. Tennyson's poem on the affair originally contained the following: "Then up came an order which someone had blundered." Afterwards these lines were stricken out, and do not appear in the poem as printed in the editions of Tennyson's works. The commander of the French army justly remarked of this charge, "C'est magnifique, mais si en est pas la guerre." It is magnificent, but it is not war. 12,000 Russians had attacked the English with the intention of taking Balaclava and its port, but they were compelled to retire to the end of the valley. They had reformed, with their artillery in front and infantry and cavalry immediately behind. By the misunderstanding of the order of Lord Raglan, the British commander-in-chief, Lord Lucan, who commanded the cavalry division, ordered Lord Cardigan to charge with his light cavalry. In other words, the light cavalry, 670 strong, were to attack 12,000 Russians with 30 cannon on their front. The charge was over a plain a mile and a half long, and the Russians had a battery of field artillery on each side of the valley within supporting distance of that at the end. Consequently, there is an excellent description of the scene in Tennyson's lines. Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them, cannon in front of them, volleyed and thundered. The charge was made very reluctantly by Lord Cardigan, as you may well believe, but he had no alternative other than to obey the order of his superior. There was never a more brilliant charge. The column advanced at a trot for the first half of the distance, and afterwards at a gallop. The Russian cannon made huge gaps in the ranks, but they were closed up, and on swept the heroes, up to and beyond the Russian cannon. Sabring the gunners there, charging an army, while all the world wondered, plunged in the battery smoke. Right thro' the line they broke, Cossack and Russian reeled from the saber-stroke shattered and sundered. Then they rode back, but not the 600. According to one authority, out of 670 British horsemen that went to the charge, only 198 returned. Another authority gives the total loss in killed, wounded, and captured as 426. 520 horses were lost in the charge. "Here is Balaclava," said the guide, as the carriage stopped at a turn in the road overlooking the valley. Our friends stepped from the vehicle and sat down upon a little mound of earth, where they tried to picture the scene of the dreadful October day of 1854. Of the actors and spectators of that event, very few are now alive. The doctor completed the recitation of the poem, and his youthful listeners felt down to the depths of their hearts the full force of the closing lines. "Honor the brave and bold, long shall the tale be told, yea, when our babes are old, how they rode onward. When can their glory fade? Oh, the wild charge they made, all the world wondered. Honor the charge they made, honor the light brigade, noble 600. From the battlefield, the party went to the village of Balaclava and hired a rowboat, in which they paddled about the little, landlocked harbor and out through its entrance till they danced on the blue waters of the Euxine Sea. Frank and Fred could hardly believe that the narrow basin once contained 150 English and French ships. It seemed that there was hardly room for a third of that number. On their return journey, they passed a party with a broken tarantass. They stopped a moment and offered any assistance in their power, but finding they could be of no use, they did not tarry long. When they reached Sebastopol, the sun had gone down in the west, and the stars twinkled in the clear sky that domed the Crimea. The next morning, they rambled about the harbor and docks of the city, and a little past noon were steaming away in the direction of Odessa. A day was spent in this prosperous city, which has a population of nearly 200,000, on a spot where at the end of the last century there was only a Tartar village of a dozen houses and a small fortress of Turkish construction. Odessa has an extensive commerce, and the ships of all nations lie at its wharves. Its greatest export trade is in wheat, which goes to all parts of the Mediterranean and also to England. The Black Sea wheat formerly found a market in America, but all that has been changed in recent years through the development of the wheat-growing interest in our western states and on the Pacific coast. Immediately on their arrival, they sent their passports to receive the proper permission for leaving the country. Everything was arranged in the course of the day, and on the following afternoon they embarked on a steamer that carried them to Constantinople. The second morning after leaving Odessa, they entered the Bosporus, the strait which separates Europe and Asia, and connects the waters of the Black Sea with the Sea of Marmora and the Mediterranean. As they looked at the beautiful panorama, which shifted its scene with every pulsation of the steamer's engine, Frank said he had had a dream during the night which was so curious that he wanted to tell it. "What was it?" the doctor asked. "I dreamed," said Frank, "that England and Russia had become friends and made up their minds to work together for the supremacy of the world. England had supplied the money for completing the railway to India. She had built a tunnel under the British Channel, and it was possible to ride from London to Calcutta or Bombay without changing cars. The Turks had been expelled from Europe. European Turkey was governed by a Russian prince married to an English princess. The principality had its capital at Constantinople, and a guarantee of neutrality like that of Belgium, to which all the great powers had assented. War and commercial ships of all nations could pass the Bosporus and Dardanelles as freely as through the Suez Canal, and the restrictions made by the Treaty of Paris were entirely removed. England and Russia had formed an offensive and defensive alliance, and all the rest of the world had been ordered to keep the peace. And they were keeping it, too, as they dreaded the combined power of England's money and Russia's men. "A very pretty fancy," said the doctor. "What a pity it was all a dream." The end.